The Blast Premier 2024 schedule is split into spring and fall seasons and culminates with the World Final. Here's how it works. 12 Blast Premier teams will begin their quest for victory in groups. Teams are seeded, creating 3 groups of 4. These teams play out a double elimination best-of-3 group stage. The 3 group winners go straight to the season final. The remaining 9 teams will fight it out for 3 season final spots in the cross-group gauntlet. The 6 teams that fail to qualify from the gauntlet will be cast into the showdown. There, they must fight to survive in a merciless single elimination format. They will compete against 3 invited teams and 7 teams from global qualifiers. This year, each showdown is no longer split into regions, but is a single tournament played in Europe. 2 teams from the showdown will secure their place in the season final to join the 6 teams from the groups. At each season final, the 8 teams will face off in a GSL format, leading into a single elimination playoff bracket with quarters, semifinals, and grand final. The champions of the season finals will be joined by teams who qualify based on their performance in tournaments throughout the year, including the winners of the Copenhagen Major, winners of IEM Katowice and Cologne, and top-ranking teams on the leaderboard. These 8 champion teams will come together for one last clash as they battle it out for a prize pool of $1 million.
Semi-final Saturday has arrived here in Abu Dhabi, and today the competition's set to be reaching boiling point. That is because 8 teams have been sliced in half, with only 4 remaining to potentially lift the final trophy of the year here at the Blast Premier World Finals. We're going to be starting off in the heart of the action in the fan zone in the lobby. I've of course got Mathieu and Jacob joining me. It's really vibing down here. Games are going to be starting very soon, but people are hanging out here and having a great time.
Yeah, there's already a bunch of people around. We've had the chance to talk with some of the fans. Of course, Jacob was assaulted to take pictures. He's kind of a superstar out there. You know what actually happened? Someone asked Jacob if we could take a picture together. So myself, Jacob, and that person. And Jacob comes to me and says, "Hey, Mania, can you take a picture of us?" I'm like, oh my God.
Man needs to be humbled.
He needs to be humbled.
You're so mad about that, huh? You're so mad about that. You had to put it out there.
Beautiful interaction.
So Jacob, you've been having a great time, I guess. Local celebrity man.
I am enjoying my time here a lot, Fred.
Yeah.
The weather is good, the sun is out, the Counter-Strike is coming at us. As you said, the vibes in here are immaculable. So yeah, I am happy.
Highlights of the past 3 days so far. What stood out to you, Mathieu?
Ooh, you're talking about highlights. I do feel like we've had a bunch of very tight games with rounds that decide everything, and I almost feel like G2 was involved in all of the games. All of the games with moments for the good and the bad, incredible clutches, turnaround. I mean, Navi itself is a kind of a survival story too, so I like that we were kept on our toes in most of these series.
Well, just in case you guys have missed out on any of the action at home, here's a quick recap of what has gone down at the past 3 days in Abu Dhabi. The final Tier 1 event of the year. We return to Abu Dhabi, this time to crown a king in CS2.
A banger of a series here. Ends take on NAVI in the lower bracket. NAVI will be posting 8 rounds in a row, kicking Ents out of the tournament. This game is set up to be another banger. Cloud9 taking on Vitality.
Vitality to pick it up and make it straight to the semifinals.
Mao's back to winning ways. Farewell here to Heroic. Abu Dhabi is where they end.
It is time for our winners, Matt. It's FaZe Clan. Against them is G2.
FaZe Clan going the distance into OT to take themselves to semifinals.
What a game. What a performance. Mouse have done it. This team are looking deadly across the board.
One more opportunity to make it towards the playoffs.
Semifinals on the line. The yellow and black strike gold in Abu Dhabi. Take a bow.
So many incredible matches going down. I feel like the first 2 days, there was some logic, there was some order, and then yesterday just blew the doors wide open with some of the teams that made it through, right?
Yeah, as Matthew said, right, G2 were involved in a lot of those great moments, but then NAVI came out of nowhere and started to play good Counter-Strike and somehow, some way find themselves inside the semi-final today by playing good CS. So yeah, there's been a couple of surprises, but as you said, the first couple of days, it was normality.
Yeah, let's recap Group A to see exactly what went down there. Of course, the winner progressing onwards and upwards to the semi-final. That came down to the hands of Vitality, which does make sense, Matthew, because they've been looking on the up and up and up, obviously looking to cement their second trophy in a row after doing so in Copenhagen just a few weeks ago.
You're absolutely right. 2023 has been Vitality's year, and I think here they're on a mission to establish themselves for next year as well. I will say, though, in fact, or in spite of the trophy in Copenhagen, I think a lot of people were wondering what kind of Vitality are we going to see? Can they maintain that level? How will Messi fare and perform? He was a little bit timid in Copenhagen. He's blowing everybody out of the water here in Abu Dhabi. So they are surprising us, if that's even possible, and look very strong in the playoffs.
Yeah, I would agree. I even heard Apex say that in Copenhagen, he felt they only played at 80-85%, didn't have a long time to practice with Messi, whereas coming into this event, they've had time to work, they've had time to practice. So in that reality, if they were great at Copenhagen, then we can expect them to be even better here.
Yeah, of course, we're going to be talking about them a lot later on today for our second semi-final, but maybe we should focus some energy on the teams who unfortunately aren't making it here. Let's start off with Ents, because I guess, Jacob, it kind of makes sense that they weren't going to be making it through to the top 4 with you know, what's going on inside the camp and the rumors that are circulating outside the server too.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue, right? Because coming into the tournament, there was a couple of rumors circulating. We weren't really sure what was going on with the lineup. And then during the tournament, while they were playing the games, one report after another came out that 3 players were on their way out.
Right.
So that must suck, to be completely honest. They played decent Counter-Strike in the elimination game. They got very, very close to beating NAVI and, you know, making sure that they wouldn't make the semifinals. So all things considered, I think they had a decent showing given the circumstances, but it's still sad to see the Ents way of ending the year. They've been playing so well throughout the entire year, and then this is how they ended. That's a bittersweet feeling.
I agree with you. I think it's a bit of an unraveling. I was disappointed personally, but
yeah,
we have to tame our expectations with what was supposed to happen with Ents, knowing now all about these reports and all of the behind the scenes that we're not privy to. Maybe I would have liked to see a bit more for some individuals with a bit of an ego coming out. Guys like Sampayas,
Sure.
Guys like Nerds who have punctuated the year of 2023, who will probably be in the top 20 list as well because of how strong they were. You could have asked a bit more from them,
yeah,
but the reality is this wasn't a team anymore. I didn't feel like it from the outside either.
Okay, but I think we're allowed to be disappointed by Cloud9 on the other hand of things, because yeah, I mean, no shade to Mouse. They played a fantastic game yesterday, but I would have bet a lot on Cloud9 making it through to the top 4.
I think it's super disappointing. Not only this event, but Cloud9 as a whole. When this team was emerged together, when Electronic and Perfecto came into Cloud9, it was one of the most hyped lineups of pretty much all time. You think to yourself, that's perfection. This is going to be a team that's instantly going to contest for trophies. And at no point have they played good Counter-Strike. Sure, there's been a couple of tournaments, a couple of matches where you could say, yeah, it's trending upwards, they're getting into the playoff, but at no point have they lived up to the expectations. And I almost feel they're in a worse spot now. Not having an AWP player heading into the major in Copenhagen, I'm not even sure I have them as one of the contenders for the playoff. And to me, that is crazy when you think of the lineup.
No, but it's a reality. That's just a fact, because it feels like they're stuck in this perpetual cycle of trying to figure out what is it they can do better. What kind of structure can we revamp? We talked about positions changing here amidst Abu Dhabi as well. And then you have a man like Electronic who suffers from it. And you cannot ever allow Electronic to suffer from these kind of changes. We were outraged when he became an IGL because we wanted to get the best out of him. But this is the situation that Cloud9 is in. They're not not working with an optimized situation, they kind of plug in holes here and there,
Yeah.
and we see the consequences. And it hurt a little bit. I had much higher expectations.
Moving on to Group B, of course, we did bid farewell to Heroic. That kind of made sense. It's obviously disappointing to see the decline in the storied organization, really. When we look back to the beginning of the year, they were, achieving really good heights. But then, obviously, with everything that's been going on with the roster, didn't expect them to be making a dent in this tournament.
It almost felt like as soon as Cadian was on his way out, that team died. He was the heart and soul of Heroic. He was the guy leading the charts for this team. And in reality, coming into the tournament, I think I said it in the opening segment, if you want to be taken serious, if you want me to stand here and take you seriously, then show up with a serious lineup, which they couldn't do, which they didn't do. However, the way they conducted themselves during the tournament, I don't think they over-delivered. I don't think they underachieved. They did kind of what expected. And to me, it's the same case with the ENCE lineup. It's just sad to see such a great year for Heroic ending this way.
And then we move to turn our attention to G2. Are you more disappointed in G2 or Cloud9 not making it through, or kind of equal disappointment for both?
Honestly, I don't think the two catastrophes are similar. I think the Cloud9 one was a bit more one-sided, and G2 did that in a very G2 fashion. They're a very easy team to harp on. They're a very easy team to dislike in that regard, because it's hard sometimes to keep things objective when you look at G2, because the reality is you're looking at a team who was very close to 2-0ing phase. They had everything they needed in a situation to close it, move on to the semis. Our whole story would change. But a la G2, you could pick so many clown rounds that have happened here throughout Abu Dhabi. And then you end up in a situation where you should never be in, and you lose the series. And you leave us with a very hard task to quantify what is it that we're seeing from G2. Far from a finished product, a little bit of panic here and there, and of course, a whole lot of frustration at the end.
Yeah, certainly. Despite, G2 losing out to NAVI yesterday to lose that spot in the semi-finals, m0NESY was kind of the man of the hour. He had a hell of a lot of highlights, which we're going to be recapping in our CS Money Play of the Day. You guys voted on the Blast Premier Instagram, so Jakob, what have we got coming in as a third best play?
Well, we got a bit of m0NESY on Nuke, being aggressive with the AWP, getting a nice collateral damage onto Watch Ramp as well. As you said, m0NESY was a highlight machine yesterday.
Oh, absolutely, that he was. And a name that we maybe are not too familiar to see in these moments, but Alexibi actually really delivered as well on that map of Inferno. That's the crazy round. It's one of these rounds that I was talking about, Freya. This situation with Alexibi in this 1v4 situation actually forces the one-on-one onto Nexa, gives away his life, but the rest of G2 is somewhere picking strawberries, very far away from the bomb, and that's a round that changed the entire match.
Yeah, impressive they found a way to lose that round. Another thing that's impressive is m0NESY's 1v5. I repeat, a 1v5, not with the AWP, but with the AK-47. Getting the 2 first kills, chiming up with a third one. The 4th kill right here, jumping through the smoke and destroying Alexibi doesn't make any sense. And then Emma, at this point, I guess he's scared. He knows what's coming for him. Of course, m0NESY had to pull off that 1v5.
Yeah,
71.
beautiful work.
71%. Can you imagine that?
That's absolutely insane, but well deserved from m0NESY. Unfortunately, not going to be seeing G2 in this very arena, though. But we can take a look at what we will be looking at today in the brackets, because this is how the quarterfinals have been progressing onwards into the semis. Of course, Vitality versus NAVI later on today. So let's take a look at the schedule on that side of things as well, because 2 absolutely banging semi-finals coming away. Of course, Vitality looking to get back-to-back trophies, but I don't know about you, gentlemen. Are you ready to kick off the action today?
Oh, I am absolutely ready.
I think we should move on into the arena, but not before we head to a quick break. When we're back, FaZe versus MOUZ going down right here in the Etihad Arena.
This message is brought to you by Blast.
London, the jewel of England. At Blast, we're bringing a distinctly London feel to Counter-Strike. The sights, the sounds,
Bingo, bango, bongo, bish, bash, bosh.
and the pageantry.
Nah.
One final weekend, one final arena, and one final trophy. The culmination of the 2023 Blast Premier Circuit, and a chance for our 4 remaining teams to get their hands on that. A chance to be rounding out their year clad in gold. That is exactly what our 4 remaining teams are going to be fighting for here in the Etihad Arena. And we are in the heart of the action, joined, of course, by Mr. Murray Snake. How are you doing this morning, man?
I was doing great. I was watching you guys over there in the concourse. I thought that was pretty funny that someone asked Maniac to take a photo of him.
No, he wanted.
Is that real? Was that a real story?
It's a real story.
You didn't just make that up for that moment?
No, it is a real story.
Okay. I believe it. I believe it. This guy's famous. He actually got approached by a couple fans when I was around him already.
He's
You're
a very
in the
famous
presence
guy.
of great.
I know, superstar over here. All right.
That's why he has to go on the other side of the desk. Speaking of greatness, we've got a great semi-final ready to be coming up. We've got FaZe versus Mouse, and this one is a very spicy one indeed, Jacob, because there's a little bit of bad blood between these two teams, isn't there?
I don't know if there's bad blood, but there's a roster change happening not so long ago where Frozen did the ballsy move, some may say, to go into the FaZe clan once again. He's been coming for that for a long, long time. Frozen has been the star of Mouse for a long, long time. He used to play with Kerrigan back in the days. He used to play with Robs back in the day. And as Kerrigan said, he promised Frozen that whenever there was a possibility of bringing him into FaZe, he would do it. He lived up to that promise, and I think Frozen coming into FaZe is a very interesting case. Because, you see, FaZe have the upper hand. They've been beating Mouse over and over and over, and now they took off their best player as well. So how do we think that's going to change?
I mean, listen, if you're Mouse, you legitimately hate FaZe Clan. Yeah. You hate them. They have stopped you in your tracks so many times since CS2 came out. Mouse is one of the teams that has been the most improved, that we got the most excited about, and every step of the way, FaZe said, stop it. That's it. Would it be in quarterfinal, in semifinal, in grand final? Mouse have not been able to beat FaZe in CS2 in 4 series.
What do you think that reasoning is behind that, Mo? Because we've seen FaZe coming into CS2 just looking so hot. Obviously, we saw the streak ending just a couple of weeks ago back in Copenhagen at the hands of Vitality. But essentially, any trophy that these guys set their eyes on, they've been able to lift it so far.
With the exception, obviously, of the fall finals, where Vitality showed that they were a force to be reckoned with. But, with FaZe, when they came into CS2, they hit the ground running. They looked so sharp right away. They didn't overthink the fact that it's a new game. They just put their noses to the grindstone. They started looking at all the utility that they need in order to put map control procedures together well. And once they did that, they honestly just took off. It didn't even feel like they missed a single step. And the thing is that FaZe, it's always been a motivation thing. If they can actually get themselves rallied to focus on the game, it feels like they can play some of the best Counter-Strike in the world.
Well, let's check in with the talisman of the squad. It's Kerrigan, courtesy of James Banks.
Kerrigan, we often describe Mouse as a mini FaZe, or some people say like the budget FaZe. How do you view them?
I think they have showcased the last few months how good they actually are. I think they have a good structure. They have very hungry players. They're shooting really hard. And I think in the beginning of CS2, when we played them a lot, like in Shanghai and other tournaments, I felt like they were the second best team in the world. Obviously, they lost to us in the end, but it's not a team you should underestimate at any point. And I think they have showcased already here with a new player how good they are.
And looking at that, you've played them 4 times on CS2, you've won all these times, you had a close overtime game, but now you've got Frozen and you've taken their best player. So does it make it an easier matchup?
I mean, obviously, we had a lot of chemistry in our team, right, with the old lineup, and we played for 2 years. And the question is how hungry they are, and I think it's I think they're really hungry to kind of beat us, just because we beat them the last few times, and also now Frozen is with us, right? So I think it's going to be a very rough game. It's not going to be easy or anything. I think still the state of CS2 you can't really underestimate, but I think we are feeling confident. And both teams are still here to kind of find the new chemistry with the lineup, right?
Confidence certainly going to be key for FaZe coming into this one. So, Jacob, how do you feel Frozen has been integrating into this new FaZe lineup so far? Has it been a good temperature check for you?
Yeah, I'd say so. It's hard to judge on a very small sample size, to be completely honest. We need to see more of Frozen, but I think what we have seen so far is that he can definitely deliver on the server. We know how good he is. We know the individual qualities of Frozen. We even praised him when he was at his best in Mouse to be, I would argue, a top 5 rifler in the world. He's up there in that caliber. So, in terms of integration into FaZe, give it a couple of months before we see the full face of Frozen, but I think so far he's been looking good. Also, role-wise, it hasn't really changed that much for him. It seems like they're catering into his capabilities, at least on some of the maps. So far, so good for Frozen.
Matthew, it's kind of a poetic storyline, right? Just looking at this image back in 2019 when he was formerly under the reins of Kerrigan, also Robs beside him as well.
Yeah, listen, there is a beautiful drama and kind of romance into this game as well, because you'd be remiss to think Frozen is actually still a relatively young player, but he's been, targeted as the young veteran because because he had his first steps in Mouse. Mouse were the first team to kind of give him his chance. At the time, Mouse Sports, that was even a different name of the organization with Kerrigan, with Robs. But you're looking at a player that now has improved so much and put so much into his game. I agree with Jacob. I agree with the sentiment. I think the sample size is too small. What the numbers tell you so far is that on the T side, it's been brilliant from Frozen, but the CT side has been very complicated for him. So there is a margin for sure in terms of adaptation and adjustment, and maybe something to target for Mouse as well.
I love this quote on screen as well, because it truly was like a family, Maui, for Frozen when he was, you know, departing Mouse. He was there for such a long time.
I know. You look at it and you think of kind of these great betrayals in history, just like Benedict Arnold, you got Lando Calrissian, but I like the Kevin Durant comparison. The fact that he lost to this team so many times, and then he's like, you know what, I'm just going to rejoin my family. He's calling them their family. They were winning back in 2019 with this roster. And I think another element to this whole matchup that I really want to bring up about Frozen, he knows their strat book. He knows what Mouse has been doing. So on top of the fact that he's an upgrade for FaZe, or he should be, it's that he also knows exactly what's going on in Shuei's head at every point in the round.
I love that, and I would like to discuss that with you, because I agree, the amount of information he's got is huge. But if you think that FaZe have always had Mouse's number figured out, is there a world in which you overthink it a little bit? Because whatever they've been doing has been working. And if you're Frozen, maybe you go to Kerrigan and say, listen, this is what he does. These are what the strategies. These are our protocols. I wonder if you can do that misstep. I mean, Jacob, you've been there already, anti-stratting sometimes.
Yeah.
It can be a tricky, like a slippery slope.
I think I get what you're trying to say here. You know, you can overthink certain situations. However, Kerrigan is not a guy that is hardcore anti-stratting his opponents. He's still an in-game leader that likes to stay to his own strengths. If then Frozen can come in and give him a couple of clues in terms of how do you call in a mid-round scenario against Shuei on Inferno when you're in this situation, or on Mirage when you're doing this, then I think that's only going to help Kerrigan. I think there's a case to be made had FaZe had a less experienced in-game leader, but Kerrigan has tried it all, so I wouldn't worry for a second.
Yeah, think about the career trajectory or kind of the development arc when we're talking about the two in-game leaders on each side, right? Because you've got Kerrigan, one of the most established in-game leaders, so many accolades to his name. And then you've got Shuei, who surely wants to be replicating that same success, Matthew.
Oh, you're definitely right. And this is sort of reminiscent of what Counter-Strike is today. It's like players need so much less time to get to this beautiful level as well. Because Kerrigan, it's not just a product that took 3 months to put together. It's a career of years and years and years, different versions of Counter-Strike. And in the last two, he's been that successful. And now you're looking at Shuhei and you're thinking, wow, could he one day become Kerrigan? Because he's got a very stylistically similar style. I like how he conducts himself as well, how he represents himself in terms of captain, leader of men. But yeah, he's going up against the boss. Kerrigan definitely is the boss when it comes to the IGL.
I was just about to say, you know, I wouldn't be surprised in a couple of years. Kerrigan is a guy in the last year of his Counter-Strike career. You know, he's not going to play in 5 or 10 years from now. I doubt that. Shuhei is a perfect fit to come in there and take over in FaZe. So sure, they go up against each other right now on the stage. Shuhei would do everything he can in order to win this game.
We're already talking about the Shuhei absorption.
Honestly, don't be surprised if in 2 years from now, then Shuhei will be wearing that FaZe Clan jersey and they'll be doing just fine.
And I see it being a possibility. Shuhei has spoken about the fact that he looked at IGLs of the past and present and looked at Kerrigan as someone that was a role model of his. Yeah. So very likely that he molded himself in that figure. And like Matthew said, the fact that when Shuhei's playing, when he's calling, he's so mid-round dependent. He's so quick to act, so quick to make a strong read that just changes the entire flow of the game. It's exactly how Kerrigan's called his entire career, and it's a reason that Kerrigan has lifted so many trophies.
Let's switch things up to talk a bit more about the kind of traditional stars, I guess we would say, of the lineup, because we've got Rops, somebody that's taken like a duck to water coming into CS2. He's learning all these nerdy little tricks. And then we've got Yimfat on the other side of things, who, when we look back to ESR Pro League, where Mouse were able to lift the trophy, Matthew, it was a concern, you know, bringing in such a young player, but he absolutely blew everybody's expectations out of the water.
Definitely. Pedal to the metal when it comes to Yimpat. I already referred to him as a safe value, a reliable player that is going to perform and have numbers that completely outweighs the position that he's playing. But here is my problem. I should be standing here telling you that Yimpat is the best anchor. He's an incredible go-to. But he's going up against Robs. Probably one of the only player that can, in contrast, force me to moderate my take when it comes to Yimpat, because whatever he's doing, Robs does it best. At least in CS2, Robs has been a trendsetter when it comes to how to play the game.
I agree, you know, but I also do feel that if there's any player out there we can put up against Robs, it would be Yimfat. I think that's a testament to how well he's playing, because you're right, Robs in CS2 so far have been absolutely fantastic. We even praised him for perhaps being the most informed player when the game came out. I think Yimfat is close to him. I don't think the disparity between the two are that big. I think the way Yimfat reacts on the server, the way he's playing those anchor positions, he's almost forming a new role or showing a new pathway of how you can play the anchor role. You think of an anchor as a guy who's standing still and who's very static. Nah, Yimfat is an anchor that is moving around, being proactive with the moves, and he's doing hella good in Mouse.
On top of that, he's moving so well, he's positioning well, but his first spot possible. He has been blistering with the speed. His time to kill has been just so mega at this event. If I actually, and this is crazy, you look at FaZe, you look at Mouse, you think of all the heavy hitters in here. At this event, I think the mechanics for Yimfat have been the best of anybody. He has been so fast with every single time he needs to kill 2 people. It's like he can always make it happen.
There's so many mouthwater comparisons that we have when we look at these 2 teams going head to head. And another curious one has to be Broky versus Torzy, right? Because yesterday, Maui, it was kind of a complicated affair because Torzy was lighting up the server, but with the rifle against Cloud9.
Actually, at this event, Torzy, he's using the op less to get his kills. It's 5% lower than his entirety of CS2. As of the year, it's 10% lower. So he's really actually opping much less. If you compare him to Broky, who gets over half of his kills with the AWP, Torzy, it's more like 45% now. So Torzy has really unlocked himself, and that's actually why he is the highest T-side rated player at this event right now.
And it's always an interesting discussion, because is it a good thing that Torzy is so effective with the rifle, or could it be a bad thing, right? Do you need that AWP presence on the server to go up against Broky, or is it okay for Torzy to play the rifle? I think the way Mouse is approaching the game and the way they play, they can get away with having 5 rifles on the T side on certain maps, but sometimes I would like Torzy to pick up the AWP and maybe trust in it a bit more. I think the reason for him not doing it is that he's so good with the rifle that he feels he can do both, but in CS2, in CSGO, you need that all presence. Look at Cloud9.
I think that's a problem, exactly. I do believe it's a problem. It's going to be a limiting factor for Mouse in this grand final. All good for them. If financially times are a little bit dire, he can bring up the rifle and he can have an impact. That's good. But we have been already proven in a couple of events that the snipers who actually don't make that jump, who don't learn to play with the AWP, have become problematic. We saw with Iowa at the very beginning in Sydney, very complicated on the AWP, granted different updates at the time, but he had to work his way back to it. And deciding moments, Torzy cannot M4 his way out of this one. He needs the AWP.
Exertion, courtesy of James Banks.
Now, I want to look at the situation with you and FaZe Clan, because ultimately for you and FaZe, it's been 4 best-of-3s now in CS2 that they've managed to win. You've had a close OT, you had some fight in it, but now you've lost Frozen. So where do you look at this as you guys can get an advantage?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we're both in similar situations. I think that they were in a really good period, and now they switched the player, even though obviously David is amazing. And I still think that they will need to figure out some stuff with him. But yeah, I think that we're in a similar situation. They're obviously a great team, and there is a reason why we lost to them 4 times in a row. But I mean, we all take it as motivation just to beat them, because I certainly think that they're the best team in the world today. And yeah, just looking forward to play against them and doing our best.
And everyone's talking about revenge. Is this the extra motivating factor? Can the no pressure help you be able to get that revenge and get this win?
I mean, maybe. I think that me personally, as well as the team, we don't really focus on that too much. I don't like to create storylines like Frozen left, I want to beat him. I think he's still a good friend of mine, and I wish him all the best of luck. And yeah, we're just going to do our job like we did yesterday and versus Heroic as well, and just do our best and get out there and get the win.
Yeah, this must be an incredible prospect for Exertion going up against his former teammate and FaZe at that. But I'm curious, gentlemen. Vetoes, map picks, and bans. Where are we landing in this? What do you expect, Matthew?
I mean, there are a few things that we know, which, for example, Anubis should not be part of that pool. Mouse not really mess with that much. I personally wonder about FaZe's ban. It has been Vertigo in the past, and they do stay the course. And now that begs the question, if you're Mouse, Maui personally, I think Inferno or Mirage, it's one of these two. It has to be one of the two.
I would take Mirage. I think the calling has been phenomenal for them on it, and they are going to be going with it. I think that also really helps out because Brolin is just in his comfort zone on this one, so the stand-in situation is somewhat mitigated. And now for FaZe's pick, they go for, okay, it's actually Overpass on that one. That's a bit interesting. I felt like it could have been Ancient or Overpass, but I was leading Ancient myself.
I think this is already a fantastic veto for FaZe Clan, to be completely honest. I wouldn't have gone for Mirage if I were Mouse. Coming into the tournament, they lost 4 out of the last 5 games on the map. Sure, they had a bit of success as the tournament, but I don't see that as a staple for them. Overpass without Frozen, but Brolin on the lineup, I think that's a punish pick coming in for FaZe. And then the third deciding map being Nuke, the most tactical, the most rotation-heavy map in the map pool. So if we get out there, then I know Kerrigan is going to have a field day toying with Brolin and that rotation.
It has to be a punish, honestly. With the fact that Ancient was rightfully taken with 100% win rate for FaZe, a map that they've trialed and picked and won time and time again, this has to be Kerrigan saying, you guys are not ready on Overpass. Whatever's happening, you guys are not ready, and we are going to take you down on it.
I am very curious to see exactly how this one is going to be playing out, but not before we head things to a quick break. When we're back, it's time to welcome the 2 teams into the Etihad Arena here in Abu Dhabi for the Blast Premier World Finals.
Siemku.
This is the Blast Premier World Final 2023, and we are here in Abu Dhabi once again. These teams fought all year long to qualify at some of the biggest events, to gain points and find their place here to fight one final time for that trophy. Are you guys ready? Now, when we got here, some of the teams were not at their full strength. Some of the teams were limping coming into this. They're trying to change as we reach a new style and a new game. CS2 is here. Some teams got themselves prepared a little bit earlier than others. We quickly saw ENCE and Heroic fall down, followed by a G2 that looked like they might be able to make it, but it wasn't quite enough. Then we saw Cloud9. They bowed out with almost a lack of style, a lack of strength. But now we have our 4 teams ready to take to this stage. Are you with me, guys? These players are ready to take to the stage and give it their all. They're ready to fight one final time with hopes of lifting this trophy. So it's time to get the semi-final underway.
Once again, FaZe are on the warpath. Seemingly unstoppable against any opponent who stands in their way. Setting their sights firmly on reaching the grand finals.
He's got the kit. My God, he can get it. Welcome to FaZe.
The determination of Kerrigan and his team, with the addition of Frozen, has left all rivals set packing.
Rain with clinical precision shuts out G2.
Now, stepping into the semifinals, they'll be looking to continue that tenacity and prove that FaZe have what it takes to be the world final champions.
Taking their first steps with new addition Frozen and saying welcome to FaZe with their signature overtime wins. They have not slowed down in Abu Dhabi. Now they go up against their little brother for a shot at the grand final. Brokey, the Latvian laser. Rain, the architect. Kerrigan, the fearless leader. Frozen, the young veteran. Rops, the one with the game. This is FaZe Clan!
What a performance. This team are looking deadly. We'll see Mouse in the semi-finals.
The semifinals beckon for Mouse, with so much to prove to both themselves and their fans. Coming into the world final, Shui and team have defied expectations at almost every turn. Although their journey through the group stage was not always plain sailing, They were always able to keep their resolve and fight to the bitter end to earn their place amongst the final 4 teams. Demonstrating complete dominance against Cloud9 in the quarterfinals has proven they are here to shut down any who oppose them. Another step towards greatness. MOUZ are poised to seize glory, eager to prove their critics wrong and solidify themselves as World Final champions.
Coming into the World Final with Brolan as a stand-in, they look strong with big smiles on their faces and the same confidence we always see. Now revenge is on their mind, but it will not be an easy task. Can it all come together at just the right time? Brolan, the smiling stand-in. Torzi, the terrific AWPer. Shuhei, the confident leader. Exertion, the sharp entry fragger. Yimfat, the dominant rookie. This is MOUZ!
MOUZ versus FaZe, our first semi-final here in Abu Dhabi, and one where Torzi has aptly stated he wants to claim some sweet, sweet revenge, because we've talked about it on the side of FaZe Clan. Frozen moving on over. What kind of holes does that leave in the MOUZ camp, though, Jacob?
I mean, it's a very tough player to replace. We know Frozen to be, as said, one of the greatest riflers we have in the game and have had the past couple of years. He's up there in the conversations when we name the top 5. So to replace him is not an easy task. Brolan, as a player type, as an individual, not on quite the same level. So it's one of those scenarios where, yeah, you look to replace Frozen, but more so you look at other players within the lineup to step up, take more responsibility, have a bit more of an impact on the server. I'm looking to my Exertion. I'm looking towards my Gymfat. I'm looking towards Torsi with the AWP as well. Sure, we can expect Brolan to come in and do the job on the server and do a decent job, but it's not him. It's not him that's supposed to be the difference maker. It's everyone else.
Yeah, he's not going to be a win condition. It is possible, although for him to overperform, and I guess you're going to have to keep an eye on him. The one way I look at it, the one silver lining, the one fact that I cannot get away from my head is that there is no pressure for MOUZ whatsoever. All of these series that we've talked about, all of the past confrontations between the two teams, they were trying to get to FaZe. They had their full team, they were trying to get there, and eventually they would break down pretty much like anybody else would to FaZe. But if you're in a MOUZ camp, you have nothing to worry about in this game. You have absolutely goddamn nothing. You can play with your hearts out. If you lose, nobody's gonna come for you. You just lost your superstar to the big brother of FaZe, bigger budget, bigger team, bigger prestige. You have nothing to lose. Enjoy yourself.
With how they've been playing with Brolan, I actually think that there is a chance. I'm not gonna go out on a limb and say that they're the favorites by any means, but they've looked good with Brolan. They've looked comfortable. Brolan's actually gotten a few of his old positions that he used to play. Thankfully, they matched up very well with what Frozen left in his absence, and so they've actually run so many different setups. That's what's really impressed me about MOUZ. The fact that they can run a CT side with 8, 9 different setups in the same half because Brolan is comfortable moving things around. He's played with obviously a dysfunctional NIP roster, but he has played also with some of the greatest people in Swedish Counter-Strike history, and in those teams, he had to be flexible. And so, being a stand-in for him, that's what do you think being a stand-in is like? When you used to play with JW and Flusho, who were throwing the rulebook out the window every single time they joined the server with him. This is nothing for him.
Yeah, you're used to a little bit of chaos if you're Brolan by now. Let's fixate a little bit on Mirage, because obviously we saw MOUZ taking on Cloud9 yesterday. You said obviously that was a bit of an anomaly. Now we weren't expecting that sort of a blowout. Also faced up against against Iraq. That was 13-5. So, Jacob, it's clearly a comfortable ground for MOUZ at the moment. Obviously, contextually, some of those teams, not the caliber of FaZe Clan by any stretch of the imagination. Do you think they can bring it to FaZe or Mirage?
Yeah, I think they can. You know, it has been a comfort pick them for quite some time. However, as I said, coming into the tournament, they've been losing a lot of Mirage with Frozen on the lineup. They haven't been looking good on the map for quite some time. So in that regard, I feel like it's more so a comfort pick in knowing that they probably had limited amount of practice coming into the tournament. Broline has his position. He's feeling comfortable on Mirage. That's why you're going for it. So we also saw the limitations in the video, knowing that MOUZ couldn't really do much there.
I agree with you, but there is a very simple fact. Mirage is the only map that MOUZ has ever taken from FaZe on LAN. It is the only map. That was at CAC. That was the first time they played a 2-1 victory for FaZe. They played it twice already. And there is a name that we haven't even mentioned yet that I think is instrumental to Mirage. It's Shuhi and how he's been playing in this tournament. What the hell is up with this guy individually? We hype his calls, of course. We hype the mid-rounds and all this decision-making. But he's been calling his own numbers in some of these setups, being out there, fighting towards middle, towards connector. He is not supposed to have a 1.20 plus rating. He is not. This is extravagant. It's crazy.
The thing with Shuhi is he's exposed now. He's exposed in the sense that he's alone. We heard about Frozen being in MOUZ, coming into FaZe, being the second voice. He has a lot of says in how you call mid-rounds. He's giving a lot of ideas to Shuhi. That player is now gone. Now it's only Shuhi. Sure, someone else around him can step up and take up the change from Frozen, but if you're Shuhi right now, a lot, as you said, relies on you. Not only are you playing well at this tournament, but you also know that you are now the voice on the team. There's no Frozen to lean back on. There's no secondary caller that's been doing it for quite some time. So if I'm Shuhi right now, I feel exposed, I feel alone, and I feel the pressure on my shoulders.
Well, he's got a great guy right behind him. Cyclone can't be understated. The fact that he was able to bring all of these MOUZ NXT players now on the main MOUZ roster into such tier 1 form so quickly, if there's anyone that I also think can put the pieces together and make a system function with limited time, it's somebody like him, because he did it through the rigor of some of the toughest tier 2 CS has ever been at, and now he's doing it on the world stage. So I think that Shuhi, sure, in the server, when the game is live, it is going to be tough for him, but I'm sure that they came up with a game plan before.
Gentlemen, we're almost ready to get into the action, so final thoughts. FaZe or MOUZ? Who is going to be taking it, Matthew?
I'll do it. Screw this, I'll do it. I think MOUZ takes it in 3. I think it's the moment. I think it's the time. I don't think they're favored, but I think an upset is on the cards here. I think that's the moment to call an upset.
I will agree that it will go to 3 maps, but it will be FaZe that come out the victors. I think both of these teams are going to be winning their own map picks.
Deciding vote, Jacob.
There's absolutely nothing I can look at coming into this game that makes me think MOUZ is going to take down FaZe Clan. I think it's going to be a 2-0 for FaZe.
Well, we are ready to be getting our first semi-final here in the Etihad Arena underway. Mirage, the first map, the pick of MOUZ coming into things, and it's Henry G and Anders to bring you all the action.
Hello, Abu Dhabi. Yes, indeed, it's semi-finals time, baby. And we have got one very special match to kick things off here in the arena. MOUZ taking on FaZe. No love lost between these two teams. My name is Henry G. Anders Bloom. You've got to be excited for this one.
I've never been more ready, Henry. I can't wait to get into this game. There's so much story between the two. Frozen on the other side of the fence now.
Icy dagger right between the shoulder blades of MOUZ. It's going to be such a compelling storyline, and we're kicking things off momentarily, ladies and gentlemen. What a game this is going to be as we get ready. It's my absolute pleasure to present to you the Blast Premier World Finals semis, live and direct from Abu Dhabi. MOUZ look to challenge the kings of Counter-Strike, the titans that are FaZe Clan. And with so many compelling storylines at play, it's almost impossible to recall who will be going towards that grand final.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're heading into the game. It is going to be on Mirage to kick things off with. We're one step short of the grand final here. Someone has to make it through. And we're going to decide right here today who it'll be. FaZe starting on the CT side. MOUZ on the T side of things, and they are queuing up. All they need is for Jimfat to make his way down through the underpass, or maybe through middle, and I think they're going to be hitting this bomb side. In fact, they're sneaking out. Henry, no grenades, nothing thrown.
Yeah,
FaZe don't know this is happening yet. Here comes the grenades finally. You can see them in the sky in the back. They're going to be smoking off towards that connector. And Rain's biding his time, waiting to pop that USP, but he's missing the shots finally. Here we go. A second kill for Rain. Is it enough to stop us? Maybe not yet. Exertion gets a kill, but he will get taken down, and Rain is still alive here somehow. He's done everything he needed to pick off this pistol.
A surgical performance there from Rain. You were right, a couple of missed shots, but my God, did he ever make up for it there. The nice contact play coming in from Mouse, getting decent ground towards the sandwich, close to the bomb site, but Rain was one step ahead for her. Every single shot connects from the initial encounter, and it's just a beautiful pistol there from FaZe. Frozen's loving it. They put their best foot forward to kick things off here on Mirage. And there's no bomb planted, and it suggests it has to be the full eco. I think we've got a couple of P250s. That's about it. As you can see, FaZe preparing for the following round with rifles pretty much across the board, apart from Brokey, operating the MP9, and of course, trying to farm that money, baby. He's going towards the underpass, wants those frags towards top of middle. It's going to be Rox and Brokey opening things up in style. Clean sweep delivered there by FaZe Clan. 2-0, no problem. But that was the easy task. We know what's coming up next. This AK-47 is going to be deadly, and they're going to have plenty of utility to deal with, seeing as they focus on those rifles in the second, sacrificing those grenades.
We'll see if they want to get extra spicy with the MP9s that are left here. It happens sometimes, you know, in the third round, you'll get some of the submachine guns out hunting a little bit more to try and find those kills early on and try and do a little bit of impact, because at range, even if we do talk a lot about how some players are good with the MP9 at range, obviously the AK is...
Some people treat it like a rifle these days. In CS2, there's something about it. This looks almost too powerful. Bear in mind, this is the specialty pick of Mouse, so FaZe hitting this emphatic start is just what the doctor ordered. B-bomb site anchor famously is Karrigan. Some teams choose to challenge him, maybe even bully him, and Jimpat, no stranger to this position. Oh, here comes an MP9, doesn't quite deliver. Frozen though, he will be answering back. Boosted up towards shot, gets the double kill.
That's huge. Kimmy's not done yet. Oh, maybe he is. Meets his maker there. It's Brokey on the other side to take him down. And the rest of the force, that's a bit unusual. They actually got down into the bomb site, but half the Mouse team never made it there, crucially carrying the bomb. So initially, it looked like they could have got some control, could have covered some ground there. Had about a minute left now in the 2-on-3.
So it's set piece. A tactic out of spawn there. Trying to use brute force in towards that B-bomb site, challenging Karrigan. He did significant damage with that MP9, but Frozen boosted. Nice spray down, finds a double kill, but the round's far from over. Shui has had a fantastic tournament so far. Look like an absolute animal on Mirage, especially. 4G 50 HP, they have no utility to speak of, and time is of the essence. Do both players make their way towards the Palace? It seems to be the case. And what's the next move? How do you even operate in this sort of scenario? You just have to swing out, find both kills, and to be fair, the A side is relatively open. It's Rain choosing to operate from that A ramp. He has no further utility. We just find one of these kills that should be enough to deny the plant and make this round impossible.
But as long as he stays on the ramp, they have to make noise eventually, and he's just going to be able to shoot one in the back. If he goes back and takes the fight and loses it now, that's the way Mouse could win this round. Oh no. Right. Not perfect, but he'll get the job done. So he goes down. Torchi's out of time. Nothing he can do. He can win the fight, but he cannot plant the bomb. So it's a little bit of damage onto FaZe. But again, this was sort of their bonus round, so they don't maybe care so much about that. Mouse unable to even get the bomb planted.
Well, Brokey's got almost $8,000 going to the next round, so he can buy himself an AWP. They'll be absolutely fine financially, and it's a huge round to win. The AKs barely make a dent there. It's Karrigan taking most of the aggro. You can see what a great shot. It was from Yimfab, but Frozen on a swivel, boosted up, gets the double kill, saves the day, and it will be FaZe continuing their domination so far on the CT side of Mirage. Great shots, great teamwork there, good crossfire, and we'll see what Mouse have got in store next. A bit of a partial buy, the last bonus starting to accumulate at this stage. We've got the Tech 9s, and Torji, of all players, with the AK-47 now, Anders. Going to be the sniper, but he's been fantastic this tournament. A lot of pressure being applied toward that A-ramp once again. Torji be coming from the Palace. Here comes the first kill. I thought a few missed shots so far, but he'll be finding the first killing blow. Brokey gets the second kill, and Shui does finally make a dent in the CT defense.
Jimfat's still on the other side operating, so it looks like they're sort of trying to stay alive and wait for him. They're not going to be able to, because Rox will find them, and the Molotov will rain down just to make sure there's nobody else in that corner. The bomb is lost. Nice shot for Jimfat. Oh, he's trying to land that second one, but he will be denied by Frozen. So it's another great round out of FaZe. They're loving life for the moment.
They really are. Couldn't get much better than this. It's not been a single bomb plant yet. None of these rounds have been close. They keep getting decent control of the map. They get themselves in promising positions, but the frags aren't coming through. The trades aren't there. And like I mentioned, no C4 going down is a little bit problematic. to say the least. They've got the maximum loss bonus now, but still there'll be limitations going forward with Torji buying that hero AK, no bomb plant, that limits their economy in general. Like, it's surprising that Torji would be picking up the AK considering we need his money to be strong.
Yeah, I guess maybe he had a spawn for it that he felt like he could maybe go and challenge on that A ramp to begin with, but definitely not the usual character you'd want to see try and go for something like that.
Cyclone steps in, doesn't want this one to spiral, and as mentioned, the money will be compromised. So it will be Torji down to Galil. It's fine in CS2. It's a very meta weapon, but you'd like to see him with the AWP, that's for sure. As we get into round number 5, 4-0. In favor of FaZe. And reminders is froze up against his former teammates, and Robs full send up middle. This time it's Rush for the opening frag. This is the first advantage they've had in some time. It's a double kill for Zertian. They need to slow things down now, reset the round, no need to continue with momentum. CTs will have to react and they know it.
Huge battle in the middle to be won by Exertion there. That's everything they could have wished for. But now they need to still complete the round. It's not done yet.
This is perfect though. They didn't overthink it. They just slow it down, pump the brakes. No need to rush into a choke point and find a CT stack. This is their round to lose now. 5 versus 3, significant damage taken towards Zertian and Brolan, but I can't see a world where they give this one up.
Say the fact that Brokey's still alive, he's the kind of player that can change a round like this one. That's like one of the big X factors that FaZe will have sometimes is, and he's warmed up right now. He's 5-2 at the moment. So I think that's a likely candidate if FaZe were going to get back into this round that maybe beat the hands of Brokey. 47 seconds now. And he is getting close to the middle, actually pushing in front of the smoke. That's so crazy. What a move. Molotov to keep him safe for a little bit. They're not going to be expecting this, but once he gets the kill, could he even escape here? Oh, they do expect it. Jimbat's so clever. He doesn't just peek straight in there. He has an idea that could be happening, and now I think they're home safe. Molotov, 25 seconds, but there's nobody here that can stop the bomb plant.
Like the idea from FaZe here. Line the pressure top middle. Don't let them get comfortable. Don't let them run their defaults. And it is Zertian with the double kill. On through the smoke as well. 5 players surviving here. A sigh of relief. As soon as they take the timeout, Anders, they get a nice clean sweep. There are 2 weapons being saved by FaZe here. Karrigan and Frozen looking to hold on to their rifles. It will be a relatively strong buy if they can hold on to both of these M4s. Mouse know it as well. The CT economy in CS2 can be brutal. One round like this, they're only going to get $1,400 on top. So it is imperative they hold on to the rifles here. Karrigan in towards the kitchen, hoping that Brolan doesn't come looking for him. The new boy, of course, a Mouse, Frozen's replacement, had a pretty decent tournament. I don't think he's looking like his former self, but he's actually looking pretty good, all things considered. He's been kind of plug and play at his stage.
Yeah, and it's a lot to expect that he's going to be able to rise to the same level. He's also competing with some really hard-hitting players, on his team. So, you're going to have maybe not find the same space that he had on Mouse, but as long as he's not a liability early on, we'll take it as a sign of success here. Assertion doing everything. And I like that you highlighted it, like, not panicked yet, Mouse. They might be behind, but they're not feeling so much pressure that they're just rushing the middle blindly after getting the opening. They keep it cool. A little bit of a tech pause here, but
if they'd given that one up, it would have been maybe difficult to recover this game, because that 5-on-3, it was difficult to imagine a world where it went wrong for them. Speaking of things going wrong, looks like we got a cheeky PC replacement going down on stage.
Yeah. So someone stole an entire PC, man.
Yeah, that's out.
Ran away. Sick.
Well, Anders, I didn't get a chance to ask you. You do need to put a prediction on the line. I know it's early, and I know we have seen 4 rounds of FaZe, but do you think there's a chance Mouse can actually take this series? A couple of the analysts seem to think it's possible.
Yeah, FaZe is such a hard team. Whenever they play, I have a hard time, predicting what's going to happen. Because obviously they're such a strong team, but every once in a while you see them stumble a little bit. I mean, usually they're really good in making the comebacks, but with Frozen on the team, who the hell knows? I would have to throw my lot in with FaZe. I love the story of Mouse losing Frozen and then just saying...
seeking revenge.
Yeah, exactly. Getting the revenge.
Yeah.
That'd be so sick. But really I'm going to have to put my lot in with FaZe.
What have you thought of Brolan so far? Like a career, they felt like it was coming to an end, to be honest with you. With NIP, didn't seem to go too well for him, got out of there. And now, actually returning to form, do you feel like he can go back to superstar levels?
I really hope so. I really hope so. There's so many people that have vouched for Brolan, especially in the Swedish scene, that I said that he is the next big thing in Swedish Counter-Strike. But obviously, the NIP playground has just been such a strange spot. It looks like nothing's been happening there for a really long time. So I would love to see Brolan rediscover himself, again, maybe just go and play somewhere else.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? Because he wants to be in Swedish-speaking teams, but they don't really exist anymore at this stage. But ladies and gentlemen, in terms of this game itself, it's going to be a best of 3. Mirage kick things off, of course, at the pick of Mousesports. We've got Overpass up next, pick of FaZe, a very technical map, difficult for a team to actually challenge him at that sort of capacity. Then Nuke to close things out. I hope we see all 3 map standards, because it has been an epic tournament so far. Very interesting games and insane comebacks across the board.
Well, listen, we are going to get a little bit of backup, Henry, in continuing on this conversation. We do have the desk people ready, so but they're getting another PC. One of them was stolen. So, what do you think on the desk? Is it time for Brolan to recover his career?
I think so, and Matthew definitely thinks so.
I just want to say I only answer to Freya. I don't answer to Anders.
Yeah.
He's not my supervisor, so he cannot ask me questions.
I'm going to ask you the same question then. You worried because you picked Mouse to be winning?
No, I'm not worried at all. What kind of fan would I be if I was worried after 5 rounds? No, not at all. We've seen very limited Counter-Strike, so we're going to do the most pinpoint analytical remarks we can on 5 rounds, try to make the most out of it. A little bit of mind game going to this immediately. Mouse, first gun round, trying to hit that B contact. 3 players from B there. The double setup with Frozen and Robs, trying to target Kerrigan. Didn't work out, immediately smashed. And then a bit of exertion action towards middle, which we're going to see it all. And that's my analysis for the 5 per round. So where to go from there now?
Maui, do you agree on the same takes that Matthew presented?
That's a great summary of what's happened so far. I'm glad that Frozen hasn't died yet. That's pretty nice. It's the ultimate revenge story. He's never going to die. He's actually never going to die in this matchup.
The first series with 0 deaths.
Well, how about we talk about what we think is going to happen from now on, right? Because we did see Mouse win a good round of Counter-Strike. We did see them go out middle, get the double entry, then fall back and play picture-perfect Counter-Strike. Now, can they replicate that? Can they do that consistently against a team like FaZe? I don't believe so. I didn't believe so coming into the game, but they've shown us now for 1 round they can do it, so let's get some more.
Yeah, you had a very dire analysis as well.
Matthew.
Hit me.
You were concerned about exertion in the first couple of days, right?
I was.
Sample size, T-side specifically for him. From what you saw yesterday, obviously that was a dominant performance over Cloud9. Did that kind of rekindle the fire and go, okay, maybe it was just a couple of days for exertion. Is he going to have to prove himself a little bit more here today?
I mean, in essence, it's great to see him have a good series just to fuel him with a little bit of confidence. But I do think when we were mentioning the people that can help Shui, I think we are doing Exertion lack of justice right here, because if you've ever stood behind Mouse or if you've ever seen Mouse play, Exertion is a very vocal player. And I think he's very involved with what's happening. And he might be a player that compensates when structurally there is an issue in the team. Yeah. He's going to put himself out there. He's going to be a bit too selfless for my liking. And when you look at some of the numbers, like the amount of entry duels he was taking on the T side, it's basically just, it's me. Like it's art level. It's above art level. It's 37% or whatever. So I think he suffers a little bit when the team can be a bit dysfunctional, as you would with a stand-in. So whenever he flies out mid, like Jacob was saying, and finds a double kill, that's a huge win condition. I just don't know how I can rely on it consistently.
No, it's tough to rely on it consistently, and I agree, Sergin is a very vocal player, but he also doesn't have the same amount of experience as a guy like Frozen, right? So it is still one of those scenarios where, yes, let's help out Shui. Let's hope Sergin can keep up the levels, because on T-side, he can be the difference maker for Mouse.
Certainly. We are ready to be jumping right back into the action. PC fixed, no more technical issues. So, Anders, did that sell you on the Brolan project? Did Matthew give you the pitch you wanted?
Be careful.
You said I wasn't his supervisor. I thought I was. I'm looking down from a great height up here. I do kind of feel like God, what's standing here. So I'm gonna say I think I can make Matthew to talk a little bit about.
Do whatever you want.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I feel like I have that kind of power up here. But yeah, I like the conversation. I'm glad we got a little bit of help here in the break. We're back into the mix, Henry. The scoreline is 4-1. FaZe are in the lead. Frozen is feeling great. He hasn't died yet at all. And Mouse, they have a big puzzle to solve right now. And maybe that is it. A boost in the middle. And Torchi's taking down Brokey.
Now he's got that AWP. That's more like it. They're going to need him firing on all cylinders here. He's been so instrumental in their victory so far. Fantastic performance from Torji. Opening frag, taking down his rival sniper in the form of Brokey. And now another 5 versus 4 ensues. This one recoverable for FaZe. Difficult purchasing as he drops down to the MP9. Kerrigan with his signature AUG, one of the first players to really utilize that weapon in CS2. Smokes down towards Connector. Looks to be an A split to finish things off. It may be an A execution. We've got 4 players making their way back towards the A round from Palace position. But Robs, bear in mind that MP9 tucking himself in. Utilizing his teammate in the form of Rain to potentially be baited in here.
Here's a flashbang for Rain. He's going to go for the peak. There's so many people on the other side. I like the idea. You're down a man. You want to get the element of surprise in there. They're trying to flash their way through with the SMG. But there were 3 people waiting for him. They weren't blind and not nearly enough there. So now they're in an even deeper hole at the moment. Rain's going to be going down. Carrigan and Frozen, surely you just save these rifles again.
I know. Frozen's got something to prove here, Anders, and he's still alive and kicking. Yet to die, 5-0. Might have to give this one up as the bomb's planted. Carrigan's been spotted and indeed dropped by Xerxes. Should be the double kill, but Frozen, the immortal, continues to frag. Finally taken down. It's Shuey to close the round out. It's got to be an eco now. The economy in shambles for FaZe. And Mouse completely online at this stage as well. Excellent work from Torji. Like he said, the boost towards top and middle. Brokey didn't see it coming. And it's just a perfect counter to what they had in mind. Lovely shot, great reaction speed as well. And as you mentioned, it's a nice idea to flash Robs in. A second later, it might have worked out. All three players could have been blind. Shuey, he's fired up. The in-game leader has had a fantastic tournament as well. He has looked rock solid, especially on Mirage. Dominated Cloud9. And a tactical timeout. Just to assess their options. Work out what they're up against here. They know FaZe can be a tricky team with these Desert Eagles, which are likely to come out. Sure, the money's weak, but there'll be enough to justify a few upgraded pistols, I assume. As Carrigan now has to work out how they make this round work. We've seen a lot of 5-man stacks in CS2. Seems to be the meta in these sort of rounds. You could, of course, rush middle as well, pounce with one flashbang, and we'll see what they've got in mind. Mouse might just go for a straight-up rush here and utilize the Wolfpack mentality.
I kind of like the fact that Mouse take the time out here, because this is a round that should be much easier, but they've also put in a lot of hard work to get to this position. You don't want to throw it away by, people just carelessly walking out into a bunch of Eagles. Or like you said, maybe some sort of pop flash in the middle. So just make sure Cyclone's really keeping them on a tight leash at the beginning of this game, and no one's getting away with anything here on the FaZe side. They're going to battle for this one. Mac-10 is out, a sign that Exertion knew exactly what the economy was going to be on the other side.
Good point, Anders. And it was the Zeus efforts there from Brokey completely shut down. Exertion looks to continue fragging and farming cash with the Mac-10. Jumping up in towards the window, there will be a Robs on the other side, making things a little complicated for him. But there it is, more money in the bag, $1,200 total, as he continues to push and find space here and towards that A-bomb site.
Such a different game when you got a Mac-10 and you can just jump everywhere.
Run and gun potential, bro. Yeah,
so
it's
sick.
Huge. Carrigan's down to 4. Shuey takes him down, no problem. Looking to complete a very clean round here. Our Mouse, 3 in a row after recovering this 4-0 deficit. A chance for Frozen. Now you know he's got the Deagle at the back. Probably don't want to be anything to do with that. He could go back in towards A. Rain will be waiting for just a P250. Torji, be careful, my friend. And they don't fancy the smoke. They're going to leave him be. And so she continues to frag after frag. 3 in total. $1,800 so far completed. So that's a huge injection to the economy. And worth the timeout, I reckon. Those sort of rounds can be scary against the likes of FaZe.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's textbook. Send the Mac-10 to do all of the hard work.
The scouts.
Everything you could have wanted, right? Even if he dies, it doesn't really matter that much. They're going to be in a fine position here. Wow, credit to Mouse for sticking in. Is this hard when you go down this much at the start of a game and you really start to fall behind? But they sunk their teeth in, and now they're right back. It's a really open game once again.
It's still a very complicated next round here. Sure, there's a buy, but not much of one. Rifle, sure, but look at the lack of utility. Robs has tried this aggressive maneuver a couple of times. The incendiary to deny the cross towards the mid-boxes here. Flashbang to come through. Does he fancy the swing? Takes a flash himself. And Dink and Brokey finds one through the smoke. And it has to be an A finish here. 2 players towards the Palace. One of the best players at the tournament so far. Jimfao will have the bomb in towards that position, and Rain to defend. This time they've got the advantage. Can they convert?
Bro, that's a good stop because Robs is flanking at the same time. He's in T spawn by now. So even without that kill, they probably were going to be in a lot of trouble on the T side, but it's just got so much worse. Jimfat's gone down. Rain seems to have really come online. He was good at the pistol, but now he's waking back up again. Easily gets rid of Sui, and it's going to be Frozen to get the last kill in there. They absolutely clean it up.
Yeah, beautiful round there. So if you're not aware, if you get a ding through the smoke, you do get an audible sound cue, so you're aware, like, okay, I've hit a player on the other side, continue to spray. Brokey actually converts it. That's the thing here. That's why he continues to shoot at that point. Nothing Xerxes can do. And rock solid from Rain as well. The old master continues to dominate that A-bomb site. And he gets himself 3 massive kills here. No problem. So smooth with it as well. And that's a massive performance from FaZe. Like we said, the utility was low. Rifles across the board, and now a set piece has been called for Shuey. They're going for the full execution from the very start of the round, Anders.
The tentacles of that old LGB lineup really went far with Crims and Olaf and everybody else. It's so wild to think about. Some ancient history now, but Rain part of that mix. Here we go. Nice Molotov onto Rain. It forces him forward. We'll see if that's going to be a good or a bad thing for the mouse side. They're already pretty close. He's black. I have no idea how he's stuck alive there. He should have been dead already. Exertion looking to take down Brokey, and somehow they convert it. Rain was in the corner. It was a great position. It could have been the multi-spray down, but instead, somehow, Mouse have found a way through. The bomb is planted, and the round looks to be theirs.
Yeah, very clean. Great call from Shuey here, and it could have gone either way. Rain certainly had the option to get a double kill there. Couldn't quite control the spray. If he gets that kill and survives, tucks himself in towards the A ramp, I don't think Mouse recovered this one. Unfortunate, as he looked so solid in the round before. And yeah, sure, it was a great, clean round before, but they do have to save these two rifles to ensure they have somewhat of a buy going forward. So Mouse biting back as they go on the hunt right now as well. Yumfat, Xertion trying to sniff out the remaining CT players here. It's going to be Frozen tucked in towards the T apartment. It looks like it'll be absolutely fine, but this is what we want, Anders. We want it to go back and forth. It's neck and neck as the first half continues here.
I'd actually love it to see if we can figure out where the Molotov was thrown from towards the sandwich position that Rain was in, because I felt like it came from above. Be interested to see if that's in fact true. Because obviously you can Molotov that from the palace, you could do it from the A ramp, but both of those positions are going to be a little bit more exposed. So I wonder if they found a third way to do that. Either way, it's a timeout for FaZe now. They're starting to feel a tad bit uncomfortable. They won that previous round with no one going down on the FaZe side, but then they still don't have that great of an economy. They're in a weird position here.
Arrogant calling for the backup of Neo here. Like you said, it's all about the money in CS2. Once things start to spiral and your loss bonus is not established, you're going back and forth. The CT side is very difficult to operate on. They did save 2 rifles, though. We'll see what kind of buy they're bringing to the table. Whether they're all in is yet to be seen. Don't leave them hanging, Carrigan. There we go. We're off to the races. A very important swing round coming in next. Might decide the fate of Mirage, at least the rest of this first half. Investments made across the board here for FaZe. They are all in. As mentioned, if they save those 2 rifles, they're fine. It's actually a pretty decent buy with a couple of kits in the mix as well. No aggression this time towards the top of middle, but Brokey ready to challenge. Nice grenade. Some damage to the incendiary instead.
Yeah, I thought they were going to be able to land a dunk on it with the HE, but those HEs are saved a lot now for the smokes as well, so it's going to be the incendiary. Rock's back. You mentioned it already. It's like the 3rd or 4th time that he's trying to do this, and he hasn't necessarily got a lot of kills. He did get the flank in early, but it wasn't even needed, so he's still feeling quite comfortable with the aggression, and I guess it does take a lot of map control away from Mouse.
Well, here we go. No significant damage just yet, just Exertion taking a light nade towards the middle. Speaking of mid-control, Ross willing to remain in this position at the top of the ramp. Oh, nice little dink. He thought he got the kill. I thought he did as well.
Oh, it's a classic, isn't it? 3 bullets landing on Exertion. He's barely alive. Frozen with a headshot. And Brokey will keep it going. The fact that Exertion is low now is a peak. Oh, that is so clean. AK versus the scope of the AWP on the other side, and he comes out on top like it's nothing.
He dislodged his position with the HE. You don't want to take max damage there. You've got to reposition it. He swings just as he's trying to retreat as well. That is absolutely brutal from Frozen. And like we mentioned, Xertion attacked at the start of the round. Sure, he took Rops down, but he's now in a 4 versus 1 with 2 points of health. It looks like FaZe are going to take at least 50% of the round in this first half. Their opponent's pick. Mouse are an incredibly strong CT side there. We talk about Jimmy and that B-bomb side, Anders, like one of the world's best players in that position.
It's an incredible luxury for Mouse to have. We did bring it up last time we saw them play Mirage, and I'm sure that's going to be a factor here as well.
Absolutely will be. The problem is he hasn't really got going yet. Got 4 and 6. Hasn't had one of his signature ridiculous moments as of yet.
Oh, it'll come. I've no doubt about it. He's such a rock star player. This is interesting, though. FaZe taking the timeout just for the brink of bankruptcy, but they make it out of this round, so now they're feeling a little bit better. They almost all had $0 in the bank here, so yeah, they're skirting by just barely, FaZe. It could be a little bit of a disaster for them if they ran out of cash in this particular round, but they're going to be fine with it. Frozen landing some banging shots. Yeah.
Nice work for Frozen. Couple more rounds to go. 6-4. And he absolutely fine with his last 2 rounds for Mouse. Hiroki taking matters into his own hands. Drops an assist towards that underpass as well. 2 players in position. Frozen with a speculative spray. It's a lot more than he bargained for there. Torji with yet another opening frag. Exertion. He's bouncing it towards that connector. The CT's locked out by that smoke.
This could either be a sick play with a double position on another pass you might not expect it, or it could backfire massively. Look at the Molotov out. That could have been the catch. They should have been the kill. He still should be dead. They know that he's in that corner. Just a question of landing another grenade. They have a lot of Molotovs. They can burn him out from this one. But Rain, he's actually escaped a little bit. He's back into the shadow position. Torso with a no-scope taking down Carrigan, who was on an adventure. And this round is falling apart quickly for the side of FaZe. Suway will take down Rain. And that's the A-bomb side lost completely.
This is so good. Back and forth we go. Convincing rounds for either side here. No one can build up a streak. As round number 11 will fall in favor of Mouse, and Torji finds his hat trick. Starting to warm up into the semi-final now. 4 players survive, just Robs remains. Round number 12 around the corner. We might even burn out all the timeouts here in the first half. Because another situation, you have to discuss your options here. As if he doesn't save the weapon, there are a lot of trouble. $700 to his name. And a guaranteed victory for FaZe now. As Torji, he's not done just yet. He needs to be careful though. If Rob takes him down and seals his orb into the next, this could be very problematic. What's going to happen though? He continues to fight frag after frag. Pixel perfect precision from Torji as he dominates round number 11.
That's such a confidence round. The fact that he doesn't group up with his team after they've basically already won the round, like he's just sticking around fighting. Obviously really sick there. I think Carrion is 0-4 at the moment, but not necessarily the end of the world. I think everyone else on the team is doing so well at the moment, but yeah, bang, bang. That worked out incredibly well. Mouse, they keep the stream alive. They are doing fine in this first half right now, even if they can't win this last round, which they're in a good position. 3 M4s from us and an MP9 on the side of FaZe. They're not that rich, and the grenade situation is even worse. Not a defuse kit inside either. This could be a very tricky round if the bomb goes down.
CTs know they're on the back foot here. Needs to be a little bit more proactive at the start of the round. Rain gets control of the A ramp, willing to push forward.
I love this.
Players towards that Palace position. Shui's coming in from spawn as well. He might get a sound cue here. It's a really interesting position. Should be the first frag. Xerxes, though, slipping there once again. And this is the opening frag coming in momentarily. Shui's ready for it. Absolutely nails the shot.
Look at the brain of Suway. He doesn't overlook it. He could have easily made the assumption, like you said, he could have just been running almost the whole way. Just trying to get into Palace to his teammates. Instead, he does due diligence. Nothing left to chance here. 5 versus 3. And Robs in the corner with not a great weapon for this position here. Might get the first. Oh my God, he gets the burst on as well, but Exertion shots him down. That's more than you could have expected from Robs in that corner. 2 versus 3, Frozen and Carrigan left. And a flash to set it up. Exertion wants to shut it down before they get off the ground. A tight first half, Henry.
Absolutely true, Anders. We wouldn't have it any other way. We split things right down the middle. The second half is coming up shortly.
5 штук. Сейчас сделаю.
I don't think you will get mine.
Пока что все равно перерыв. Поэтому давайте я чуть-чуть.
So, is it in the active map pool? No. Finish with the E.
Зададим новый вопрос.
Yes. So it's Cumberson? Yes. Is it B-side? Towards B-side? B-side is on the right. I know cover. Okay. On city. Yeah, on city. Yes, we'll go with yes. Is it towards the long B long? What is B long? It's like the... it's so easy. When the T is coming. Like all of you.
Ну, я пойду да.
It's kinda close. It's not super close, but it's kinda close. Yes. Close or boosted tree? On the top. If he was the tree, he would say, yes, it's B-side. It's fucking B-side. He couldn't say... Don't know the map.
Oh, he's trying to confuse us.
Is it T position? No. It's city? Yes, 2 questions you ask. No, but bro, no, but bro, you answer. How can it be then? It doesn't make sense. See, it's city. You say it's not B side. So is it the window? No. Okay. What's the name of? There's a room between drop and the outside. There's a room. Is it close to drop? No. It's city, it's towards B. It's not towards the connector, maybe, it's not towards B side. Maybe so he did something wrong. Yeah. There's nothing that makes sense now. Boosted tree? No. If it's chicken coop, I kill him. So is it chicken? Coop? No. Okay. No, the front. Maybe Rob. it's side.
That is on the side.
B. It's where you plant the bomb. So he said B. Yeah, but that's why I don't want to say fountain. Because he said, it's not B side. I'm like,
So what is it? Fountain.
Okay, it's B. No way. No, you cannot. Yes. That's why you plant the fucking bomb and you say B.
No, but when you asked it, I was thinking maybe there is more fountains on cobblestones than B side.
Nice. Thank you then. Really good. Look at that guy.
But I said yes eventually.
We're live. Let's go, boys. Enjoy the moment.
Let's go, boys.
Let's go, boys. Nice, Tommy.
I have ramp.
Go
on left side. Go on left side. Dead.
Nice, boys. Clean, good job.
He's a PM pillar right.
Nice, boys.
I smoke palace.
I'm dead. After the Nice.
Nice.
Good job. Nice. Good job, guys.
Let's go, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're sitting comfortably. You might want to consider buckling your seatbelts as well. The Blast Premier World Finals 2023 semis are coming to a conclusion. Second half begins. We split things right down the middle at 6-6 as FaZe will swap over to the T side. And this is emphatic pace as Brolin opens things up with that P2000. Can FaZe respond?
Oh dear, what a shot to begin the second half with. That's everything they could have wanted. The bomb is going to be planted really quickly. There's no defuse kit in play. There is a flashbang on Exertion. They're going to have to go quickly. They have 10 seconds to defuse this bomb with. That is no easy task. Out in the open, look at how the T's are just dispersing the bomb site. They're trying to stay far away. All they have to do is stop the defuse and they will win the round. Frozen with a good shot. He's going to pick up another one. Robs is cleaning up. It's Frozen with the triple. And it's Mouse on top. He's on top in the second half. It's brilliant.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that from FaZe. Nothing too technical, nothing too flashy to send everyone up that A ramp. Cause chaos, and even after losing the first frag, once the bomb was planted, you're right, they surround it. Every single position is covered. Rob's patrolling middle. He takes down a couple of players. Frozen.
It's so clean.
It's very clean with the Glock. Huge round. And begs the question, do we see a force buy in the second? Well, we get a quick answer. Absolutely not. It's going to be a full eco here from the CTs. Mouse will send 5 players towards the window here. Rain spots them and bravely goes for the smoke here. I think they'll answer back. Act 10 dropped, and now Carrigan needs to be very careful, my friend. This is going to get costly. They drop a couple of players. It's going to be one through the smoke. Torji will find the second kill. They've done pretty well here. Another headshot delivered, but only 2 frags found. I say only. It's actually pretty respectable considering the buy they had there. A little bit complicated, I suppose, with FaZe, but absolutely fine as they now win both pistols. Bear in mind they had that 4-0 star, now 2-0 in the second half. This should be their map on their opponent's pick with those kind of variables considered.
Yeah, I mean, that could have gone worse. If there is someone from the CT side that's going to pick up a rifle up there after the initial casualties, who knows what could happen.
Yeah.
Frozen is clocking in at a 13-4 scoreline, and he's playing against his old teammates, and he's ready to deliver. Rain in the middle is going to be taking out Exertion. Wanted to play exactly the way that Rox was playing in the first half. He gets shut down just the same. While making its way back on Brokey T-spawn, so it looks like they want to be entering this A-bomb site, which there are 3 people here for Mouse, so it is defensible, but I don't think it'll be easy. You like this? Oh, nice shot from Torshi, but Brolan will pick up for it. That's scary. That's really risky.
Yeah, what a great maneuver that was from Robs. One that does not work out for him. Bombarded with bullets there from either side of the bomb site. The Frozen, who takes the second challenge, and they've given up the lead. Torji continues to dominate here on Mirage. He spots it, hits the thigh of Carrigan. This shot has to connect for Brokey. It's an absolutely beautiful shot. In fact, pulling things back there, 3 versus 2 in favor of Mouse.
Carrigan goes down. He hasn't had much to say in the game so far. He's 1 in 6 and soon able to take down the last 2. Mouse. This time they get back really quickly. They don't allow for FaZe to get that run that they had in the first half. I've got to say, the presence of mind as well for Jim. He's the only B defender, right? So he could have been playing really far back, but he's so close to the middle that he can actually help out.
Carrigan wake up. Yeah, you're right. Everyone on FaZe looks like they're playing at a certain level. There's double digits for 4 players, and Carrigan now 1 in 6. If he can start to arrive in this semi, they'll be off to the races. But for now, it's going to have to be the force buy. A few rifles, some pistols in the mix as well. You'd assume it's a set-piece approach here, and they're sending 5 players at least to the east side of the map. So look out for smokes either side of the pillar, maybe towards the window itself. Flashes and a deep breath as they prepare to challenge. Slip in Jimmy in towards that B bomb site. An absolute master of the position.
Grenade is really good to begin with. He's trying to escape this tournament shot, but... All right, setting it up, and he will get the shot down on the first exertion with the follow-up headshot. 5 versus 3. And so far, there's no real breakthrough here for FaZe. They are getting taken down left and right, trying to enter the bomb site. And Brokey, unfortunate timing, looking away from that position. Rops is on his own. It's a 1 versus 4 here as he's taken down Jimfan to begin with, but I have no idea how he's going to try and win this one. Even if Torchi's a bit low, he's got so many targets on the offside. Exertion won't even let him get close. Shut it down and send them home.
Yeah, the B-bomb site. It's going to be an absolute fortress there. The tag team duo, Yimi and Zershan, absolutely dominates. That was the force buy from FaZe. You'd imagine it has to be the eco at this stage as well. As we tie things up, we go 8-8. It's been so back and forth here. The problem is it's not been a single, many players surviving on the winning side as Mouse actually look to take the lead at this stage for the first time. We'll see if they can pull it off here. It should be a walk in the park here up against the Glocks and just a single deagle. No utility to speak of here. And Rain prepares to try and do something with this one towards the A side of the map. He is alone as they hold him towards T-spawn. Torji has looked so strong on this A side of the map. It's the CT side you've got to watch out for Mouse. One of the world's best CT sides on Mirage right now, I would say.
And the fact that they keep it going even after losing Frozen is just amazing, isn't it? They're playing with a stand-in in Brolan, and they don't look like they've really slipped up all that much. Good couple of pickups here. Eagle still on Brokey. Oh, it's actually the Glock that's going to get the kill. That is funny. Torji goes down. I still think they're going to be able to hold on to this, although some jiggles are coming out. And actually, Brokey lands a shot.
Yeah, this is getting a little precarious. If you don't mind me saying. Rain, not known to be an AWPer, famously. Can he find a shot with it? Is that, the nade. Oh, we'll never know. We will never know. It's going to be a clean finish there from Brolan using the AUG. And a few interesting frags there. If Rain had a bit more HP, you never know. Maybe he does find an AWP shot. Could have been something more to be said about it. But that's a full eco done and dusted. Mouse will be taking the lead here. As Torji caught off guard there. Perfect timing from Rain. And a nice clean finish from Brolan. 1 player remaining. Mows him down with that AUG. And we'll see what FaZe can bring to the table here. I don't think they can justify an AWP or even afford one, to be honest. So, AK's basic utility. And the CTs are going to present maybe a little bit of aggression here. Just boosting up towards short. And Shui, he shows so much confidence on this map. It's remarkable. So clean with the nade as well. A ton of damage inflicted. Carrigan 1 in 8. He'll be challenged once again, and no problem for Shui. Brutal opening frag. Surely traded it out. Zershan to pick up the pieces and maintain the advantage.
Yeah, it's a challenge to Ada. You have to turn your back on the entirety of middle, and that's exactly what happens. The trades are coming in. It's Jimfan to take down Brokey.
Nice work,
Frozen and Robs. This is a great look, but the bomb is stuck in the middle. And I'm pretty sure the TTs, I think they know. This is not an easy look to make work. Zershan will take down, or be taken out by Robs. So 2 versus 2. There's the bomb.
Torji's ready for this. Yes, is he ever? What a flick that is. Right to the dome of Frozen.
Get out.
Sit down.
Out of the server.
Yeah, 2-on-1. But these are the rounds Robs wins. Bear in mind, we are yet to see a clutch so far. This is well within the Robs wheelhouse. No utility, but 76 points of health, 40 seconds to work with. First objective, try and scoop up the C4 if possible. Time certainly is of the essence, and the CTs are allowing him to have the bomb. Obviously, he's not aware of that, needs to check every crevice of this middle area. It's costing him a lot of time. He's burning through it now, 25 seconds remaining. Needs to have something going in his favor. The CTs are segregated, Anders. So if he can bring this down to 1v1, he might even give him the advantage, but it's Torji to defend A, and he's tucked himself in towards that A ramp. It's going to be very difficult to dig him out.
Yeah, they're hearing the steps now. Torshi, all he has to do is stop this bomb plant. He's going to peek in right at the right time. It couldn't have been any better. They give him all the space in the world. He has to play it slow in the middle. He has to be careful, but that cost him all the time that he needed later on to go look for anyone on the A-bomb side. I mean, there's no perfect way to play it if you're ops there, but he tried his best. It's a great round.
Arrogance having a rough one out there. Shui just helps himself to a freebie at the start. Zershan, the tag team duo working with him, making light work of the mid-area. And we'll see now, with the loss bonus accumulating, you would assume it has to be a partial buy here for FaZe. Neo can feel this one slipping away. Bear in mind, both pistols, and it's a 4-0 start as well. And then 2-0 in the second. To give this one up, it would be a disaster. And with one player not fragging whatsoever, begs the question as to whether he can even recover this map. It doesn't look like he's firing back at this point. Shui just had a bit of a freebie there at the start.
You know, every once in a while when we watch FaZe play and Kerrigan is in this kind of state of mind, I've noticed that he sometimes will turn himself into just like an entry player. Like he'll just be jumping through the MAC-10 trying to do something crazy to create space for his team, which can honestly work. So maybe we could see him, you know, just try and look for some of those openings. That's enough. The rest of his team's playing super well. So all you need to do is manufacture an opening and you're in a good position anyway, even if you're not the one getting the kills.
10-8. Another round where Mouse have a huge lead. Shui is an absolute menace in middle. So confident, and that's a destructive incendiary. Sets Exertion up for more and more kills here. It looks too easy for Jimmy. He can't believe his luck that is jumping into his crosshair. Mouse are officially on fire, ladies and gentlemen. This CT side is showing why it's got such high regard. Mouse chose this map for good reason, and FaZe can't keep up so far. They can't hold off the aggression of these CTs, applying so much pressure at the start. As they start to shrink now, one round away from map points. And look how easy this is. Zersha, not even firing back. The incendiary segregates them. They have to run through a gray screen as well. And this is just a walk in the park for Yumi. FaZe going very quiet now. That was the partial buy. We do have AKs at this stage, but the CT pressure continues to be applied towards the underpass. This time, Torji with the AWP. Brolan showing a little bit of presence towards that connected position, and Frozen could be in trouble here. Torji's ready for you, finally! An advantage for FaZe. Frozen will find the first incision.
Remember, he won that fight with the AK over by Jungle in the first half. Now he's done it again. Out-dueling Torshi with an AK. That's really sick. It must be frustrating if you're Torshi here to lose that fight, even though he's been playing well. 11-8. Bomb is dropped far back here. FaZe don't have to rush anything at the moment. Very much doing what Mouse were doing at the start of it. When you get that opening, you slow it down, you allow for the CZs to make a mistake. And it looks like Mouse are sort of grouped up towards the middle. Nobody's even on A or B. 50 seconds on the clock. Rain just waiting inside of the smoke for it to fade. The rest of them, they're going to find an empty bomb site here. Rain goes down, but I don't think it's going to make a big difference. Maybe. Maybe if Exertion could have got the swing then. If you found that kill, who knows?
I respect this though. Mouse have got themselves such a massive haul of rounds here. The money's looking good. That they're not going to win this one. Like, they know that frag alone guarantees the round for FaZe. So they're just going to hold on to the weapons they've got. Keep the utility and the rifles in hand. You see they've got 2 AK-47. An absolute gift on the CT side. But they are going to look for exits at the very least. Brolan looking to find a bit more in terms of scavenging utility, locking them out. And we've got Jimmy in towards CT spawn as well. So looking for exits here. 2 players ready and waiting. They should be able to cause... They might find all 4 players, Anders. There's a chance. Yeah, sure, FaZe will be winning the round, but if everyone goes down, it'll be a hollow one at that.
Yeah, this could be really expensive. There's a first good kill, but nice conversion at the very least. He goes up 3. Bomb. All right, yeah, 3 players dead at the end of the round.
So you've kept them very modest. What should have been a very clinical finish there. Great call from Mouse. Sure, they lose a couple of players in the process, but they keep FaZe's money incredibly brittle. Great shot from Frozen. Not going to be sustainable, though. Looked weak on this T side so far. The confidence of Mouse has just been taking them down time and time again. Shui just looks like he's in the zone right now. Same story for Xerxen as well, and Karrigan still absent, 1 in 10. Where is he? Needing to turn up to the semi-final if they're going to close this one out. 11-9. A lifeline for FaZe. Brolan continuing to find information at the very start of the round. This time pushing toward the Palace position. And an A split looks very likely here for FaZe, setting themselves up towards Connector and indeed the A ramp.
This one looks like it's going to have maybe a little bit more speed behind it. Rain is just so aggressive in the middle. Looks like he's already maybe thinking about jumping up. Just going to be checking out the catwalk towards the B bomb site for now. I do like this position for Brolan, though. If they try and push Connector and A-Ramp, Brolan's position will be converted into a really, really annoying problem for Mouse, or for FaZe. Going to be into shooting them in the back if they try and come in.
Yeah, I don't think it's a position you're considering too much as well when you're trying to deal with Torji in towards CT spawn. Great spot for Brolan. 1 minute remaining here.
Xerxen's pushing forward on B, so he might get some information soon that there's absolutely nobody over here. It's just empty. And they can rotate probably a couple of more people close to the bomb site. They might be late, though. Torji's going to be first point of contact. It's a strong headshot. Did he get some revenge against Frozen? That has to feel good. But like we said early on, the problem is Brolan up on the Palace here. How do you get control of the bomb site? And maybe even the bomb planted here when he's still up there. He's thinking about walking out. Nobody's looking for him. They finally spot him, but he's going to get the kill. Rops will take down Sui in the meantime. 4 versus 3. The bomb does get planted, but they're not out of the woods yet. A 3-on-3.
Yeah, Karrigan fighting tooth and nail. That's a very impactful frag. He might not have many, but it could be enough to secure round number 21 here. They've got the man advantage. He's taking damage through the wooden boards here, but dishing out a bit himself. Drop to be dropped. 2 versus 2 here. A real tight scenario. The bomb ticking at some pace. They will tap it. Do the CTs have a chance in this one? Looking for frags. Not on the bomb right now. Just need one more kill on the FaZe side. I think they've done enough for double digits. Karrigan confirms it. And there it is. It looked like a round that was going to be impossible to recover. They're fighting a scrappy battle on the A bomb site. It comes down to the 2-on-2, and FaZe keep their head above water. Karrigan doubling his frag total with a single frag. That really does say it all, really. But still, like I said, high impact kill, and he might have just done enough to save this map.
It's one of my favorite ways to try and think about having a bad performance is you just need to keep your mental alive for that one round where you can make the difference. That's all you need.
Him just staying alive there and just applying the pressure, just doing a little bit of damage, it kept them off the defuse.
Yeah, that's all you need, right? Because if you completely disconnect from the game, if you're so down on yourself that, you know, when your time comes, you can't actually do anything, then you're a real liability. But yeah, all you need is one good round that's yours where you say, that's it, I did it. Another timeout being called for Mouse here. Things are coming to a crunch, Henry. This opening map, it's really close, and it has been all throughout.
It feels like FaZe are the ones who are starting to fall apart, though, in the second half. Like we said, a scrappy round, but they do get over the line, and 2 players survive as well, but still a very strong buy for Mouse. Certainly.
Sorry. Правильно все. Я хотел.
Real liability, but yeah, all you need is one good round that's yours.
One more round for Mouse. G seems to be...
Sorry, ребят, sorry.
To him so far. 15 kills to his name. Great performance in general. You can see everyone on FaZe. 15, 14, 15, 14, and then just Karrigan. If he can just find a little bit of form towards the end, enough.
Yeah, the odd man out for sure.
Так, ну чё?
Xerxen on the other side with 20 kills.
Yeah, he's been killing it, hasn't he?
Absolutely beastly performance coming out from him.
Sorry.
All right, they actually stopped the smoke a little bit. Yeah, that could actually be a problem. Allows them more maneuverability in the middle. He can work around it. A clue to us watching with the minimap. The ball making its way back through T-spawn. So maybe that's where they're going to gravitate to.
The confidence from Brolan. It's like he's more than willing to take initial kills, find space on the map here, and another promising position as he sits at the bottom of the T steps right now. Okay, aware of that prospect will be challenging. You're right, a few seconds earlier, that frag would have been his no problem. Brolan bravely swinging out. I think he gets this kill, but no, Frozen shuts it down. And Torji, the last defender on the A side right now, but what a tournament he's had so far. He'll find the first kill.
Torshi has to do it all right now. He's inside of the smoke. He knows they're coming up behind him. 25 seconds. One good kill of the right player here could actually stop the T side, but it won't happen. Rain patiently waiting. A Molotov to block out. There's nothing he can do. It's try and escape, try and live with round. FaZe absolutely confirming the tie here, 11-11.
They should go for the hunt.
Yes.
They know if they can win this round, the loss bonus is not established. Bear in mind, it was Mouse that were on fire, right? So their loss bonus is going to be at $1,900 going for that next round. With FaZe on the precipice of map points. A return to form here, looking much better in the dying stages here of Mirage. Good flashbang, but Rain not checking the corner. It might not matter. He's dead. Gets the frag.
К сожалению, или к счастью, я не знаю,
Oh, I think Sule wanted to escape. He wanted to try and delay getting that kill because he knows if he gets the kill, even if that works, he is exposed. The rest of the team can come find him, so he wanted to be really sneaky with it. But that's a quad kill for Rain to get FaZe to 11. I didn't even notice the economy, but you're right. Mouse is in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, like this is what we're all talking about in CS2. Like on the CT side, you have a huge streak, 1 or 2 rounds against you, and look at the world of trouble they're in, ladies and gentlemen. Deagles, no armor. And it looks like FaZe are likely to post map point first here. It's been back and forth to say the very least. The Mouse finally humbled here. Setting up the Mouse trap. Looking to snare FaZe on the A bomb side. 4 players ready and waiting. And it's Brokey covering that connector. Brutal grenade assertion. He's great with the Deagle, but without the Kevlar, he'll be taken down very quickly there by Frozen.
Not that they know it yet, but that was the only defense of the B-bomb site.
Sure. So they're still making their way there. Looks like they've done enough. Rain can hold the extremities.
That's exactly what he's doing. Just a bit of a bodyguard in the middle of the map. He's spotting out one, but yeah, they're realizing. I think Frozen is checking out the B-bomb site, so best case now is probably they get this AK off of Rain and carry it into the next round. I don't think they can do more than that.
Minus Brawl, minus Torzi.
And the bomb is going to be planted. The round definitely going to FaZe at this point.
Torzi is huge.
Catching a stray bullet there. Okay. They really don't want to give up the AK, and I don't really blame them for it, but there is another one in play. Torzi surely going to be hunted down.
Brokina AWP.
Mouse, after a stunning comeback here, bear in mind the recovery was required. They had huge deficits to recover in both halves, but they did such a great job setting up the fortress and that B-bomb side. Relentless aggression towards middle, Palace, ramp, confidence shown by Shui, but it will be a map point for FaZe here. Absolutely confirmed as they hunt for Torji. They do not want this AK to be going into enemy hands going forward. He's got himself 20 points up, make it 0. That's a huge frag. And that means things are going to be tight going forward. It's a decent buy overall, but concessions to be made. As they're averaging around $5,000, so we won't see all the kits. The AWP will be brought out as we get ready and work out how they put things together. Carrigan, sure, hasn't found many frags, but if he can piece things together here, make the right call to close this one out, all will be forgiven. It doesn't matter who the frag totals if you're winning the map. They get it over the line.
Exactly right. Yeah, just get it over the line.
And this is where he is going to be most valuable. He's got the experience. He knows how to close out games. It feels like overtime. It's so difficult to find that killing blow to take your opponent's pick. Mouse known to be so strong on the CT side. And will they have the confidence still to take that push, challenge top and middle, and look to cause a nuisance for Team FaZe?
Here we go. We're going to find out right now. No delay in it. AWP picked up on Torshi. They were able to afford that. That's critical. Carry over any of the AKs, but the M4s will have to do. And a little bit more conservative. We've seen Rain at the bottom of mid really early on in a lot of these rounds, just trying to take up that space, but stay a little bit further back. Carrigan coming up for the underpass. Frozen ready if someone was going to try and be aggressive there.
You can see, Torji now, he's been so nimble around the map.
Yeah.
Different position almost every single round. Underpass, Palace, ramp, A. And now this time tucking himself in towards the B bomb side. Frozen will be aware of these tendencies. If he swings out any further than he currently is, he's almost certainly going down. Prime real estate taken, and there it is, Torji. He'll find the first kill, 5 versus 4 here.
Those two have really had a personal battle. They've been up against each other so much, and this time it's Forge's turn to take a big swing. Overtime on the line right now. That's everything that Mouse are thinking about. The only thing that they're thinking about at the moment. Another 4 kills, and it'll be
Играют.
It'll be a reality for them. 3
Выход был под
jumping
окном.
through the smoke.
Минус 4 там, минус Роб. Минус Бролан.
Instead,
Стал
Brokey will take him down.
Минус Торки. Два
Rain
хит.
cleaning it up. The bomb being planted
Керриган
now.
против Бога.
Suhe trying to be the hero, but he wants to
Разменялись
run into the
пистол.
shot. It's Brokey with the double.
3 в 1.
And it's the
Этого
newcomer.
нужно
It's Jim
сковать.
Fat in a 1 versus 3 to try and keep the dream alive here for Mouse. I don't know if it's going to be possible. He doesn't have the kit or anything else to work with. It's out in the open. He's got 3 different angles to work with. They should have this on
Была
lockdown.
легкая.
Every single time. You could see he's already
С ним
spent
простое время.
half the time that he needs just trying to
Сейчас
find the
возможно
first kill.
убил.
He's going to run out
Но
way before he even gets
выглядит
caught for this
неплохо.
one. Brokey being annoying in
Минус
the corner.
Брокер.
Yeah, sure, Jimmy gets the kill, but it is too late. The rest,
Не
all they
хватает
have to do is
времени
wait, and they know it as well.
и
There comes
это
the kill.
13-й,
Pick up the opening.
а именно game win for Фейза. Поздравляем, Фейза.
The shoulders of Mouse simply not strong enough to withstand that FaZe bounce back. 5 in a row on that CT side, but once FaZe found that offensive footing, it might as well have been over. And it was. We saw Rain taking so much damn space, Matthew, Brokey standing tall, and even Frozen delivering some solid numbers against his former squad.
Yeah, Kerrigan definitely had the pieces he needed to strike at the very end. I think there's an argument to be made for Kerrigan individually massively struggling in this game, but if you talk about problem solving towards the very end, he identified the one weakness that Mouse had, which was unfortunately Brolin on the A side. Very uncomfortable with the late round situations, doesn't exactly know how to handle these splits. It's unfair as well, because it's one of the hardest positions to have to deal with. Someone can be in RAM, someone can be in apps, and then suddenly you have to deal with that connector side. Brolin couldn't, Mouse couldn't, and I think Kerrigan realized it, pounced on it.
Brolin tried calling his own number. He tried pushing into Palace sometimes. He tried a couple different spots out. But yeah, nothing really actually worked out for him. And that's very unfortunate, because it does just kind of bring us to the reality of the situation, which is that FaZe are playing with a real 5-man lineup. Brolin is a stand-in here. Even though the positions make sense, he doesn't know how to work off of his teammates all the time. Sometimes he would peek out a little bit too early. Sometimes he's just caught on an island by himself, no trade potential whatsoever. And so, yeah, like you said, really, Kerrigan identifying that there is a weak player in the server, and he's going to pounce on him.
There's no disputing what you're saying right here, but up until that point, up until that FaZe found out what to do with these Mouse boys, they played one hell of a game. You know, they played way above what I expected them doing coming into this Mirage game. I think they were dictating the game on the T side. Exertion in particular in that first half was creating so much space, not only in the frag department getting the kills, but also just creating space and creating chaos on that CT side. For FaZe, we saw multiple times a player in window, a player in CT spawn, and FaZe players being shot in the back of their head, couldn't figure out what was going on.
Yes.
So as much as it sucks for Mouse losing this one, it was a good performance, but again, FaZe is just FaZe. They are a better team. They're a 5-man unit. They stole the best player. They should win.
It feels a little bit sad as well that you finally get this performance out of Xerxen that I know he can put forth.
Yeah.
When he's finding success, he's just such a playmaker, space creator type player, and he does not care at all. He's very reckless with the risks he take. And Shuhei did such a good job calling around some of the positions that were found, knowing how to handle. It was a 4-0 start as well. We just have it here in the highlights. And from that moment on, you saw Mouse knowing how to maneuver the late rounds, and I thought, damn, it's clicking, like it's happening. Xerxen is firing, Shui's finding kills as well. But unfortunately, all for naught, and that leaves me with a bittersweet feeling.
Yeah, and it's a shame that, you know, they couldn't capitalize that coming into the second half. But just look at, like, how mobile Exertion was being in that first half, Maui. So many different positions that he was going from that mid position. It was a formidable force for FaZe, you know, to have to be pushing back. Just a shame that they couldn't replicate it coming into that second half.
It's a bit of a shame, but Exertion, I think he has to be at least proud of himself. This was a pretty tough tournament for him so far. So for him to actually show up on stage right now, that actually bodes well for the future of Mouse, maybe even into map 2. So at least he's got some legs underneath him now.
Let's look at a specific moment where it was clear that, you know, Kerrigan had the keys that he needed, Matthew. We're going to be rolling round 21 because this was a moment where we did see Kerrigan having an individual frag, but it was the way that he was approaching this round as well, which, you know, it was kind of the beginning of the end for Mouse.
Yeah, very symptomatic as well. We see 5v5 with 40 seconds left. Brolin
is going to misplay that position as far as I'm concerned, because now he finds the kill and he still commits while no other of his teammates are really in there. So you can argue it's communication, it's synchrony, maybe someone else should have realized, but I think this was a turning point. As far as I'm concerned, this is the moment where Mouse have to win the map. It's a 5v4, it's a temporary 5v4 with the right positions, but they just not pounce together to close the clutch, and then the experience from FaZe shine through.
What we didn't see in this clip was also Torsi clipping the shoulder of Kerrigan in Connect. He was so close getting the second entry, which would have been a 5v4, and I agree with you, Brolin wouldn't have played the way he did had Torsi hit that shot. So it was so close for them to make it happen, and sometimes it's just that one shot that makes the difference. Unfortunately for Mouse, that could have been it.
Let's give some props to Rain during this map as well, because right from the offset, he was looking so sharp, a little bit slow to be starting in that second half, but once he was ignited, it was over.
It was a classic Mouse T side. They wanted to bully that A side. They wanted to test him time and time again. And Rain had a couple of rounds, a couple of moments where he shut it down single-handedly. There was a triple kill. There was the pistol as well. There was an M4 A4S round where he got, I think, 3 or 4 kills alone on the A bomb side. So Rain, I think he finished first half with 9 or 10 kills. But a plus 100 ADR, and he won rounds single-handedly. So yes, they wanted to put Rain to the test. He definitely passed once more.
This was a class difference if you just compare it 1-to-1 for Brolin. And on top of that, the fact is that Rain, one, he was confident and took some good fights for himself. But two, is that if he needed to slow things down for himself too, he would be able to buy time for rotations. But round 21 was obviously a great example of just how Brolin not quite as comfortable as Rain.
Yeah, he's a player that we know is going to be stepping up in these big occasions, on these big stages, very, very comfortable and experienced with them. Flipping on over to talk a bit about Frozen. He was putting up some stellar numbers. So what kind of grading would you give him in terms of this initial litmus test against his old
What kind of grading are we using?
I think we should go for like the A+, you know,
we do the A, the
to an
letters?
F-.
Letter grade.
Yeah.
All right, I would probably say like an A-, probably. Like there's obviously more to it, but I think this was very strong from Frozen personally. I really like that there are moments in his already young tenure, very young tenure in FaZe, where he finds what I deem to be pivotal kills in clutch situations, in late round situations, where he has that sort of vista to know how to handle situations where he is far from being in known territory. I know there's experience with Kerrigan, I know there's experience with Robs, but after all, he's in a new system. You have to imagine sometimes he might be a little bit lost, but his analysis live of what's happening, I thought he wasn't really caught off guard. That's a strong Frozen performance.
I'm gonna give it just a flat A. Like this is really good. This is a great
Is A the max, or is A+ the max for you?
A+ would be just tournament MVP on top of that.
Fair enough.
I mean, you compare like what's great about this situation for FaZe as a whole in terms of the macro sense is just like we're seeing like these 1-for-1 player swaps, and sometimes teams are like, oh, we need 3 months or anything like that. What are we talking about here? What are we talking about? It's one player. It's one player. If Frozen can do this, why can't Nexa do something like this for G2? Oh wait, my bad.
Yeah, they ain't here. They're on the plane home. Pip, you are a harsh professor, a harsh grader. Would you agree with these A-, or are you?
I think the impact he found on the T side in particular gives him the A grade right there. I think he played well. It's a player that, as we spoke about, replacing Twist. And one of the things that was known for Twist was that he would sometimes fall out of the games. Would not see Twist for 4 or 5 rounds. All of a sudden he'd pop up with a triple kill or a multi-kill in the most important situation. I feel Frozen is more the type of player who would be silent for a couple of rounds, then come in, then be silent for a couple of rounds, then come in. A little bit more consistent in his delivery and in terms of impact on the server. So yes, I'd give Frozen an A for this performance, but overall the tournament so far, he's doing well for himself. I haven't pointed towards Frozen and been like, yeah, we can see you in you, or we can see you're not fitting into the system. And as you said, it's more so I guess a compliment to FaZe and Kerrigan for integrating him in that way.
Obviously, Mauser, taking a bit of a breather, and we've got a bit of a break between maps. Where do you think the mental is going to be for them at the moment? Because they almost had it in the palm of their hands, their map pick, and then FaZe happened.
Of course, I mean, there will be disappointment after map 1. You cannot help but shake the feeling that you were in a commanding position. But I will say, if my argument is going to be that there is no pressure and you should have fun, that argument cannot fly out the window after map 1. That would be you would be shooting yourself in the foot. You have to maintain sort of that attitude towards it. I mean, obviously there will be regrets. I think you just move on, honestly. There's not a whole lot. You are given limited tools, limited situations with what you can do with it. Just make sure you keep your calm on point. Make sure you keep the spirits high. It's the best you can do in that situation.
What makes it difficult for Mouse is that they're well aware that Mirage was their way into this series. You both said 2-1 for Mouse, or at least they could win 2-1. And the only way that could happen, I feel like, if they were to win Mirage, they didn't. And we said the same thing about G2 when they were playing Navi. Navi ended up losing their own map pick in the very first game, and then they ended up winning the following 2, surprisingly. But again, I don't see with Brolin, I don't see with Mouse going up against FaZe, them having the same tenacity to go in there and replicate that performance. So for my money, the only chance Mouse had was on Mirage, and that's it.
You're accepting that fate, Maui? You sold?
I mean, I thought it was going to be 2-1. Both teams win their own map picks, and because that hasn't happened, this is looking pretty sharp for FaZe.
Yeah, things going to be an uphill battle for MOUZ moving on forward as the pick of FaZe does lay in wait. But not before we head things to a quick break. When we're back, Overpass on the horizon and potentially a chance for FaZe to make it to yet another grand final in CS2. Overpass, the pick of FaZe coming into this semi-final. We've seen them already play it once at this tournament, but flipping on over to the other side for MOUZ, no data thus far with this roster.
No. So we have to make a lot of assumptions about MOUZ and how they're going to be slotting Brolin into this one. And so we think about where Frozen was, the gaps that he's leaving. Brolin can go 1-for-1 for those. For CT side, that would be the A Rifler. For T side, that would be the B Lurker. Brolin wasn't really a B Lurker until the very end of his tenure with NIP, and he didn't really do a great job at it. And I think that's why, if we think about why FaZe picked this map, their win rate on it is not that strong, but they know that Brolin is going to be in a hectic situation because he has such hugely responsible positions and roles for this map for MOUZ.
And they've already shown on Mirage that you can target him, right? We discussed it coming into the first map right here, that the reason FaZe ended up winning was they localized the weakness, which was Brolin on that A bomb side. So you bet you they're going to be under a lot of pressure when they come into Overpass as well. Brolin not feeling comfortable, Brolin coming from NIP, who constantly was switching around players, config A, config B, then res A, res B, Brolin B, A, B. I don't even know at this point, right? It didn't make any sense to anyone. So I don't think Brolin is feeling, particularly comfortable coming in after that Mirage.
NIP probably traumatized him on Overpass. They've changed 7 times their structures and positions and all. And I definitely agree he's going to be pivotal in that map. I also think for me, it's worse than Mirage. It's worse than Mirage in the sense of you can have a weaker A-side player Anchor that's struggling a little bit, but on Overpass, it's one of the most impactful CT position, period, for Rifle in the whole game as far as I'm concerned. You cannot just hide, you cannot play shy and timid because the space that you give away to the opponent is worth absolutely gold. If you just say, I'm going to play on site, and you basically play with the fog of war on the entire map of Overpass, there is no way you're winning on the CT side. So either one, Roland steps up massively and has a performance that we don't see come in, very forward and has impact with the Rifle, or two, you will see a Mouse defense that has to be overcompensated with a whole lot of setups to help him out that will weaken the rest of the side. And I think that's the two issues here.
So do you think the potential instability of Brolin, Jacob, is one of the main reasons that FaZe picked into this? Because you weren't sold on the Overpass pick when we first saw the video, right?
I wasn't necessarily sold, but I think that's part of the reason, yeah. I also do think Kerrigan is the type of in-game leader that looks at an opponent, and if he finds one weakness he thinks he can exploit, that's enough for him to go for a map pick like this. Let's say he's looking at their CT side. He's looking at the prospect of Brolin coming in. If he feels he can get 4 or 5 rounds of one thing, doing one thing, exploding one thing, with thinking, you know, Brolin cannot come up with an answer to this, or as Matt just said, you know, we have to overcompensate for it, then Kerrigan will go for it, you know. They have a deep map pool, so it's not that I think it's the wrong pick for FaZe Clan, it's more so that I trust in Kerrigan's preparation, and I trust that Kerrigan have seen something coming into the map.
Kerrigan, over the course of his time as a leader, has to me just spoken as the most pragmatic leader in CS. So when he sees a problem, he just goes directly to what is an easy answer, and sometimes that really is why you would just pick Overpass. You see that Brolin isn't in the best form right now, because Brolin has to do one of two things right now. He either has to try to work into a system with Torzy, which you are not going to catch up to speed on in a single week, or he needs to just go God mode as an individual, and frankly put, Brolin is not in that kind of individual form right now. So if he tries to play by himself, if he tries to take over the way that some of those A-riflers do, people like Blame F, people like Spinks, I just don't think that he's going to be up to snuff in those kinds of cases.
Matthew, not to throw you under the bus, man, but you predicted Mouse.
I know.
Are they going to be able to withstand whatever force have been prepared by FaZe?
Look, I think I can do some cognitive dissonance exercise here and trying to flip and get some copium on that. The only very good silver lining is that Yimpa is not going to be ignored the way he was on Mirage. Like, my man did not see anything on the CT side. They avoided him like the pest. I don't think it's going to be the case here on Overpass. I think he will be activated and we'll see better from Yimpa. That could be enough.
Well, we are ready to continue the action of this first semi-final here in Abu Dhabi. Henry G and Anders, take it away.
Thank you very much, Freya. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Blast Premier World Finals 2023. Overpass up next, the pick of FaZe, and it's looking grim out there. No data available for FaZe with this roster on this particular map. Mirage has to be a victory going in their favor. Not all hope is lost, but it's not looking good whatsoever. It's Frozen looking to ice out his former brothers in arms and assist FaZe on their conquest for world domination in Counter-Strike. Abu Dhabi, give me everything you've got!
Bro.
Well, here we go, Henry. We're ready. We're getting into it. It is a second map. Semi-finals FaZe, just one victory away from getting to the grand finals here in Abu Dhabi. And they are going to be in a good position. Starting on the T side here, we'll see what they can bring us. They got one smoke, a couple of flashbangs. Kerrigan ready to set up his team as he did all throughout the first map. We'll see if he can do it again. Mouse on the CT side. Look at it. So he's already ready with the counter flashbang. In case anyone comes through, he's going to set up his teammates as well.
One smoke, a couple of flashes. You assume that's smoke for heaven. Flashes to go through. Very important pistol here. Sets the tone for the rest of the game. Torji continuing the good form in the first time. He finds the first, but he can't hold on. One more player towards the barrels. That's Zershan. Jumping around. It's going to be a knife attempt here. Ray, what are you up to? Zershan. He slipped the net. And this round is still wide open. They've lost track of him. Oh my god. Shui continuing to flag. 2 players remaining now. It's so messy out there. 2 versus 1, and Shui can still win the round.
I can't believe what I just witnessed. So I tried the aim punches too much, and it'll be the T side to pick it up first. All out madness to begin with. Henry, knives are out. He escaped through the smoke. It was almost enough. But even initially, the jumping bomb planter, who could not be touched, he was dancing on the bomb side.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty. If anything, it was quite ugly. But they do get it over the line eventually. Not the cleanest shots coming through from either side. But Robs to close things out there. It's a huge pistol for FaZe to fire on the T-side campaign.
It's fine, everyone a bit drunk coming into the pistol round.
Yeah, it seems that way, doesn't it? Full eco, I'm afraid. So 2-0 looking incredibly likely. The MAC-10 starting to make way through the connector. Three players stacking towards long for Mouse here, and this is actually kind of interesting. For some reason on overpass, these sort of swings do seem to be problematic. It's Ropto bravely looking to help himself in towards that B bomb site. Oh, that's nice from Ray. Good positioning. Got the rifle in hand as well. There should be no problem with this stage. Frozen will chime in for the second kill. Oh, Rob, so aware. Not letting anything slip by in this particular round. Clean sweep. Sick. Bit of a bonus round coming up here. We've got Mac 10s, Galils. I'd assume something very fast-paced here. They need to be on high alert towards that B-bomb site going forward here because, yes, there's a buy for Mouse, but it's going to be rifles, bare bones utility. They won't have all the incendiaries, the defuse kits. If they get through with trades, especially the fact they've got to consider helmets here as well, and as they know they're up against Galils and Mac 10s, it's the grenades are going to be lacking. So towards you, the AWP, no Kevlar, no grenades. Incendiaries missing on a couple of players, 3 players now. Very, very difficult round, especially against a high-flying FaZe who are going to be bringing a lot of speed and pace to this particular round.
So only 2 people with helmets on the CT side, so you know the Galils, the Mac 10s, they are going to be dangerous. We'll see if they can avoid the headshots here. Oh, she's got the right idea, but I don't think they realize. Rain is already this deep in. Look at that. Down no helmet or Brolan, sorry, and he just gets blown up. But a nice return. Torchi's able to catch Rain before he can escape. Still a 4-on-4. This bomb site.
On a map like Overpass, considering the context of the round now, there's almost no grenades. A 4-on-4 desperately favors FaZe.
It does.
CTs need to be proactive at this point, finding a bit of information elsewhere. They've read it relatively well. They've still got a bit of a stack over toward this side of the map, but what a brutal flash. Karrigan finding some form now in the semi-final. There's 2 massive kills. Can he get the third? You better believe he can! The in-game leader! Back on the server, it seems, as he manages to win the round almost single-handedly, Anders.
Back in his element with the Mac 10.
He gets more kills in that particular round than he did in the entirety of the first map. You're throwing it in, but still, he's back, baby.
Yeah, who cares? They won the first map, and now still hunting for Torchy. Here's what they're doing. Rops is going to go down as well. I swear, Karrigan and Boomich, they have some sort of spiritual connection, like in-game leading with the Mac 10s. Like there's something about their playstyles that overlap a little bit. It is funny how that works out. Well, she looks like he's going to be able to save the EWP, so I guess that's good news. That's like a sign of life here for Mouse. But FaZe, they are happy to lose 3 people in this round. Just win it.
Oh yeah, like we said, fast pace, couple of good flashbangs there. Karrigan helped himself with a couple of freebies. They were absolutely rocked by the flash. Getting an opening frag, you can see nothing could be done by Xerxan. Took a face full of it, and the third kill, no problem. Even with the helmet, Shuey can't answer back. Karrigan got some pep in his step now. That's what he needed to revitalize himself in this semi-final, Anders, and he certainly delivers on all fronts here. A sigh of relief, but as you mentioned, the AWP being saved, and the form Torch is in right now, I don't think this round's a foregone conclusion. Sure, it's an eco otherwise, but this guy, he hasn't been missing much.
Did he have the little rocks on his table?
He did, yeah, the minerals, the gems.
Did it happen in the first map, though?
Yes, he did.
Okay, I was just, maybe they made a difference. Torchy taking up Frozen. Oh, and there's the CZ-75 and Exertion. 2 kills going the way. And they've picked up the AWP as well, so now double AWPing with no investment into the round really here for Mouse. If they can steal this one away, Henry, my God, what a difference it'd be to Mouse. They absolutely need a strong start here, and they're in the right position for it. Jimfat's taking the kill, and a lot of damage. Rain could have gone down then, but still, they know where he is, and they should be able to read what's coming next. This is not a done deal yet, even in the 2-on-5 here. They're not out of the woods yet on the Mouse side.
This is exactly what Mouse needed. An opening frag from Torchy, a pounce on the advantage, and now they've got themselves a winning scenario. Xerxan making that secondary AWP work, and Karrigan left at a 4 versus 1, almost no chance of winning it. Might be able to deny the secondary AWP, at the very least. Torchy goes down. Oh, bear in mind they have no Kevlar. He can still do something with this. What a round it would be to recover. Bomb is actually on his back as well. Karrigan makes his way towards bomb. They're assuming he's going to be going back in towards the B bomb side. Imagine if he misses this shot, there's a chance. Pixel perfect precision from Xerxan there. It's a huge round to take away there. Maybe a little bit sloppy from FaZe at the fact the AWP's in play and you're challenging tight choke points with 1 player available, no trade potential, and Torchy manages to keep the dream alive here on Overpass. That could have spiraled. There's still plenty of money, of course, here for FaZe, but a great return to form as Xerxan, that secondary AWP, closes out the round.
I love the fact that it's still Torchy and Frozen fighting each other. Like, I don't know how that happens throughout like a whole series, but so far between the 2 of them, they've had a lot of individual battles, and I'm not really keeping score. I'm not sure who's coming out on top yet, but obviously that's going to continue to keep being a factor here. Frozen trying to set himself up, playing it solo towards the connector in the middle. Round number 5 here, and so critical for Mouse to keep winning. Even though they steal that round away, they get a little bit more money in the bank, obviously, on the back of it, but they're on the CT side of Overpass. They have to come up with a bit of a lead here.
Bear in mind, it's Brollan that's taking Frozen's positions here on Overpass, and he was looking quite confident on the first map, and he continues to look so as he gets a double kill. That's lovely from Brollan. By himself, essentially, there. No problem whatsoever. Finds him a 5 versus 3, but the boost is coming forward, and there's a chance. Rob spots the head of Torji. Holds patiently, doesn't want to squander the opportunity. He knows they'll have to fall back at some point here, but the CTs just digging themselves in towards the bomb site. 3 players still here. No one has to peek. No one has to hunt for information. They just need to hold on to their crossfires if possible.
Whatever you do, Sershin, don't jump. That would be bad. Oh, the timing is just on the edge of my seat here as Torshi nearly walked back into. But you know what? It's costing them time. Time that they don't have really on the phase side of things. 30 seconds left here. And now they finally have to get rid of the boost.
I'm not sure there's anything they can do with this one, Anders.
Doesn't feel like it.
They've got no nades, a 5-on-3, no real footing on the map whatsoever. They might just have to save the 3 AK-47s. Looks to be the case, as it's just Brollan. Like I said, kind of big boots to A-side rifler. He hits a beautiful double kill there, and Rain was none the wiser. He gets away with it, 5 players surviving here, but we do have 3 for FaZe as well.
It was sick because I think they were setting up a flash to peek Brollan, and he actually gets the first kill as the flash is in the air. So it's possible that if he'd stuck back a little bit further, he would have been flashed and killed instead. And you might be able to see it in the background like there's a flash coming in that was just thrown out. Brokey was trying to set up Rain for the swing, and he just beats them to the punch, so huge timing.
Yeah, timing, the operative word there for sure. Tactical timeout. FaZe squandering what could have been a magnificent run here in the first half. Orb and pistols, they give it up. And now a couple of rounds against it. 3 AK saved, but that means those 3 AK players will get no further money coming into the following round here. So, yeah, definitely worth the tactical timeout. Both teams locked in. It's Mouse that we have no data on. With this particular roster, they haven't even played Overpass yet. So, Brollan actually stepping up in that first gun round and looking to prove himself here. Has delivered on all fronts as we get ready for the action to continue.
It's really worth hammering that home, that if this ends up going to a 3rd map, this particular round that you're talking about is going to be one that we're going to go back and look at and say, wow, that was a way for Mouse to get back into the game. Still not tied up yet, but it is a 2-3 scoreline. And the money not looking great at the moment for FaZe. They're going to be kind of almost half forcing into the round. Obviously, they do save the AKs, but they buy armor and Brokey and Rain to pick up the AKs if anything happens. So they do spend every single dollar that they've got. America is gone. That's just an HE that lands right on top of the spray behind it. And it works perfectly.
All the damage there from Zersh, no assist required. He's used this opportunity to get some prime real estate under his remit. Oh, this is looking beautiful for him as well. Vulnerable to the flash, but giving up his position here, taking heavy damage. He dishes out some himself. Drops down to 42 points of health. Brokey at 9, 4-on-4, but it looks like Shui still wants to be combative here. Didn't quite spot Rain. He gets away with it. And now might continue the push. Where did FaZe go next? They've got 1 single smoke remaining. Rain will take the AK-47 at the very least. Brokey just being so low. I'll have to operate with just a deagle here. Rain's reading it well, Anders. If he gets this kill, they're right back in the round, and he's going to find it. Patience is a virtue, and it's FaZe. They will snatch back the lead here in round number 6. 4 versus 3, but still so much to be done. 40 seconds remain.
So he's going to feel like he got baited into that. He saw just, you know, the backside of someone slipping away. He's like, you know what, they don't know that I'm here. I'm going to keep going and catch them. And
they're going to Brollan.
Into it. Yeah, you're right, they are. He does have an HE, so 2 of those targets on the T side are really low on health. That could be a little bit fun if he could find the right grenade at the right time. But even worse, speaking of time, 17 seconds left. So this is going to be just an all-out stomp to the bomb side. No slowing it down. They just have to rush him in, get the kill instantly, and get the bomb planted. Frozen is dropped, and that's the bomb on the ground. Oh! It's Brollan with an insane transfer. He keeps it going. It's a quad kill. He saved his team.
Doubters in shambles. Brolan is delivering on all fronts here on Overpass. What a magnificent display of skill there with the AK-47. I was about to say he needs at least one here, and he takes every single FaZe member down. Huge quad kill here with the AK-47. Brilliant transfer and a stunning finish. As there's no bomb planted, and will be Mouse to tie things up. Maybe there is something to be said about this second map. Brolan is looking rock solid out there. Full eco for FaZe as we go 3-3. Mouse almost guaranteed to take the lead here, and there's just flames everywhere. They have to run through towards the fountain, and it's Brolan continuing his rampage.
I can't even remember the last time I've seen Brolan smile. I wasn't sure if he had teeth at all. Like, this is such a rarity.
When you think back to the early Fnatic days, it was Overpass where he was such a shining star for them. He was using the Kree primarily, but still, that's where he really made a name for himself. He's no stranger to this map. It's not like he can't play it, but we just weren't sure what sort of level to expect. But a world-class one seems to be the case, and he gets himself, what, 6 kills now in the last 2 rounds?
Yeah,
not too bad.
Awesome. I mean, the pressure is really off when you're a stand-in, and he's living up to the hype right now, recovering some of the shine that was around him when he was in the Swedish scene. And it wasn't for nothing. It wasn't just overhyped. Like, he really is a strong player. But it's been hard to show that through all of the mix. I mean, I think Jacob brought it up, like, on the desk, how much back and forth there's been in that NIP lineup with roster changes and with positional changes and just all kinds of madness here.
Hello.
Robs is obviously dead, one way or another here.
He's gonna have to he's gonna have to pull the trigger. It would have been nice to go with the knife, but in arena games, that's a risky maneuver.
Yeah, we can't throw the knives yet.
Not yet. Yeah, it's coming soon, I'm sure. There it is. That was the full eco for FaZe. Not really much to report. Nothing to write home about.
Yeah, but we have to tie it back still to that round with the single AWP, right? Like, this is the rippling effect from that one round.
Absolutely. Still. They haven't recovered since. That's now going to be 4 rounds in a row. Mouse looking solid on their CT side. We've been saying that all tournament long. They set up the fortress. It's difficult to penetrate. And they've got AK-47s in their ranks as well. Zershin and Brolan doing a great job with those rifles. So much damage taken at the start. Torji, always a thorn in their side. He seems to be everywhere on the map. It was Brolan that was patrolling the fountain position before, but now the AWP has been tagged in.
A little bit of a jump there, just to try and get some information. Rain going to be calling it into his teammates, saying, yeah, someone was definitely out there. Dangerous position for Suhe here to get flashed, but he's trusting Torshi to hit the shot if that actually comes through. So we'll see. A lot of pop flashes to throw in here. They're going to be molotoving out the tree to begin with. Play the anti-flash position, and Torshi was flashed as well. So the little setup they had doesn't really work out, but maybe it's fine anyway. Roki's out. It's Rain!
Yeah.
Norwegian AK taking down Torshi. What a shot that is. And in the meantime, Frozen in the middle towards Connector, taking down Brolan.
When it rains, it pours. 2 beautiful headshots there. I can't believe he had the audacity to take the second challenge and come out on top as well. A lot of work to be done, though. Not a foregone conclusion. This one is not set in stone. As we'll see, Rain continue to push. It's a pretty underwhelming smoke. He still has vision. He'll probably continue the push here. So Rain residing at A as his teammates get ready towards B. He has managed to puncture the smoke. At least sitting inside it for now. And both CTs are here. Like I said, this round's not over. They can still pull this one back.
20 seconds. Yeah, they're pushing the bomb side where the last 2 CTs actually are, but Exertion here, if he get this seconds, yeah, they're pushing the bomb. If he get this kill and stop the bomb, not going to be possible. Frozen, a triple for him. He was lights out in the opening map, and he started to get warmed up once again here on Overpass, which is terrible news for Mouse, obviously. Game is tied up one more time.
Back to their winning ways after giving up 4 in a row, courtesy of a stunning Rain sequence here. And it was looking so good. That flashbang just to find his initial kill. The protection of the rock keeps him alive. Vroki gets dropped, but then, wow, Torji, face full of lead there. Frozen to close things out. Beautiful finish, and the money still absolutely fine here. One more buy, I would say, in the bag, as Mouse will present another strong setup. Trying to run the gauntlet on both sides of the CTs that will have short control here. Controlling the water. Looking to maybe get some info. And Torshi, like we said, he's in a different position every single time. He's been finding these opening frags left, right, and center, to say the very least. Cannot be understated his impact he's had so far on these CT sides.
Yeah, definitely keeping them above water in a bunch of rounds. See if he could do it again. Of course, it's Frozen on the other side. I don't know what it is. Some sort of Magnetic connection between those two players at the moment, trying to find each other across the map. Frozen put under a lot of pressure there, and he's actually afraid that they're going to run him down, so he'll put down the Molotov. There's fire everywhere. Grenades raining in. They're just exchanging them. Flashes coming out now. And Brolin trying to crouch in. He's going to get the kill on Reyna. Get Torshi. He'll get Frozen as well. And it's Torshi to find it. It had to be 3 versus 5. And if they can just fall back from this, they don't have to keep fighting, then they're going to be fine in the round.
So Arrogant trying to weave through his smoke, but it's Zertian 1 step ahead of him. This is looking like a world-class CT side, I have to say. Applying so much pressure, not allowing FaZe to get comfortable with any stretch of the imagination now. 5 versus 2. This will rupture the offense. The money will be very low going forward. It's up to Brokey and Rops. A tag team duo that is formidable, to say the very least, but so much to do. 15 seconds remaining. I think they might have to save.
They had to before. They saved the 3 AKs, and yeah, you're right. No way to get into the bomb site and get the bomb planted, so Mars will take another round. They don't lose anybody on the CT side. Probably great news for them. Torshi and Brolin, Exertion getting the last kill there on Carrigan. They're feeling it.
Frozen. Absolutely melted here. Double Molotov. He did everything he could to try and stay alive. He absolutely did, yeah. They knew exactly where he was. Oh, Carrigan, after finding some early success here, things starting to get uncomfortable once more. And it will be a force buy by the looks of things as FaZe. He's okay. Rain taking the only real concession with the Tech 9. So lots of utility here. Now taking the lead as we get into the closing stages of this first half. It's 5-4 on the CT campaign for Mouse. After being down 3-0 once again, bear in mind they're yet to win a pistol in this series thus far, but they always recover it.
Which is great news. See if we can get Brokey activated into this first half. He's 1-6 at the moment. He's got the bomb sort of a little bit further back. He'll be setting up some grenades for his teammates. But obviously, he was very good on the opening map, so I don't doubt that he can still put it into play. Here's Rops taking down Exertion, ready for a second. It's Jimfat going down. He's had a tough game as well on the second map. Zui trying to keep the dream alive. Defending the bomb side is Brolin. The spray is magnificent. Now the pistols come out. A battle against Rain on the other side, and somehow Rain will come out on top. Torshi cracking his angles as he drops down into the bomb site. Pulls out the AWP, but he can't get the job done. Frozen will take him down. I don't know what the score is at home between those two, but I'm going to want a full report at the end.
I love it from Torji, though. He knew that Rain was low, hoping to bring it down to 1v1 as quickly as possible before they could link up. Unfortunately, though, making a sound, he actually missed the water entirely, took a little bit of damage en route. It felt like the round was already over, though. This sequence of Rops, that's what he's known for. Frozen to close things out. Nice clean shot. He's struggling here, has to be said. He's currently, I think, 1-5. Yeah, he's in contention for like Rookie of the Year, you know, as well. Like, it's a shame to close out his year. Then 2-0 fashion, he doesn't turn up as he goes down. Just 23 points of health. Torji is like keeping the dream alive time and time again. Shui to apply pressure towards that connector. Exchange blows, but it's Rain. And we'll find Torji towards long. Sendry will push Rops back.
Don't think Torshi saw that Rain had pushed that forward into the playground. I think he was scoped up on the other side, not ever looking for it. So that's that Rain, I think winning that fight just based on the mobility. Like early on, he's so far forward that the CT Orper is not ready for it. It's pretty sick. 4 versus 3. So critical to win this round of your Mouse, because if you look at the economy, it is dreadful, and they don't want to go into the second. I mean, it's already pretty good for FaZe. 5 rounds already pretty good. If it becomes 6 or even 7, they're well on their way to making the grand finals.
I think Spots are behind the dice boxes here. He will be alone, but we saw the devastating effects of his rifle the previous round. He spots one towards the divider here. Unfortunately, though, Rain, one of the masters of overpass. It's his home, the A-bomb side of his bathrooms, and I think you have to say this final round, for reasons you just stated, the money won't be there, bombs be planted in FaZe. I've done enough here. Once again, getting at least 50% of the rounds in the first half.
Might actually have a tough time saving Robs. Just waiting outside. It's so clean.
Yeah, he's had enough. Back to his winning ways here. Brutal. Have you ever seen anything like it? Every shot just so precise, time and time again. It looked like there was a chance here for Mouse, but as soon as Torji went down, things got a lot more complicated for them. Roland trying to take matters into his own hands, but it's Rain and Robs just dominating them here towards the closing stages. One more round to go, and as you mentioned, it's going to be a tough one. 7-5 looking likely. They managed to win with pistols before, but they had the backup of the AWP to work with. They don't have that luxury this time. Final round here.
We'll see how careful FaZe are going to be as well. Yeah, no surprise. You try and put that MP9 into play. I totally get it, but Frozen down here is more than ready. Double kill for him.
They're waking up, huh?
They really are. Mouse struggling to keep up. They don't have the funds to really fight into this round, so 7-5 first half is looking incredibly likely at the moment. Eagle and Jim Fat is trying to push through with Robs. I don't know what you have to do to catch off Robs, and Jimmy doesn't know either at the moment. Surgeon, nice headshot, but it's way too little too late here.
Shui with the P250, Anders. You don't believe? You might be onto something, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like FaZe have done more than enough here for a convincing first half. It looked like there were signs of life here for Mouse, but it is going to be 7-5 as FaZe put themselves one step closer to the grand final.
Минимум понять, что там будет на Нави, если будет час.
Hey! I'm a little worried.
Все.
It's not like you're gonna hit it that straight anyway. Come on.
Whose team are you on, bro? We're here in the always sunny Abu Dhabi for the Blast World Finals 2023. Obviously in Counter-Strike, the wide swing is most important, but here at the Yaz Links, I'm thinking it's all about the backswing. I think it's about time we go find our professional Counter-Strike players and hit the greens.
Let's head out.
Well, hello.
Hello, hello.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
Good on you.
Hey, Glaive, come on in, baby. New Glaive, New Jersey.
Yep. How are you? You like it?
Oh, yeah, I like it.
Welcome to your chariot, the Lincoln Co. 05.
Thank you.
Our luxury ride awaits. Obviously, here we are, Abu Dhabi, Grand Finals. A great way to end the year. We're mixing luxury with Counter-Strike.
Some people go on walks. Some people go on drives to think. You ever go on a drive to think about your career?
I do sometimes drive. I love to drive. First of all, are you a petrol head?
For me, it doesn't matter. It's more about how the car feels when you're driving it. So when I get home for a tournament and I go for a drive, obviously it's an important, good feeling to be home.
Of course, you can drive in every car, but there is a special feeling to driving in a good car, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're going to the golf course.
We're going to go play against Kerrigan and Scrawny right now.
I'm a little worried that Glaive might be a golf player. I've got a hunch, man.
Ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
Let's get out there, baby.
Let's do it.
All right, so seems our ride of luxury has led us here down to the tee-off, boys.
The winner walks home with a golden Lincoln Co. jacket.
Best of luck.
Since I just won the knife round, I'll go first. Congrats.
You can go first.
Good luck, then. Good luck.
We'll take
it. Right? I'll remember that.
Good luck.
What is the tactic?
Hit it hard. I just got to check the wind.
You got this.
Dream big, Connor. Yes, sir.
Hey, you guys mind? I'm going to go find my ball.
Yes, please do it. Your third ball.
Yo, I got it.
This doesn't feel like a punishment. I feel like the grass harder.
Good job.
It was a warm-up. It was a warm-up.
Yeah, okay, bro. It's not like you're going to hit it that straight anyway. Come on.
Whose team are you on, bro?
It's just another major, baby.
Last shot before we went to the sandbank.
Oh, my God.
Oh. Nice.
8 and 9?
8 and 9.
But it was the best shot of the night, right?
Yeah, it was.
All right, so here we are, end of the second hole. So with that, we win, which means we get to ride home in style in the Lincoln Co. 05.
Yeah, whatever, man. We've won a lot in our CSGO careers, so I can be humble in defeat here.
I will put on you.
There you go, sir.
This is good for you, sir?
Good. Thank you.
You have a good evening, and
sharp.
Our 05 is waiting.
We gotta go in the golf carts?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, man.
Guys, I want us to play with fucking confidence. Let's fucking go, boys. Nice. I love you.
Holy shit.
Jimmy can reset.
Nice! Nice! Insane, Adam. Nice story.
That's...
Nice! Good round.
That long.
Nice. I didn't know how you killed him, bro, but because he didn't pick you.
I just wallbanged it.
Oh my god.
There's...
Nice. Good T-side.
Sick play, Hopper.
Good T-side indeed there from FaZe, picking up another pistol, getting that 3-0 conversion. There were a spree of rounds there from Mouse. It looked like at one point Brolan was going to carry them to success, but towards the end, the skill was just shining so bright for FaZe. Brutal shots coming in from Frozen, Rops especially, and Mouse yet to win a pistol in this series, Anders. They need this one to go in their favor.
They absolutely do, but it's been very tricky. Frozen lands a headshot to begin with. It's Jimfat to get one back, and they're going to go. They already made contact. They might as well follow through. Smoke up on the high ground to stop anyone from coming in, but there's 3 people still at the site. The USPs are just whittling them away, and it's going to be an overwhelming advantage at the beginning of this round for FaZe. Torshi, the last one here. The bomb's already on the side. He gets a good headshot, but he's got another 2 kills still to find. And look at how they've positioned themselves here, Henry. A crossfire once he walks onto the site. I don't know if he's going to be able to do this one. Kerrigan waiting. And on the other side, it's Rain, pistol master. Have you ever seen one? A minute on the clock here. He's going to be found right away. They can't win the pistols, Henry. It's FaZe once again.
Yeah, it was looking promising for a second there. Good trade towards Frozen, but as you mentioned, just taking so much damage en route. No bomb planted either, so it's like the worst case scenario right now. Another pistol slips by the wayside. Nowhere near a plant there. Torji manages to get one. But Carrigan, nice position there just to close things out, guarantee the round there. And you'd imagine it has to be the full eco, but we're seeing a lot more teams purchasing this, the second round Tech 9s. Not going to be the case this time. It will be just Glocks. 50 for Torji, but it's going to be very difficult to recover. They've got some 5 players outside the B bomb site. Objective really try and get that bomb planted if possible. Rain, he's getting a very strong position here. He knows there's some squishy T-side players on the other side here. Confirming the connector is clear. Spotting the first couple, needs to be careful. Yeah, you don't have to buy damage here. Like, if you arrive in that position, could be problematic. Oh, I didn't even notice. No! 3 kills! Make it 5 as Rob close things out. He farms a ton of cash with that shotgun. That's what it's designed to do. And it's no problem whatsoever for FaZe as the AK's coming out next.
That might be the best XMUs I've ever seen. Like, that's so sick. You're right, like the perfect position. You imagine the echo in that tunnel when you fire off a shotgun shell in here. Like, that's everyone's going to be deaf right behind it. It's so efficient. Sickening. They get slaughtered inside. Brokey, a little smile.
A right smile, I like that. He knows what he's done. That means he's got so much money. The AWP is no problem whatsoever. And that could be problematic now. Brokey will have free reign of the map.
9-5, Henry. This round is everything to Mouse. If they lose now, they're so close to getting knocked out, losing the semifinals, and phase into the grand final. Abu Dhabi time is over for Mouse. I think they need to win this one, and it's Jimfat. There we go. He's been so quiet on this map. Had a hard time defending the B-bombs out of the CT side. They need him right now. Yeah, one of the most impressive rookies I've ever seen. So I wanna see him activated now.
That's a good step in the right direction at the very least. Challenging Robs in a 1-versus-1, nailing the headshot, takes minimal damage. They've got the opening frag. It'll be Brokey to re-smoke the monster position. And rotate over towards Heaven as well. 1 minute remaining here. In terms of execution potential, we still have a couple of smokes, a few flashbangs and a Molotov on the Mouse side as they explore their options towards long. Bear in mind, Brokey's actually vacated the area now. He's over towards B. And we'd be Frozen. Actually alone at A for now. We've got the FAMAS as well, so far from ideal. Broland is trying to keep the B players interested that side of the map.
Yes.
Brokey, though, not feeling it, not taking that bait. Decided to back up Frozen, who desperately needs some help.
Yeah, Frozen's seen him out alone. He instantly knows, I'm in a little bit of trouble here. It's a lot of damage onto Jimmy. He eats the entire grenade, running up behind. Carrying a little bit too much speed, but Frozen's still up front, and he's going to be taking on Jimfat. 3-versus-3, 15 seconds on the clock here, and that's a disaster. Frozen goes down. The FAMAS has done so much damage. Plenty enough. Double kill for Frozen, but he won the round just by sticking around. There's nothing they could do now to try and plant the bomb.
No way to win it. Rain will close things out. And there we have it, double digits confirmed. It's Frozen. Great little maneuver there, Andy. Like I said, he only had the FAMAS, but my God, did he ever make you work? That was a 5-on-4 recovery. That must be the round, as you mentioned. Mouse Again, don't get the bomb planted. Brokey rotates in the nick of time, and fantastic self-preservation as well. Once Brokey gets the penultimate kill, he knows, if I go down here, there's still a chance he can plant. I need that pressure still to be applied, so he has to look for frags instead of guaranteeing the C4. And now, yeah, tactical timeout. First used. Nothing fancy required here. And now this one's slipping away from them. This is not the performance they were looking for. Again, both pistols slipping away. The exact same story on Mirage. They could just got one of those. Could have been a different story.
You know, it was immediately when we discovered that it was going to be MR12 and CS2 instead of MR15. It was the first conversation everyone was having. Yeah. Those pistols are going to be super important. We haven't seen the changes to the economy that could be coming at some point. So that means you lose all the pistols in a semi-final like this. Yeah, you're really far behind. And the effects of that are being felt right now from ours. 10-5 the scoreline. Nothing fancy is required is what Cyclone was saying. See if they can find a round just off the basics here.
Same setup they had before with the Glocks, but this time they've got a bit of utility and some Tech 9s, a bit of firepower as well. They're going to have to run through. They've actually done quite well. Carrigan, though, double kill. Takes one from the grave. That's Yimfat taken out of the equation. That's all their utility expended, I'm afraid, here. So the chances of recovering this one are very slim indeed. They are able to recover the rifle, of course. And now left with just MAC 10 and Kevlar in the hands of Brolan. P250, Tech 9. These players don't have Kevlar themselves, so they're hoping for some over-aggressive CTs to get inquisitive and overstep the mark potentially, but I don't see it well when that happens. There's nothing to recover, there's nothing to hunt down. Yeah, first player's been spotted towards shore.
Joining in up flashbang to set up any kind of kill, and they're getting spammed through the wall, because why not? Carrigan, 11 kills to his name, such a different performance from what we saw on the opening map. Absolutely made up for it here on the second one. 40 seconds and a desperate run towards the A bomb site. Frozen gets the job, gets the early information, knows that they're coming. All he has to do is stay alive here. Let's get a bullet to the face. Just get a shot just in time. The crossfire. They will close out the round. They are so close to making another grand final. This FaZe team, with the addition of Frozen, it looks sick, doesn't it?
It really does. Bear in mind, he's a former Mouse player. They were calling him the young veteran. He was there for so long. He kind of built his career in that organization. It's quite poetic. It hit them in the semi-final, and unfortunately, Jimmy, he hasn't turned up in this second map. Running out of time and space as they do prepare for another gun round here, but it has to be perfect from here on out. FaZe just need one more round, the series, and indeed grand final points.
And, you know, talk about Frozen, like, he's also replacing Big Shoes and Twists, obviously, so it's not easy to do that. Twists, obviously, an absolute world-class player.
Top fragging once again. 14 kills to his name.
Reading the betrayal of Mouse here. You know, personally, he's not sending anyone else to do it. Like, I'm going to get you. Him and Torshi with a long battle across these two maps. That in itself has just been fascinating to follow. But the truth is, FaZe are 2 rounds away. They know it. All of the pressure is on Mouse right now. To come up with something absolutely magical here. Otherwise, they're going to get swept away by the tides of FaZe. All leaning towards the restrooms. Robs. They don't have to have anyone on the B bomb side, Henry, because they're so far outside of it.
He's got vision towards short. The door's closed towards connector. And Brokey on top of the dice boxes here. He's seen that execution come through. Oh, they flashed themselves a little bit there. Oh my god, grenade does about 100 damage. Brokey the first kill. Torch, do answer back, round not done just yet. Brokey will block their path towards the bomb site. Another grenade deployed as he repositions towards the truck.
And the flank is already coming in. Rain is already hot on their heels. There's the shot to take down Torshi, but they're in the smoke. They just barely escaped. Carrigan hiding in there with them. They're trying to plant the bomb. They didn't know. That's going to stop the bomb off for a second. Rain gets another kill. It's a 1 versus 1. And 10 seconds on the clock. Oh, man. To save them right at the end. If they were going to have a crack at this semi-final, they must win that round, and they do.
Oh, it comes down to that 1 versus 1. A scary prospect up against Ropt as well. He had 66 points of health. Brolan sniffs him after taking that bomb of a grenade there towards the divider, but it is Brolan finding the final kill here, looking up, seeing who's up against. It is Rops. He knew he'd be on the flank, And they do keep their head above water, but bear in mind that is one player surviving. We need to get 32.50 per player going into this next round. Money is tight on either side. It's a compromise buy. You can see Galils are out in full force here. Only a couple of AK-47s. The AWP was not recovered. Roland, given the AK. First kill. Not quite connecting there, bro. A couple of misses here today. Towards long we go. He is under a lot of scrutiny. Jimmy doesn't get the better of Robs this time.
Don't know, that position that the Robs is in is one of the, I think, least checked positions, or feel like they didn't really commit to checking it. Lazy play every time.
It's a bit deeper than it was in CSGO, and it's elevated as well. We didn't have that little barrel that's there. So yeah, I think players are still getting used to the encounter, and when Robs goes there, he seems to come out on top each and every time. That's a huge opening frag. Gimfats, 4-13, gives his life away. Opens up the opportunity here for series point for FaZe. And bear in mind, we know the money is absolutely wrecked.
Oh, yeah.
Mouse going forward. They would need 6 rounds to overtime, but that's not part of the conversation right now. I need to focus on this round. It's Frozen lying in wait with the MP9. Got backup from Roki as well. The utility is deployed. Powerful, more.
Да, залагал чуток. Ладно, подождем.
I guess you have the space to.
So I think that might be the end of it.
Right.
Yeah, it was already ambitious to consider going for that. Like, it's not a necessary round, and you had one player with an MP9, the other with 15 points of health. Now they've both been tagged. Yeah, that's them dead out of there. Just the fact they didn't have the kit at the time. Carrigan does find one, at least on the exit. But well done to Mouse after losing the first pick in the form of Yimfat as well. They actually find everything needed to get another round of the nice series points. Money will be low on the CT side, but they do say those 2 rifles. They might consider the force here, or just take the full eco around those 2 weapons.
I was going to say, we're about to get a little bit of an answer to the question of how much of a difference is it having an AK versus an MP9 on that CT side, because gotta say, you know, you give that AK over to the right player. I mean, Carrigan might even be the right player right now. He's playing fine. They escape with one of the T rifles, and that could absolutely come back to haunt Mouse here. A 4-round gap.
Yeah, they do take the eco as well, just to note that. FaZe, sure, those 2 rifles still going to be problematic. And down to Carrigan and Robs right now. Pistols otherwise.
Robs, did you see that?
So, we'll dismount the boost. Torji, confident here. Reassembler though. Deeper angle. And the opening frame for Robs. That gives them a fighting chance here.
It's a bit of a jump. They'll definitely know that someone's at the corner.
Back up we go, Anders.
I feel like they knew on the T side that the boost was in, and Brolan, I'm not even sure if he fired a bullet there. He just dies straight away.
Contact play. They know they're up against very little here. So just looking to find challenges with the AK-47. First kill available will be Brokey. They'll spot him. He needs to drop right now. He is in a lot of trouble. Robs willing to take this challenge. Gets the second kill of the round.
Yes, he does. USB's going to get out-dueled there. Gimfat still with the MAC-10. Look at the speed behind it. It's just so mobile. That M4 is alone in the site, and Robs goes down to Exertion. Carrigan and Frozen left here. And it's just going to be Carrigan. Frozen going to be found here. He was on a long flank. If his teammates could have stayed alive, he would have been sick. There would have been a chance, but it's a lot trickier now. We'll see what the captain can do. He's snuck in already, but he's been found out, and he can't get the spray. Exertion. I don't know how he lives, but he gets the triple. And Mouse, they soldier on. They're not done yet.
Definitely not. Long way to go. Still a couple of rounds required for FaZe. That was the eco, though, bear in mind. They kept Mouse modest for short. A couple of tricky boosts coming through, but well handled in the end. Gimfat MAC-10 manages to close things out. And Carrigan left in the 2 versus 1. If he gets that first kill, it was the AWP remaining. It could have been something to be said about it, but unfortunately can't get the first kill. And we're back into the action, ladies and gentlemen. Mouse are closing the gap. They've got decent weaponry on the T side. They've got the AWP in hands of Torji once again. Fires off a shot. Doesn't quite connect. They have got the playground under their remit.
Money is just going to continue to plague FaZe here. They can buy up into this round, and it's not that bad, but I mean, they are lacking in the grenades. And if they lose this round again, you know, Mouse are going to catch up quicker than maybe FaZe would like to see. A lean towards the A side at the beginning. They've left Roland to just keep an eye on the B bomb side. Make sure that no one's sneaking out of there. We'll see how long before FaZe get wise to what's coming up. Last time they had a really aggressive B defense. That's how they knew that there was going to be an A attack coming. This time they're a little bit further back, but the way that they're grouping up towards the Monster Tunnel makes you think, are they going to come through and check it?
They might have to soon. Very committed, but as far away as you could possibly be from the A site, and that's exactly where Mouse are heading. 3 players making their way up towards long. I think decent territory here. They set up the turret as well. It's frozen. He's already had one fantastic round towards the bathroom, looking to replicate that form if possible. And the flank has been initiated.
It's a great idea, but Roland remains unflashed on the side. Sue with a huge double, and that's it. Save the rifles for the rest of FaZe here as Mouse continue to answer back. They're doing everything right at the moment. 9-11 going to be the scoreline. This is starting to look really interesting. We said already they needed something magic to get back into this game, and they're finding it round for round here. I'm just so impressed.
They're holding it together for sure. Rain did hear a player drop down, but regardless, Torch will be there to put him out of his misery. Carrigan, the last player, remains. He's in towards T-Spawn right now. A clean sweep here from Mouse. This begs the question if they could just find a pistol on this map. It could have been a very different story once again, right? Like, it's the same story of Mirage. They lose the opening pistol, then it's a huge streak around the FaZe, but once they get the guns in their hand, they're looking like a very serviceable squad out there. Doesn't get much better than that, as we will see one player survive. Not sure if he actually made it through all the way, but Flashbang didn't really catch Brolan. Frozen, unable to find that same form. They could feel the pressure coming in from long as well. Had to act, had to try and take some control. And Torji finding Rain. Carrigan, we'll see if he survived. If it looks to be another eco, I would imagine. As, yeah, Carrigan did survive. Just a little partial buy here, if you want to call it that. A few players, well, Kevlar, we have got the Rob's MP9. 1 round away from double digits, Anders. They can still win in some regulation now. So they're going for that MP9 jumping attack. Yes, indeed.
This is something that's going to make you feel
physically ill.
Так, все норм. Sorry.
A clean sweep here from Mouse.
Ну-ка.
Continue control and Torji, as yeah, Carrigan did survive.
I was witnessing that. Like I should have top. All right.
Yeah, that would dissuade them.
Sorry. Пару сек.
He would he? Oh, he would. He absolutely would. Even after taking 60 damage with the grenade, he gives it a second crack and takes down Brolan. Remarkable. Oh, it's very low. Still applying pressure towards Shaw here. They've got the man advantage. They can't hold on to it. Torji will steal it back right away.
I need a shower after watching that. It's not how it's supposed to be. Frozen though with a deagle. They're flashed. What a headshot to bring one of them down. He's ready for more, but Torji's going to be able to outduel him this time. 3 versus 3. 30 seconds on the clock. They need this round. Short planted on the other side. Carrigan in a 1 versus 3. He lives for the first one. Gets a little bit of a spray in there. He actually has a chance to do this. He spots one of them at the back. Oh my god! He's good for it. And on top, it's a 10-second defuse, but he wants to bait Torji into it. Wide swing from Carrigan. Oh no! He's trying to hunt him down. He can't find him. Oh my god! There's the shot! It's Carrigan! In 1 versus 3, he's done it!
Unbelievable scenes. I thought that was a chance. It couldn't be messier if he tried. It looks like the defuse is coming through, and it's FaZe with an absolute heist of a round. Carrigan in a 3 versus 1. They were tantalizingly low. It's not the cleanest finish, Anders, but he gets it over the line and alleviates a ton of pressure. It all started with the bullshit jump towards Shaw and finishes an absolute pandemonium. Torji can't hold on. He knows that's such a significant round. The streak is broken, and grand final point has been found for FaZe Clan.
Oh my god.
Holy.
A timeout being called. Everybody needs to calm down. Welcome to FaZe. That is a ridiculous way to win around. The fact that he went for the wide swing, only to run out of bullets.
So tense out there. But like I said, that's a lot of pressure released now. Mouse have dominant though. They took 4 rounds in a row. It took an absolute miracle for FaZe to break that streak. They will now take 3 more perfect rounds here on the T side. Can they close it out? FaZe. 1 more to go. Break with the AWP. What to play for still. 3 rounds sounds like a tall order, but the way they've been presenting themselves, oh, that's a bit smoke, I think. Unless they were trying to deny the initial incendiary.
Really is like a duality man moment for Karrigan. If you match what happened on the first map with the second map, it's just worlds apart.
Yeah, that's true. He's up to 15 kills now.
That clutch, something special. They knew exactly where he was coming from. I think Torshi missed the first shot against Karrigan. He was coming up the stairs. That's a bit.
It was on a silver pattern. The bullets run out. The USB shots weren't connecting. Had to take a deep breath there. It got really messy towards the end, but the point still remains that Karrigan wins the round, and we're going back into this A bomb site. Does it all come crashing down right here, right now? FaZe Clan, there's 1 more to go.
That's all they need. A mistake for Mouse, and that might have been one of them there. Jimmy's flashed in, but Brokey, he was barely able to see him. So through the smoke gets one, and the missed shot. Brokey's dead. Sui's back. The captain of the team trying to keep the dream alive. Make this happen for Mouse. It drops with a shot. Rain keeps it going. Brolin now doubling up. The Swede. The shining light for Sweden at 20 kills, and Torshi will take down another player. Mouse, they are so hard to get rid of. It's down to the wire on the opening map, and they're doing it again here. Second map as we draw closer to overtime.
To be Karrigan saying, you guys are not ready on overpass. Whatever's happening, you guys are not ready, and we are going to take you down.
Shuey finding Brokey there. A real miss from him. If he gets that second kill and survives, you never know. That could have been it right there and then. But Brawl, as FaZe, there'll be a tactical time at the very least. We'll work out what they're left with here. On average, Anders, it's about $2,500. Karrigan and Brokey have around 5K each. So it's definitely worth the timeout for both sides here. Everything on a knife's edge. Just to know, Brawlan's up to 20 kills. 15 deaths for him at the very top of the server right now, followed closely by Rops, who's up to 19, Frozen 17. Torji and Brawlan survived the previous round, so they'll be able to drop weapons if required. Now 2 to go. Take us to overtime, and there's no forced buy. I say that. They're going to bring out the AWP. Brokey's gone all in. He wants to end this one here.
That probably would be the most Brokey way to win a whole series, by just randomly picking up the AWP and murdering everybody with it. It's not the best game for a hero in Overpass, but it is a great map for an AWP. I wouldn't put it past him to do a little bit of trickery on this one. 5-7 for Rops. He's being pressured quite a bit from really both sides. 8 on one side now. Oh my God. Fire at his back. Not enjoying it, is he?
Exactly where he is. As they Zersh might come and take him down. For now, Rops is fine. Back in position behind those steps. Everything slows down for a second here, but look at the map control Mouse have obtained. The A-bomb side wide open, Anders.
Yeah, and it's obviously a gamble here for FaZe. I don't necessarily even mind it, because the worst thing that can happen this round for FaZe is losing the AWP on Brokey. So even if they lose the round, as long as they can keep the AWP alive, they're going to be okay with that. And that's how it'll play out as well. Yeah, the rest of them even saving the armor and carrying the Rops is probably a great idea.
Another very close game here.
Ridiculous.
First map was 13-11 in favor of FaZe. It felt like Mouse might have done enough there, but it slipped away towards the end. Will it happen here again? They've managed to course correct, get themselves back into a winning position. Trying to make his way out of the bank, but Brawlan shuts him down. Dominate here with that AK-47. Rolling back the years. This is the best looking Brawlan we've seen in some time.
Yeah, I'm just very, very impressed. Like, I've really been somewhat sour on the Swedish team, if I'm being honest. Like, as a whole, I just feel like it's come to almost a complete standstill. And seeing Brolin like this should put a smile on your face. It's not enough yet. Not quite. They need another round. They need to get this into overtime. And everything changes there. Like, they're going to have Muddy again on both sides to play with. FaZe, they have the experience. They know what they're doing there. We'll see if Mouse can get one more step in that direction. 21 kills on Brawl Exertion. He was lights out on the opening map, but he's still doing it here. 17 kills. You got to give him some credit as well. But this all comes down to this, Henry. This is what it's all about. The sun is set on Abu Dhabi, and it's time for Mouse to see if they can fully wake up and realize the dream here.
It's been an admirable resurgence. One more round will do it. Locked into the orb towards long. It's Frozen challenge towards Connector as well. Two players down in this position. They are under a lot of scrutiny, but it's the opening frag for Frozen. Can he get out of it with the AWP in tow? Looks like they absolutely will. Bear in mind, Rob's still towards long here. They're focused on the same bomb site. 4 kills away from the grand final now.
Нашивать, что может. Не может вообще ничего. Пока что размен 5-4.
Tight angle towards long. A minute on the clock here. Losing one of their best players in Exertion. It's not a good start here. Orlando in the right position, and he'll take down Romps. What a scout to get rid of at the start of this one. A 4-on-4. And we're down to 50 seconds. But look again, Carrigan's pushing out. If they figure this out right now, they can rotate back to the A-bomb side. You see already in the map, Frozen's already running. As soon as Carrigan gets through the monster tunnel, Frozen is hot to get to the A-bomb side. This is a sick move from Carrigan.
Yeah. It should enable them to bolster the defense here towards A. Brokey hasn't looked his usual self on this site. Normally this has been good for one frag around. 9-16 right now. Can he close things out? It was the hero AWP in the previous round as he get closer and closer to A. Anders. 20 seconds remaining. Here comes the final commitment.
15 seconds. They're slowed down. Brokey, he gets the shot. They saved the op from the previous round. Down to 10 seconds now. But a strong kill again. The Swede is back. 3 kills for Brolin, and it's looking great right now. The bomb. Oh, did they get it?
Over 10.
It's to make it through, but they had 1 second. They didn't get the bomb on. FaZe instead.
Девушка может
make their way to the grand final in Abu Dhabi.
What a strange way to close things out. He fought so hard for this one. It looked like he did it up there. Another double kill for Brolan, but it wasn't quite enough. Bested by the clock. Another 13-11 scoreline. An absolute gut punch for Mouse. They'll be so disappointed. That's the way it goes down. We are denied overtime. What a finish. And Carrigan, he just did the backstep once again. You noticed that flank coming through. Yeah. It was enough to disrupt them, and the scramble to plant, they lost track of the clock. And it will be FaZe indeed making their way to the grand final.
You can't say they don't belong here. 11-13 on both maps with a stand-in and Brolan. Like, I can't believe that Mouse have actually done this. It's so sick that they made this far, but yeah, it's a hard way to go out, a hard way to close the map, no doubt.
Brokey. And now it looks like we are ready for our winners interview down on the stage with James Banks.
Well, this certainly wasn't an easy game, and it came right to the wire. But Frozen, you just came to me off this stage, shaking a little bit there, man. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great, you know. Thank God we closed it out. I think they were playing well. But maybe we got a little unlucky as well. But yeah, I'm just happy that we closed it out in the end.
And I'm sure you are happy because both these games so close. You were down 9-11 on Mirage, and this Mirage has been looking good with Brolan coming into Mouse. What was the call? What was the change up on the second half there for you?
On the first map, on the second map?
First.
I don't know. I think, you know, Finn just called us home. We kept it calm, even though we were behind a few rounds. I think the mentality was very good from everyone. We just kept it calm. And yeah, I mean, you know, Finn was on point with every call. We closed it out for him, and yeah.
And it's looking very natural for you to be back in FaZe alongside Robs with Carrigan by the side of you. Is it as natural as it looks, or is there still some adjustment you're feeling?
I think it is smooth and natural, but you know, there is still some things that I need to get used to. So, you know, like a good balance, but it's like the feeling I'm having is amazing.
And in terms of that feeling being amazing, you go straight in for your first event with FaZe and you get a grand final. Did you expect that?
Yeah.
I think a lot of people expect this. They expect good things from FaZe Clan. Well, congratulations, Frozen. You're through to the grand finals. Our first team, FaZe Clan.
It's almost as if it's a date with destiny at this point. FaZe yet again making it to the grand final of a Tier 1 Counter-Strike 2 event. And for Frozen, claiming some sweet, sweet revenge in the process. His second grand final, but his first under the FaZe jersey. But Jacob, holy hell, talk about a nail-biter to close that one out. Heartbreaking for Mouse, but a valiant effort nonetheless.
Yeah, for sure. That went down to the wire, to be completely honest. I thought Mouse were having it in that last round. I think they outcalled FaZe at certain parts and overparts. I think the comeback they made was fantastic. We get into the round right here. I think a bit of a mistake was made, allowing Frozen and Broken to get away from this position. You think to yourself, 5v4, Rob's in a prime position. Brolan, who had a fantastic map, punishing Robs, brings it back to a 4v4, and then you see it all unfold in front of you right here. Mouse couldn't be any closer to push this one into overtime.
They tripped right at the finish line to get it to overtime. They were so close. As soon as that timer hit right there, it's so close. It looked like it was still on 4, actually, but just barely missed it. You see the disappointment in the faces of the Mouse crew, in Brolan himself, because, man, they pushed him. They pushed FaZe. It was an honorable performance, and to do it with a stand-in in Brolan, who had such a rough map one, who was seemingly targeted not only in Mirage, but in the Veto as well, but to actually show up there, that I have to give him a little applause for that.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned Brolan. I think he deserves. We pinned him as a potential weakness on that map. He was exactly the inverse, the other way around. He was a hyper carry when it comes to Mouse, and I'll just put it out there. I think it's one of the most heartbreaking losses I've seen in recent history in Counter-Strike. You're talking about a FaZe that win pistol round on both sides, convert on both occasions, 3-0 start in the T side, 4-0 start on the CT side, and yet Mouse are able to find their way back in, to claw their way back in. You're looking at a Shui who has like 4 kills after the first half. He's struggling. He's not finding any oxygen, but yet he's got the good ideas. They're in there, and yet 2 of the most ridiculous BS round I've seen in my life.
Yeah,
almost back to back.
Should we roll one of those?
Do we have to?
Yeah, round 21, because Carrigan was showing up in dividends. But oh my God, talk about just how on earth he managed to pull that off. The second to last USP bullet that he had, he managed to see that out.
I just love the balls and Robs for going for this play one more time after he was even spotted in the first place. Frozen got into a good position, got 1 kill, not much more he could have done. And at this point, Mouse is just under a lot of pressure. Again, they're trading fine. You're in a 2v3 right here. It should be winnable. Rain not doing anything. I think Mouse got caught off guard a little bit right here. The bomb not covered, then a player panicking wanted to help him. And the problem is they gave up their position. Carrigan knew where both of the players were. Exertion not smart enough to get away. He could just hide and bang, and then at that point it wouldn't have been a problem for Torsi. And then, as Matt just said, the most BS situation you ever seen in Counter-Strike.
I can't watch it.
It's just 2 people not wanting to win the round, but I guess someone had to.
Just so unserious, man. I mean, you were saying it, Pimp. The trading was good for Mouse in that round, but when they get into these high-pressure moments, sometimes you still see the nerves for them. When they hit 11 rounds on Mirage, they started to crumble. When they get into a 3v1 versus Carrigan, they start to crumble. Even on the very last round, it's so disappointing because you see that all of the pieces are there for Mouse to succeed, but when they actually get to that breaking point moment where you have to stand up, where you have to just hold your nerve, it's FaZe that do it better.
And it was Henry aptly saying, you know, if they could just win a single round. We looked at the round distribution just there, and it was, you know, those slow starts of the half where, yeah, Mouse were just playing catch-up to FaZe.
Yeah, I think FaZe played with the weapons that they had, right? I do believe that in the depth of the quality of Counter-Strike, Mouse were ahead on this map. I think Mouse played better Counter-Strike, but it doesn't matter at the end. You get the pistol, the conversion, and some of these rounds we've mentioned. And also, I think, if we're being honest right there, this was probably the most disappointing map I've seen from Yimpa at professional level quite yet. This is one of the first few times I'm watching a game and I see him being targeted in positions on the CT side, not being able to post any resistance. The round we just mentioned right there, that's an oversight on Frozen, easy kill into bathroom. I have never seen Yimpad being outside of his shoes the way he was in this game. It can happen. He's human. But if we're going to hype him up, and I think we have to be honest when he misses the mark, which is very, very extraordinary.
And that was the problem for Mouse. The players didn't come around together at the same time. Right? We're targeting Brolan in the first map, saying he had a strugglesome one. Then he comes into overpass and he plays the best he's done as a stand-in for Mouse. Shuhei and Jimfat were nowhere to be found on this map from an individual standpoint. The productivity on the server, the frag count on the server wasn't high enough, and that's the issue for Mouse. Some of these individuals can play good Counter-Strike, we know that, but it seems like sometimes they struggle to come together all at the same time, and even when they did on Mirage, they still lost.
That's why we do have to separate people like Yimpat, who's a rookie, from people like Rops, who you know on a big stage is going to continue to find just performance after performance, going to continue to will his team into games regardless of the situation. And yeah, in this game too, Rops, he had Yimpat's number too. He was moving towards connector, he was finding some kills on Yimpat there, and overall Like, this was just one of those kind of sleeper performances from Rops where he did have some good rounds. He obviously was finding some multi-frags, some good impact, but it was just consistency. He was always rotating to find 1 or 2 kills. It didn't have to be always the spear of the attack, other than when he's jumping with an MP9.
That's something you learn, though. It's the flaw, right? It's the flaw of the performance from Rops. Even if he's having a bad game, he's still going to be there at some point in the game, or he's still going to be solid to a point where he's going to have an impact on the game. Whereas for some of these inexperienced players, once you feel you're not getting it going, once you feel you're being targeted and you can't answer as you were describing with Jimfed, then the flaw of the performance goes missing. That's something he'll learn over time. This is a great learning experience for Mouse as a team as well, and I bet you they're thinking right now, maybe Brolan could be a potential replacement. We'll see what's up there for the market, but losing 2-0 to FaZe on paper looks bad, but the way they did it that was a great performance.
Yeah, 23 at that. So let's get a few closing thoughts, courtesy of Cyclone.
The road ends at the semi-finals for Mouse here, but still a great effort considering you come in with Brolan. There was no expectations, there was no pressure. But this one, I say, must hurt because of how close it was, mate. And I'm just going to come back to the Mirage to start off with. You're up 11-9. It looks like you've done enough. But then we start to see you guys, I guess, would not be able to react the right way?
Yeah, Mirage felt like even without the pistols and then getting a 4-0 start, we should probably win it in the end because we're up 11-9. We decided we're going to make them work for it a little bit and push on the sides because we kind of knew that they would play a little bit more slow, control, mid-control. So we're inside Palace some rounds. We have an AWP on B aggressively. We're also inside ramp. And very often we have info because we have early info, we just numbers where they're going. But it's FaZe, It's just something just happens and just always pull through. And we've been on that receiving end a few times now.
And this is it, right? We then come into this overpass. It was almost like we saw this coming. We were going to get what we saw, and we're going to get a 12-12. But just in the time, Carrigan swings around the back again. You can't help moments like that, right? But it felt like you had a good control of getting into the sites at times, especially towards the end on your T side. So what do you think was the little bit missing?
Pistols.
Yeah, again, it's all maps, right?
Yeah, pistols, and FaZe are going to win a few of those rounds. You can't get around that. I think we deserved an overtime there. Also, the game deserved an overtime because it was so good. Maybe even to have been a final, but I think FaZe are going to bring a great final against whoever they play anyways. What was missing? Executes were pretty good, as you said, even with a weeks of preparation. I'm proud that we could pull off a good T-side like this, even numbers down. Yeah, pistols.
Pistols needs to be improved for next time, but it's still a good showing with a standing coming into this. So what's the plan going into next year for you guys? Because it seems like even if you can slot in a player like Brolan, you have a good blueprint here with your core, right? So realistically, find someone as quick as possible and get back to training?
Definitely it's key that we sort out the 5th position and that we can move forward. Nothing is settled yet in this regard. We're still looking. I think Luden made a good impression here, or Brolan. If it's not going to be our team, maybe somewhere else. But yeah, that's next for us. And as you said, and thank you as well, that even with a stand-in, different tournaments, this one at Sydney also, we make things happen. And I'm proud to show that we can play even without Frozen on the team. And clearly we will need to figure out who should step up when he's not there, because we are going to miss some of that. Also that experienced presence. But we have a very strong foundation, and we have a team for the future. We have only young players, young coach as well, so we're going to come back stronger.
Young coach as well. I like it on that, mate. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was one of the best exit interviews I've seen in a while.
The best.
He was so honest. Like, yeah, FaZe just showing up doing FaZe things. Yeah, we should have won more pistols, and maybe we're going to potentially look to be keeping Brolan Jacob. That's nice words.
Yeah, I think so. I think Cyclone did super well, explaining his thought process. And at the end of the day, he was able to cook it down to just pistols, which I think is right. In terms of, as you said, Matthew, raw Counter-Strike buy rounds, it felt like Mouse were the better team in the vast majority of this game. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter.
I agree, of course. The pistols are a debate, and they're going to be part of the analysis of this map. I also think that not everyone has the resilience to mentally ignore the fact that they're playing FaZe. And whenever I see Mouse going up against FaZe, you can feel that they know they are playing against FaZe. In some of these rounds, they're looking for the perfect move instead of the good one. And not all the teams out there, in fact, the vast majority of teams in Counter-Strike do have this symptom of, holy hell, this is FaZe. They're about to do a comeback. How can we do to close it? It takes a whole lot of nerve. I think it got to Mouse a little bit in some of these rounds, and that's also part of the experience. But I agree with you. The interview was legit.
I want to pick your brain a little bit, Mao. Do you think they should be keeping Brolan going into next year? Because he's obviously made the impression, and Cyclone's going, yeah, potentially we are still going to keep looking, but do you think he is maybe the solution?
The roles that Frozen left open are very hard to fill, not just in the fact that he was one of the top riflers in the world, but literally having a rifler overpass. That's a very tough position. Outside rifler nuke, very tough position. Brolin did a serviceable job at this event. It's tough to say that he's going to get a lot better. I think obviously once he gets a little bit more comfortable, if he did play 1 or 2 more tournaments, you'd expect his numbers to slightly raise. And so it's a workable solution. We've seen what Brolin's peak can be on English rosters, that he can be a solid player. But if you're looking for somebody for the future, there's probably a couple people that are in the midst of tier 2 European CS that are probably not, like, they're really trying to get that spot. They're really going to fight for it. And you have to probably, I'd give Brolin maybe like a 60% chance to be this guy, but I know that Cyclone's going to do his due diligence because, man, he finds diamonds in the rough all the time.
I think it depends on what kind of leftovers that's out there after this whole roster situation is coming up. Mouse is not Falcons, Mouse is not G2, Mouse are not FaZe Clan for that matter as well. They can't pick and choose what players they want inside their camp. However, if you're looking at the Mouse blueprint and looking to join that team, if you're a player out there with aspirations of being the star on the server, I think that's a perfect team to play. So I reckon, there'll be certain player types out there looking at Mouse thinking, that's a team I want to join. Whether or not they have the financial power to make it happen, that's not sure.
I agree. I think this last map just made enough for Brolin to be top of the second ballot for Mouse. I don't think they're going to immediately target him.
Sure.
And if it hadn't been for this overpass, we would probably be left thinking, wow, this was very lackluster from Brolin. This was rough. But he made such a strong impression towards the very end that if you were Cycro, maybe you're thinking, okay, let's see what we can get. Let's see the profiles out there. And then we can always consider this as an interesting backup solution.
Yeah, of course, a valiant effort from Mouse to be closing out their 2023. But of course, FaZe are the ones to be moving onwards and upwards to that grand final once again. But I think it's time that we find them an opponent. One more semi-final coming your way here in Abu Dhabi. It's NAVI versus Vitality after this.
Hey guys, this is Team Heroic.
This is Nico and Hunter from G2. It's FaZe here.
Hey guys, this is Spinks and Zahu. This is Mouse. I'm Dupree, this is Shoes, and we are doing Headshots to Heartache. My friends and I can't seem to agree on which map to play in Counter-Strike. It's causing arguments before we even start a match.
How do we find a compromise so everyone can enjoy the game without feeling like their preferences are being ignored?
I think we've all tried to play a FaZe match, and then we go AFK for like 30 seconds, we come back and we see we play Anubis or something, and like, who the hell just decided to play Anubis or Mirage?
Mirage and Ancient every day, all day.
He will talk.
Das speak Mirage.
Everyone happy, everyone like Mirage. Because we have the same problem with this guy. Yeah. This guy knows how to play one map in FaZe. Mirage.
So when we play in the team, it's usually Mirage.
I have one rule about that. Yeah. You ban every time the map you play. So for example, you play Mirage, you ban it for the next game. So you always change the map pool.
The more you'll play the map that you don't like, the more you will like it.
Yeah, my boyfriend is stuck in the silver rank.
And I've made it to Global Elite in Counter-Strike.
He says it's just a game, but I'm starting to question our compatibility. How do I break the news gently that we might be better as opponents than teammates? Oof. Damn, that's rough.
Well, the one from silver to global elite, it's a big gap.
A global league can't be together with a silver rank, obviously.
Like, of course you can.
That's too bad.
No, it's okay.
First of all, silver is a great rank, you know? It's all about the personality, first of all.
It's just a game. You have to have fun.
Exactly. You need to have fun. You need to make sure you're there for each other, but it's good to push each other to the limits. So I think you should boost them a little bit.
If they're breaking up over Counter-Strike, then something is off.
If your life is not depending on it, I think it's pretty pointless.
Yeah, just get good.
For that.
My significant other wants us to have a Counter-Strike themed wedding, complete with bomb defusing ceremonies.
I'm all for quirky, but this seems a bit extreme. How do I defuse this explosive idea without causing a relationship? Yeah, I think it's past that. The bomb is already exploded, I think, at this point.
If he wants this for his wedding, then this guy loves CS. Yeah. I'm a player, and I wouldn't like this type of wedding.
I think you should just go with it. I think it's a great idea. If you like Counter-Strike.
No. I mean, it would be kind of weird if you'd have the grooms showing up as counter-terrorists and the bride going as terrorists. It would be kind of funny.
And you are dressed in, like, you know, a CT.
Ooh, and T. But yeah, you can do that in your wedding, bro.
Important moment in your life. You don't feel like, don't do anything you're not happy with.
I think the best thing is just to be honest.
Oh, it's good. It's good. If I have a problem with you, I come to you.
Of Counter-Strike coming your way, not least the show match, which is going to be going down tomorrow. And you guys at home have the chance to have your say. And this, I cannot understate, is so damn important. You've got overnight to be voting for the maps. I want Anubis. Please, Lord, help me get Anubis.
And for that reason, I want Overpass.
You're so wrong, Jacob. You're so wrong. Team Freya or Team Jacob, I guess vote now over on
Well, it's going to be Anubis then. So.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on. I'm getting a little bit emotional, nostalgic, if you will, because we're coming to the end of the season, we're coming to the end of the year, and a hell of a lot has happened with CS this year. Not least, we've moved on to an entirely new title. So I think it's time to reflect about some of the teams that unfortunately aren't here at this very stage. They got eliminated earlier on. Because thinking about G2, Jacob, that's been a crazy ride of a year for them, right?
Yeah, it has, because you remember what happened a year ago. We're standing inside this arena, we're standing right here, and we saw G2 win the trophy, and we saw them go on this fantastic streak where they created one of the longest winning streaks we've ever seen in Counter-Strike history. They won in Katowice, they won in Cologne, blah, 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 blah. Now we're here. And we don't really know where to put them anymore. For me, they are a big question mark. You look at the 5 players right here, and you can't tell me that that's not enough firepower, enough quality, enough experience to be a team that we can rely on, go into a major and contest for the trophy. Yet I'm not even sure if that's going to be the lineup they're going to turn up with in Copenhagen at the major, if they qualify, of course. That's the thing for me. There's too many question marks surrounding this G2 lineup right now. There's too many rumors in terms of Nico, Falcons, maybe not. Then we heard about Monesi perhaps going to Cloud9 and all these, rumblings going around the lineup that makes me uneasy, and that shouldn't be the case for a team with this much quality.
Yeah, we were definitely asking a lot of questions. I think if we're looking at positives, Nexa probably made a better impression individually than how we were painting him originally, because one of the most differentiable argument was, why the hell would you replace JKS with Nexa, which is a worse player on paper? I do think individually he was above what I expected, and I also... It's complicated because there are so many of these situations where it's on a knife's edge and it changes the whole narrative of a team.
They were so close beating FaZe?
There were so many rounds that could have gone crazily differently. And so you're left thinking, okay, this is an absolute failure. What the hell is going on with G2? This is BS. And then in another alternate dimension, you actually win that clutch and you get 2-0 to FaZe, you're straight to semifinal. And here we're standing thinking, oh my God, this is incredible what G2 is doing. So I'm a little bit on the knife's edge, on the fence. And I also don't think I think Copenhagen is too close to make drastic changes.
That's it. That's going to be the lineup. I think so too, but I'm not happy about it.
I feel like they should change it. I feel like they definitely should change it. I think they should find an anchor. I don't think Nexa actually is a serviceable anchor. And so Nexa could be the in-game leader, but honestly, right now, as it stands right now, yeah, that would be the case, right? Yeah, because Nexa can call. We all know that. He called G2 to a major grand finals before. They obviously lost to NAVI there in 2021. But in terms of just pure ability, it's not even a question of who's the better player in the server. But, G2 kind of found some magic here. This year, it actually treated them pretty well. They hadn't won any major trophies before, but then Hooksy came in. They won the World Finals, Cologne, Katowice. And so you would want to give him so much credit. And I do give Hooksy a lot of credit as an in-game leader. But it feels like the way that this team is moving, they've lost some kind of faith in the system or the structure. JKS being scapegoated for their recent failures or whatever has happened to me has felt completely out of left field. And so to bring in Nexa as an anchor, that is just strictly a downgrade. There are no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He's not as good of an anchor as JKS, so there has to be some other kind of play here. And they've talked about environment in the team, the fact that JKS maybe, people have been insinuating for a while now, JKS might not be the best locker room guy. He's not going to hype everybody up, but it's he frags the hell out. I don't need him to cheer me on all the time. And when we were watching G2 right there, right by them, like Nexa's a positive influence, but it's not like he's changing the entire flow of the team. He's not bringing everybody out of their shells. Like he's not like JL on Navi, who just seemingly can light up a room everywhere he goes. Nexa just says, okay, guys, focus, next round. It's like, is that really that useful? Is that worth 0.1 rating worse?
I feel like G2 is a prisoner of their own success, you know, because when you look at the lineup, when you look at when they won this tournament, when they won in Katowice, it's not like they have a clear, defined play style. It's not like I'm looking at G2 and I think to myself, you play this type of Counter-Strike, or you're like a Heroic, for an example, or like FaZe, you know, or some of these teams that has a clear way of doing it. So when they make roster changes, it's always also a question of, does that change the way they're playing Counter-Strike? I feel like their strengths are the individuals, the strengths are Nico, the strength is m0NESY, and I can't help to feel that whether you replace JKS with Nexa or vice versa, it doesn't really change how G2 will approach the game. It's still going to be around it's still going to be around Nico, and it's still going to be around m0NESY. So yeah, you may change the support cast, but that's not really changing the direction of G2. So if I'm a player and I'm joining G2, I don't know what I'm joining. I don't know what role I'm going into. So maybe you can be the hype man, but that's about it.
I mean, honestly, I think that the criticism towards HooXi as an individual are very warranted. There are games, a vast proportion of games where he is such a low influence individually that just Counter-Strike at the highest level, that's going to be a problem.
We saw twice at this tournament.
Yeah. It's like, there's going to be a ceiling that I'm not going to stand here and argue that, oh, you know, guys, it's okay to have 6-7 frags, you know, you do your job. It's not true. This is warranted. Although I believe that he might be underrated as an IGL. You're talking about decisions, you're talking about game plan and how you played, or the T side. I think he might be a little bit underrated in that. I would trust him with decisions when it comes to the game.
100%,
But I cannot make up for these moments where he disappears, and it happens too often, and when it does, it's too detrimental. We've witnessed a Nico vintage golden performance going out of this universe. His first map on CS2 that got us just gasping, and then obviously you have HooXi on the other side that's compensating, right? And that's an issue that I cannot ignore, and it might just always be there.
I agree with you. I don't underrate HooXi as an in-game leader. I just underrate the fact that I think, as said, G2 are prisoners of their own success. He's well aware that if you want to find success with G2, we got to cater to Nico, we got to cater to m0NESY. So he can't build up a system. He can't build up an environment like Heroic did with Cadian. He can't build up a playstyle like Karrigan has done within FaZe, or like a culture within the team. It feels like you like to speak about cultures. G2 don't have one. The culture is headshot. The culture is kill people. The culture is go out there and be the best individuals. And I think HooXi is the right man for the job in order to enable the players around him. I think he's doing a good job of sacrificing himself as well. He's selfless. So there's many positive attributes to HooXi. But again, I look at G2 having one of the biggest budgets in the Counter-Strike scene. They have two of the best players in the world. I want more.
Maui, I want your opinion on this. Who was the bigger disappointment in not making it to this very stage? G2 or Cloud9?
G2, hands down. G2, hands down, yeah. Because if you're going to actually bench JKS and bring in a replacement, you think that's an upgrade. Cloud9 have been pretty decent. BetBoom wasn't good for them, but in terms of some of the other events in CS2, they've been a pretty consistent top 4 team at a lot of these events. So I was a little bit upset, but the woes are so obvious for Cloud9. It's so clear that they're still trying to figure out what their system is, who's going to pick up the opt map to map. They've changed multiple spots at this tournament from BetBoom, and apparently they didn't even practice. So it was like, are you guys... I'm so confused with Cloud9, so that's why I'm not really disappointed with them, because I can still tell that they're trying to... I will say, I want to remark on that Groove interview. The quote that he says, we're just going to play without an op. I don't think he's trying to reinvent the wheel. I think he's just trying to work with what in the confines of what he has.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point, but it's a very apparent issue, the man that we just see on our screen here, Perfecto. He was almost having a giggle with James Banks, Jacob, when they were talking about him obviously having to pick up the AWP on Ancient. Didn't look like it was exactly the outcome that he wanted. So that's the issue that I see with Cloud9 long term. Yeah, you can say we don't need an AWPer, but do your players actually want to be picking up that hybrid role? Didn't sound like Perfecto did.
To be completely honest, it pisses me off, you know, to a degree where I'm like, why are we even spending time talking about this? You need an AWP player. It's obvious for everyone. I'm okay with them trying, you know, just dipping your toes in the idea that maybe in CS2, new game, new meta, maybe we can do it with 5 rifles. But I think already now it's been established that with the player material you have, that's not the case. Also, we can't forget that when they first came together, when they came into Cologne, you're looking at Cloud9, you're thinking Electronic and and perfected joining that lineup, we had such high expectations. You have like the best CIS players, you're bringing the best from Navi, you're taking the best from Cloud9, and all of a sudden you're supposed to have a powerhouse of a team. We've never seen them play well. We've never seen them live up to that potential. There's been occasional games, occasional tournaments where they made the playoff, but we've never seen them deliver at the expectations that we had for them. And I feel like they've started right here in terms of expectations, and it's just going like this, like this, like this, like this. And at what point does the plane crash?
I know, but I agree with you with like this superstar feeling of Team Cloud9 being put together. I was on that hype train. I was really huffing it maximum, but it was a premise that we kind of all accepted, which was huge, was that Electronic would actually be able to deliver in that role. And that's such a huge condition to put as a premise for what Cloud9 was going to do. And we were very, very quick to realize that was not the case. So then I feel like they kind of hit the panic button and say, okay, we have to stop this. This isn't working. Now, honestly, at this point, of course, we hear some rumbles about Shiro. He might be on a destination to a different team and all. But if I was just playing around with the Puppet Master, I would just bring him back in.
Yes.
Having Boomage as an air, just bring him back in. It would be so great. The question would then become Axel Hobbit, who can actually fill these gaps. You would argue at face value, Axel probably a stronger player. I do think Hobbit a bit more versatile, maybe. He can take it in a bit more. But yeah, as it is, it doesn't really work out. And it also, I share your frustration. I think we all would like to see better from them.
What change would you like to see, Maui, going into 2024? Obviously, they're not going to be at groups, but maybe Katowice. What do you want to change for Cloud9, if there's going to be any change?
Just bring Shiro back for Hobbit.
That'd be great.
That's it. That's all it takes.
That's the issue. Does he?
No,
he doesn't.
He doesn't. So he doesn't. So for whatever reason, he's already seemingly set his eyes on Spirit.
Sorted. That's my change.
Okay. Yeah. Just any offer.
Just bring Navi back together.
Any offer.
That's well. Simple is on the bench, right? So
give me Dexter. Give me Dexter. Give me Zorte. Give me any Russian offer.
About that plane crashing, it's gonna happen at Katowice.
Yeah, that might be the case. But Matthew, you were kind of poking the bear a bit and saying any team that might be making a change, this close to the major, it's not going to spell greatness for them, but maybe is Cloud9 an exception to that rule?
It's hard to say, because I mean the starting point is really, really low. So there is always like a risk-reward sort of balance to keep in mind. And if this is so complicated early, might as well just pull the trigger, go for it, and then you would have to look a bit further away. But yeah, I agree. It's not a great place to be forced to make a change when you think about the RMRs coming in about 7 to 8 weeks. It's not a great window of opportunity.
Give me Simple. Give me Simple.
I told you it's going to be Navi with a new player. That's it. Perfecto, Boomage, Simple, Electronic, just +1.
New player, New Jersey.
We circle right back to where we started.
I mean, it was a great team.
How about getting Monacy?
He did say a little thing about maybe wanting to join. But alas, unfortunately, G2 and Cloud9 does mark the end of their 2023. But we do still have 2 more teams trying their mightiest to make it through to the grand final of the year. It's going to be Vitality taking on Navi after this break. Semi-final number 2 here in Abu Dhabi, and time to find FaZe a grand finals opponent. That will either fall to the hands of NAVI or Vitality. For NAVI, according to Hoaxy, it's a miracle that they even managed to make it here because it required so much skill versus G2 just yesterday. And it's a team that we don't exactly know what their identity is at the moment, but making it through to the semi-finals, definitely a result for them. What looms on the horizon is Vitality with a big Brit at the helm. Mezzi currently tearing up the server with such an incredible rating. And of course, lifting the trophy back in Copenhagen, the first event that he was standing in for the squad in, was an incredibly impressive result, Matthew.
I agree. I think we cannot underestimate that feat from Vitality to be able to stomach the loss of a player of Magisk's quality. Like the attribute and the energy that Magisk was putting on a server in Vitality, one of the greatest anchor there is, probably criminally underrated in that jersey because next to him is Ivo, because next to him is Spinks. But by the eye test, you were not lying. He was an absolute pyramid for that team. And then Mezzi comes in, and actually, they still win. They still lift the trophy, almost against all odds, if you will. So as myself, a Vitality aficionado, I had a pretty good time. Let's see where this from there.
I never expected to see a British flag actually above Zywu in terms of rating. For much longer. Yeah, but let's give some props to Mezzi, because I think a lot of people, some looked at this signing and said, I'm not totally sure he's going to fill the huge shoes that were left by Magisk. But other than in Copenhagen, obviously he wasn't putting up stellar numbers. Here, it's been quite the different story, Jacob.
I think the signing made a lot of sense. I think Mezzi was one of the few players I would put in that position thinking that's going to be all right. That's not going to make Vitality significantly worse, because I agree with you, replacing Magix is a very tough deal, almost impossible to some degree. However, the way he played in Copenhagen, he got a bit of a freebie in the sense that he was coming into the tournament. We didn't have too high expectations, and I think he under-delivered. I think he played worse than he should have. He played worse than I would expect from Mezzi. However, the turnaround coming into this tournament has been absolutely fantastic. Now, there's one thing we haven't seen just yet from Mezzi, and that's him performing on the stage, because that's when he, I wouldn't say crumbled for Vitality, but that's when the pressure got to him, and that's when we saw early signs of maybe him not feeling too comfortable in his new role. But that's maybe also connected to the fact that Apex said they hadn't really practiced leading into Copenhagen, not as much as they would like to. So maybe Mezzi playing well now is a result of the practice, or maybe we just haven't seen Mezzi on a stage yet fully come through. That's the question I want answered tonight.
I would cite the fact that also, I actually think that they're putting Mezzi in more positions to succeed, because at the fall finals, I feel like they kind of just left him to his own devices. Sometimes it was just kind of on a bomb site by himself, has to fend off FaZe in a grand finals. He's trying to do the absolute most, but now it feels like there's just more synergy with him and everyone that's around him. I think the communication has become a lot cleaner. They're setting him up with flashes. I would be shocked to see Mezzi perform as well as he did in the group stage, but I'm not surprised based off of the fact that their tactics do just seem to gel much better at this point.
Yeah, let's go ahead and check in with the in-game leader in Apex. He's got a few words about Mezzi heading into the semi-final.
Mezzi's performance right now has been looking really good for you guys, but I wanted to see, was there a discussion you had within the team to make him push for more, to go for more, or was it just him own initiative?
Well, to be honest, before Copenhagen, we didn't have time to take care of him or whatever, to ask him too many things. He had to fit to the system first and then being able to perform. I think what's happened is that during the second week of practice before Abu Dhabi, we had a talk with him, asking him that he wanted to be the perfect teammate and doing everything perfectly, and we asked him to be more like himself and to try more, want to do whatever he wants with Xstars. And yeah, he does it pretty well at this tournament. Hopefully it's going to continue, but I'm really happy he's able to perform well. We had more time now to focus on him and try to help him to grow also as a player. And yeah, it worked well, but I hope it's going to continue because fuck group stage.
Well, hopefully he's going to be putting up those same numbers, because Mezzi looked like an absolute demon. But props to Apex and, the whole of the Vitality camp, because we think about, I'm going to use Spinks as an example, integrating into Vitality. Yes. Apex was the one that said, you need to be more confident. You need to take more space. You can't just look at Zyro and go, okay, he's a sick man in the server. I need to follow him. Be confident in your own ability, man.
I think it's one of the topics that we sometimes miss when we cover Vitality, is how healthy of an ecosystem that is to integrate a player and help them surpass some of the obstacles they're going through. Spick is an example who under-delivered massively when he joined Vitality, and he was a target of a whole lot of scrutiny. Turns out now to be one of the best rifles out there. Even ZywOo at times, where Apex has to sort of talk about these conversations I've had. Listen, you have to be more selfish, you have to be more out there. And now you're doing the same with Messi. Like, it's a great thing to want to be the perfect teammate. I understand that. If I was Messi stepping into Vitality, all I would try and do is fit in that box they're giving me and make sure I'm not roughing any feather. But this is not how you deliver your best CS. You have to find this sort of balance where you also do some of the stuff that you like, that makes you feel in confidence, that make you feel like you're in control, and then you have to find this balance, and I think Vitality is really good at it.
I have no doubt that Apex is aware that he's asking a lot from Messi when he's telling him to be more himself and be a little bit more, I guess, selfless in that regard, or selfish. You're on a team with Spinks. You don't want to interrupt what he's doing right now. You said it, one of the best riflers out there right now. You definitely don't want to step ZywOo on his toes. So if you're Messi, there's also a limitation to how much space you can actually create for yourself or take away from certain players. So being the perfect teammate, I totally get Messi's mindset. But if there's a balance to be found where Messi can thrive, as we've seen in the group stage, while ZywOo is still playing well and Spinks is still playing well, then best of luck to the rest of the teams out there.
Yeah, you mentioned ZywOo. Obviously, he's refound his form back at Copenhagen. I don't think there's any disputing. He's feeling comfortable in CS2 now. What's your take then on Wonderful on the other side of the equation, Maui? How has he kind of been integrating into Navi so far?
So I've actually really loved what I've seen from Wonderful at this event. Before it, the few criticisms I had of Wonderful were that he didn't always, after getting that first kill, know what to do after it. And I do feel like at this point with Navi, after working with Blade, working with Alexi, he now knows how a whole round is going to go start to finish. And before, it was just getting that opener. So that's where he's been most impressive. And on top of that, those 6 clutches that he's won, he's forcing himself into some of those. Before at other ones, you would just kind of... He kind of felt like a person that cared more about raiding than actually winning the round. He would just try to just sit back, just get the 1 kill, save the op for the next round, and maybe he'll do something with it. But at this tournament, he's actually trying to impose himself on his opponents. He's actually moving forward with the op, trying to punish any kind of mistake, create new opportunities, and that really is the void that was left by Simple on Navi, is that there was a guy that was the most creative player and one of the deadliest out there, and Wonderful just... He was missing that extra element, that extra oomph, and I think he's starting to find out what that was.
Yeah, it's the proactivity, what I think we wanted more from Wonderful. Because I agree with you. From the very beginning, when you would catch him be in a chaotic situation, he would mechanically astonish me. There would be moments where he's supposed to get only 1 and be traded. He's supposed to get none of them, and then he would have that flickability, he would have that little bit of a craziness element, but that's when the game came to him. It wasn't Wonderful just saying, okay, this is what I'm about to do. I'm about to get stuck in and make that difference. He was getting executed on, and I would trust him to do more than what he should. But then there's that next step where you actually sort of you manifest these moments, you manufacture them, and this has to come with experience, and I think we've seen more of that at the event.
Look at a guy like m0NESY. He's always out there, you know, provoking people to get in his face, right? That's the main difference, because I agree with you. I think Wonderful is in a transition period right now where he's trying to become more of a m0NESY-esque AWP player, where he can do a bit of both, because he's great at sitting back, he's great at clutching, but he needs that close combat, you know, comfortability, you know, to force the issues and almost provoke the opponents to, like, come here, come get me, and I'll fuck you up.
Maui, were you hungry to see a bit more from Ime coming into the games yesterday? He did kind of deliver on that last map versus G2, but I think it's a question of consistency with him, right? Do you believe that he's going to be delivering on that consistent basis?
It does seem like Ime is trending upwards right now. So right now, in this kind of matchup, this is usually where someone that's trending upwards after a few events is taken back down to earth, because Vitality is such a tough opponent. You expect that they're going to make the adaptations necessary so that Ime can't pop off in the way that he has, because the reason that Ime was so impressive is that when he was fighting individuals one-on-one in so many duels, he was just getting the better of them. I want to refer specifically to the way that he was taking Nico out repeatedly outside yard on Nuke, because that was a one-on-one fight that he was just presented repeatedly, but Vitality is just a better team. Vitality is going to be a team that adapts. If Ima's on a hot streak taking out that outside rifler, well, they're going to send one more guy. They're going to throw a better flash to help him out. So that's where I think that extra dimension for Ima is now going to be tested, and I want to see him succeed, because I want to see that Ima that was blowing everybody away at the Paris Major, making a huge name for himself, and I want to see that he's not going to just fall back down to this guy that has more or less not delivered when he's after switching to Navi.
Yeah, and of course we're talking about this in the context of a rematch, even though Apex says F the group stage. They did face Navi and they did take them down in a 2-0 fashion. So it's not like they haven't already felt the wrath of Vitality, Jacob. So do you anticipate that maybe it's a case of switching up the map, Vito? Because I think we were kind of left scratching our heads of why Navi picked into Anubis, but then they're not really left with much else, right?
I was just about to say, there's a limitation to what Navi can do in a veto against a team like Vitality, right? You're limited, and you want to do something that you feel comfortable with yourself, first and foremost, and then you can always try to see if you can manipulate the veto in a way where you can also make your opponents feel slightly uncomfortable. However, I don't think Navi are in a position to do that right now. I think they need to go with what they're comfortable with, and hopefully, you know, we can go by the saying that we always rephrase up here, that once you played a game against a team at a tournament, you learn more about more from losing, than about winning that game. And I think that's the only silver lining I can give to Navi right here.
Well, the vetoes are rolling in. It was Anubis, Overpass, and Nuke that we didn't need last time around. What changes do you expect, Matthew?
Well, you were asking, Jacob, what do I think Navi could do? I think you're probably trying to target a map where the defense of Vitality isn't up to par. And I think Mirage could be a conversation. There is moments, and they go for Anubis once again.
It's just been their comfort pick for the entire tournament. Vitality here, a few options. Inferno has been really kind to them. And so for a decider, I think for the sake of Navi, I think they probably want this to go to Nuke just because of what they were able to do for G2, but will Vitality even let them have it?
Vitality has had a few reference games on Nuke very recently. If you think about Copenhagen as well, it's a map that they got punished on a couple times, and I think it gave them the reps as well to realize these are some of the issues we have in our setup. This is how we have to work on. So I think the veto goes in Vitality's favor anyway. Yeah. And the Anubis pick from Navi, I don't mess with that.
Anubis was always gonna. I feel like it had to be Navi's pick just because they clearly came out before this tournament and said, this is our map. We're just gonna keep picking this every time we can in a veto. The problem is that Vitality is simply the best Anubis team in the world. So you're painted into a corner immediately before the veto even began.
The one silver lining that is on the side of Navi is I think this is the map where we've seen Wonderful being the most proactive, right? It's been the map where he's had so many highlight plays on. So I'm wondering if he has the ability to be bringing it to Zywoo, though, because last time around he just wasn't able to, Jacob.
Well, that's an underrated fact sometimes when we speak AWP players, that sure, Wonderful is going up against Zywoo on the server, but, you know, 4 other players he's going to kill is running around with a rifle. So maybe just avoid Zywoo a little bit and then kill the rifles running around.
Sounds like logic.
You know, but that's what you can do as an AWP player. You get and pick to choose your positions, I guess. You get to pick and choose whether you're playing connector and being aggressive there, you want to go middle, or you want to be static on the A-bomb side. We praised Wonderful for being proactive. We praised Wonderful for being, you know, a little bit more stepping outside of his normal comfort zone. So now is the game to do that. See if you can not necessarily avoid Zywoo, but play to your own strengths. Go wherever you feel comfortable, and if Zywoo is running into a crosshair, then kill him.
There is one, I think, glaring that is a fact. There are when Flamesy is left on an island, because that's part of being that A anchors, there's going to be rounds where, little buddy, we're not going to give you anything. Like, we have our setup over here, you have a couple of utils, you need to be able to craft your way out of these situations. I've seen him fail in these moments. When he gets activated, sometimes he's going to have Zywoo by his side with an AWP setup, that's fine. People are going to flash him into A main to be active, that's fine. But keep an eye on when he's alone there, left to his own demise, because that can be complicated.
Well, of course, we did have some questions about Navi and where they would be going within this veto. So we've got some words from Alexi B to see exactly why they picked into Anubis again.
And in terms of good signs, Anubis has been a solid map for you guys, but you picked it again against Vitality, and I want to understand the reason why, because they look very deadly on it, and last time it wasn't great for you guys.
Yeah, it's true. Last time it wasn't great, but it wasn't great on any of the maps, to be honest. They were just a better team, so I don't think our map pick decided that. It was just the way we played and the way they outplayed us. To be honest, some people might think, why do we pick it? Why not? Yesterday we had, I think, 3 match points. Could have easily went our way. And it's just the fact that we have drilled the map a lot in this tournament. So it's obviously, I think, in a way easier to play because you are trying to fix all the small details and you have a lot of repetitions. And if you pick now something completely else you didn't play for a while now, it's really hard to practice from here with the high ping. So we just went with the comfort, and I really think that we can bring it home if we play our CS.
Insightful words from Alexi B. Exactly what you were echoing. They've learned from their failures last time around.
Yeah, I think we had the sentiment going on for Mouse against FaZe that Mouse would go into that game with nothing to lose. It's the exact same thing here for Navi. None of us are expecting Navi to win this game. None of us expected Navi to be in this semi-final. Just the fact they beat G2 in the fashion they did by taking down G2's map pick and winning on the third map convincingly was a surprise to me. So yes, Navi going in with no pressure whatsoever, maybe that's a silver lining too.
Well, we are almost ready to get the semi-final underway and find FaZe an opponent in that grand final. So it's time to welcome the teams into the Etihad Arena.
Navi, the former titans of Counter-Strike, have blazed through to the semifinals and are primed to make the Etihad Arena their domain, looking to punish any team who dares to overthrow them. The absolute ferocity showcased by Wonderful and Emo throughout this tournament have been nothing short of a spectacle of world-class CS. After demolishing their rivals in the group stage and taking out G2 in the quarterfinals,
and this is where it ends. The yellow and black strike gold in Abu Dhabi.
They're looking to prove that Navi is still a force to be reckoned with. The stage is set. The trophy is calling. The question is, can Navi answer?
This is the first time the international squad of Navi have reached the arena, as they managed to keep their mental and fought against the odds. It could all come together for them here in Abu Dhabi to end it, which has already started. Alexi B! The leader who can handle it all. Ema! The one who is finding his
Сори, то, что пропускаем.
The whirlwind.
Ознакомьтесь хотя бы.
Bit! The headshot machine. Wonderful! The whirlwind. Alexi B! The leader who can handle it all. Ema! The one who is finding his form. JL! The reliable and charismatic one.
To the semifinals has been a testament to their resilience. Each round win exemplifying the dedication to their craft. As they advance, inching closer to last CS Prize of the Year, their passion blazes brighter. Their hunger for victory stronger. With the Paris Major and Fall Final titles already secured, every endeavor from here on will have Vitality vying to add the World Final trophy to their collection this year.
Success, even when fielding a new player to the team, seems like the norm for this squad. And now the British beast, known as Medi, sits confident and dominant next to his new teammates. It's the final event of the year, but is the V for victory this time around? Speaks! The ferocious one. Zaiwu! The chosen one. Apex! The adaptive and accomplished captain. Flames! The fiery one. Mezzy! The British beast. This is Vitality!
avversari da questo balletto
Vitality versus Navi. Not the first time these two teams have gone toe-to-toe at this very event, but this is the series that truly means it all. This is what separates Vitality from potentially making it to another grand final and getting 2 consecutive back-to-back trophies. For Navi, it's a story of really not even expecting them to make it here. We looked at the road that they had to overcome to make it to this very point, and an incredible showing from them thus far, Manchu.
It must be extremely refreshing and energizing for Navi to be in that position, to finally get to play in a semi-final stage against Vitality with all eyes on you. You mentioned Vitality. I think there's an element of stamina, rather, I was going to say, endurance. You think about calendar, having deep runs at all of these events, and element of fatigue. Vitality had to have different lineups, 3 different rosters of the last 12 months, lifting trophies, being in grand finals, being in semi-finals. At what point do they fatigue? At what point are you? We talked about in FaZe at the beginning of this year. We said FaZe is a bit tired, you know. They went to all of these deep runs. Like, what about these guys? Like, just alkaline, like batteries in the butt? Or like, what's going on?
Yeah, that's pretty much what Apex is, you know. He's a bunny that never goes out of battery.
It's crazy.
He's going to be up there at all times. As you said, you know, the consistency coming out of Vitality is one to praise for sure. I think it was Apex himself who said that the only time during this year they missed the players was at Sydney. And we know what was going on during Sydney. Yeah. Roster changes, not really coming into that tournament fully focused. CS2 just launching as well. So I'll give them that. Apart from that, throughout the year, Maui consistently, Vitality have been showing up time after time after time. And one thing I do want to note here, they don't lose to teams they're better than. You know, sometimes they can lose to a team that is on their own level. Yes. I don't consider Navi to be on the level of Vitality, and usually they don't lose to those kind of teams.
Unfortunately, that is very accurate, Pimp. But for the Navi side, I mean, they still give you a lot to root for. They're the longest standing team here in terms of roster history, and they're a team that in this whole sea of trade rumors, of people maybe going elsewhere, it just upset, like, there's nothing that's coming out of this camp that's negative. Not a single peep. We got Alexi B, we got Blade. This team is well organized, they're well coached, they're focused on what's in front of them, and so Vitality, they are the favorites in this one. There's no doubt about it, but we already have to celebrate the fact that Navi have already taken down one of the giants in the scene in G2. Who's to say it's not to happen again?
Definitely, and if we're looking for an X factor, if we're looking for a reason to be excited, it's Ima's performance against G2. Because if you allow yourself the idea, the possibility of dreaming that something like that would happen, then it's transforming for a team. And I think for Ima and his trajectory, when you reflect on how harsh it has been for him, from Gamer Legion to then being scrutinized to underperforming, under-delivering, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. He was bad at the very beginning. That is just a fact. What he had to go through, some of these games, sometimes as a player, you just need 1 or 2 series. I can call my own number, be stuck in these situations. Who's to say that didn't light a fire under him? Who's to say we can't have a similar Ima performance?
I think he's motivated, because you said it's a bit of a grudge match for Ima as well, because you remember what happened in Paris when he was playing the final against Vitality. Obviously, Ima ended up losing. He had a fantastic tournament throughout, and arguably up until the very final, he was a candidate for the MVP, and had Gamer Legion won that major, he would have been an MVP major. In the final, though, he was, I wouldn't say disappointing, but he fell down to a normal level. It was like Vitality nuked Ima, you know, and they were controlling him and making him look normal at that tournament. So now he's going up against the same Vitality, almost given a couple of roster changes. But Ima, historically speaking, have had a rough time in Navi, and he's also had a rough time against Vitality. So, you know, I agree with you. If you can get over that humble, if you can get over that step and perform like the Ima we saw at the major against Vitality, then maybe Navi stands.
Maui, what's the biggest change that we're going to have to see compared to earlier in the tournament when these two teams went toe-to-toe on Anubis? What is going to be the difference maker today for Navi if they want to take this map off Vitality?
One thing that I think Vitality did very well last time these two teams faced off is that even when they gave up a bomb site, they were so good at retaking. The retakes from people like Apex consistently came out. He was so well ironed in terms of just making sure he holds on to that utility. And so what I want to see from Alexi B and his crew this time around is they just need to pressure the map a little bit more. They need to make people like Apex sweat, so he has to dump that utility earlier on. If you don't pressure him earlier on and he's able to just save that full belt, well, I don't even think a post plan is safe at that point. So just make sure you're actually going through all the stages of map control procedures, because if you just shortcut it, if you just go too early in a round, well, they know how to retake a bomb site too.
A grudge match for a spot in the coveted Grand Finals at the final event of 2023. It is time to get our second semi-final underway.
Thank you, Desk, for your points. Excellent analysis, as always. Yes, that's right. Second semifinal set to begin here in Abu Dhabi. The second to last match of the Tier 1 circuit. The year's not over, right? FaZe, they held up their half of the bargain. They've secured those grand finals, and now it's up to Vitality to push back Alexi B and co again at where he always falls, right? We have seen Alexi B lead 3 different rosters to top 4 at Blast events in the last 2 years. He did it with G2, he did it with Ninjas, and now he's done it again with Navi as the longest standing roster at this event. He can do it, but can he break through? Can Alexi go further? Can Vitality stand the test in this second semi-final? Time to find out.
Yes, time will tell. And as we know, it's very fortunate for Vitality to get Anubis here, but it doesn't mean that Navi can't win. They are picking into their strength as well. So we can't overshadow the fact that this map doesn't get banned out. They're able to play it at the very minimum. But we would need a Alexi masterclass and a lot of wonderful support, if you know what I'm saying, to be able to pull out a victory.
This trio between Wonderful, Ime, Bit. It's going to have to hit hard. And Wonderful will open up shop. Big scalp to get as Zywoo hits the dirt, and all that's here for the T side is this bit of long control. Nice grenade into the deep of the site, though. Dual Beretta's down with nothing. JL's trying to shave a second, but it's tight. You've got 2 defenders stuck behind this.
Oh, man,
and so,
call.
yeah, Apex follows through. Man advantage to the team.
Bursting the smoke like that, I think, completely caught him off guard. Like, they were thinking it's going to get respected. They're going to go back in default. It's a team that knows how to play an advantage and to chill when they're at a disadvantage. But, okay, Imma trying to come in here. Alexi B and him have to make up for the fact they lost this site.
Ну что, 22 в 3 играют. Алексей им остались в живых. Вандров Хилл, взяли Хилл. 2-2 размен. И это...
From Alexi and Ime, just like that, you let them get close, and they're gonna hit you hard.
Hey, that was a big call for them to come through the smoke, to come take over the site, but when they got into that post plan, they really didn't play it actively, and it seems like there should have been someone spotting for the camera push. Nobody in that situation was, and the 2 players who are in the site are playing low ground. They didn't go ahead and take anything. So once you get to this point, I mean, of course, you're going to get caught off guard. You can see their pre-aiming camera. No one was spotting it for them. That's very fortunate for Navi, but at the same time, you would have expected them to win after the first kill. That was a really nice setup tactic for the round. So we might frame this as it would be a huge upset if Navi can win Anubis. But we can also frame this as Vitality have their work cut out for them to keep their Anubis streak alive.
Most certainly so. I think that point Maui made just towards the end of the analysis where we're talking about the retakes from Vitality, right? Losing bomb sites when they're on defense isn't the end of the world. Well, Navi's coming out with one in the pistol to just show them they're not the only ones who can piece together these late rounds. And to do it off man disadvantage in the first, good. They tap into Alexi's fragging ability. You know, Wonderful has played 7 big events on LAN in his career. He has never had less than a 1.05 rating, and those were his oldest when he was just getting into it with Spirit. This is a player who has the biggest shoes to potentially fill. We'll see if he can do it under pressure. He's a one done here towards the B site. It's a dark squeeze. Fire on the feet, but that won't stop him. Mezzi's burned out. Zywoo turns back around. And Mezzi actually dying, of course, on the approach just doesn't matter. There's no pressure until JL shows up. But, I mean, he catches Apex trying to cross back. We'll go 2v2 here. We're going to need time because Bit was spotted so deep down the river that that's why he has to go all the way back through A. And it's such a long road. So long, in fact, that JL can't wait any longer. He goes for the peak before Bit arrives.
Was that the best place for Bit to come from? Should he have just tried to continue later? It's hard to say. He only had an MP9. He couldn't approach Zywoo, so Zywoo wins the round. That's Vitality walking into the B site after losing the opening round, making it look just as easy as the pistol. That's really impressive. And that's worrying a little bit, obviously, if you're Navi. You kind of hope for a very simple exec on a round like this just to stop them and try to melt them down. But, of course, we are talking about a bomb plan in the first. And that's a mood recovery here for Vitality as they take the second round.
It's Wonderful playing quite an exposed position. Back sight in the open versus a wide open long door.
Yes, it's true. And they both were happy to take those duels. So if you're going to sign up for that, then you've got to grab them. So, what do we have now? Well, we've got some utility here between Alexi and Bit and Imma. And not to delay, if Vitality go too slowly in these anti-ecos, you don't oftentimes see them make mistakes in situations like this. I think that's actually what Navi have done and survived in this tournament so far, which has been so impressive. But still, those mistakes are not going to fly today.
Full belt the utility for Alexi to try and set them up. Every nade has a purpose. Just like when Jane leads the team. No kills from that. I mean, you caught them blind and no frag comes out from Navi on the push. It's an open door to Flames to pressure Dark. He's got a couple players peeking him, but he's also got support with ZywOo, so it's a quick test out of Navi. I think the timing was good, the flashbang was great, but the pistol's off the mark, and that's going to spell disaster here for Navi. Pistol round into the double back from Vitality with 5 up potentially. That's all the momentum gone.
Yeah, obviously right there. It's the right tactic at the right timing. I mean, if somebody like Spinks is blind in that position, they are not ready at all for that to happen. But he had a teammate to cover him. And not a single player goes down for Vitality as they take another round. And it's a calm situation for them. Navi will have to play a little bit out of their depth to be able to scare Vitality. Tommy goes the way of Bit. At the end of this round, at least they get 1 kill.
Couldn't come at a better time for Ime to step up the way he did yesterday versus Nico, because the entire conversation was about welcoming Nico to CS2 with his outer nuke play. The beginning of the event showed so much promise. And as we went into that third map, you know, when Navi get through Inferno by the skin of their teeth, we hyped it up again as Nico's playground, and instead he gets bullied. King of the Castle was hands down Ime yesterday.
That was so impressive. But now into the playoffs, or well into the playoffs, we're just looking to see if Imma can keep it up. That's the question. And the best part about Imma when we talk about him, of course, he's been under fire a ton this year, even though he got really thrown to the Wolves. I mean, he had to play with Simple, he had to play on a top team, completely out of his environment, not having all the space that he had on Gamer Legion. Lots to learn, and fair play to him. It's come together now at the World Final. We've seen the growth and development. He is looking much better than he did back in groups a few months ago. And that was a successful event, but it wasn't one where Imma was playing well.
Of course. That kind of left us wondering, like, what else can he have to offer? If he's not going to have the same roles, if he's not going to have the same impact, then what does he really bring to the table that somebody else might not? But we've given him a lot of time. Feels like the Navi system has as well, right? Just the fact that we are here in Abu Dhabi at the end of the year, and this is the longest standing roster, right? And that's just because, yes, we have small pieces changing all across the board, but... You know, this Navi team could have pulled the plug on something sooner. Could have, and there's people who would not have bat an eye at that changing of a piece or two.
I think we're getting to the point where, you know, Blade's track record was getting called into question a little bit, right? We tried on MPL, Imma wasn't looking good at first. Things were, he was sort of 50-50 when it came to getting players like Bit originally. That was really good, obviously, but he was more obvious coming from Navi Jr. as the next after Honesty to get a chance to play at Tier 1. But now with this group of guys, I mean, he also picked Alexi, and I definitely want to point out that this is, so far, this event is the best event that he's called at this year, 100%. From my perspective, watching these rounds, and partly it's because of the resolve in surviving all the tragedies that have happened, and coming out ahead against G2, that was massive. But also, when things were going right, he was calling ornate defaults, lots going on, trusting his individual, setting up Wonderful to have him be more active. I mean, there's a lot of credit to be given for Alexi to get to this point at the Blast World Final.
Again, right? He's led multiple squads to top 4s at Blast events, at fall finals, spring finals, different camps. But this is his ceiling. This has been his ceiling historically for the last 2 years. He doesn't get any further than this. Yes, second place back at Pro League. We look at the scale; it's just a little bit smaller. Yeah. And that's, of course, playing simple. To do it now with Wonderful. Let's see what they've got in store. Obviously, winning pistol felt good. They've been reset with these last 3 rounds. Buying in with weapons can make a difference here for Navi, and they have to put up some kind of a defense on Anubis. You know, they love picking into it. Alexi's pregame interview fixating on the fact that they said that they just had so many reps here in Abu Dhabi. They feel good on Anubis, but this is a tough challenger in Vitality. Dark Control will be a point of contention. We've got ZywOo just outside it, and Man of the Hour and Ime as we all hold our breath to see what kind of play he puts forth tonight.
Oh man, they're giving up dark control. Zywoo with a raw dual jail runs headfirst into it, but he wins. The thing is, there's 3 players on this side of the map. It's not the intention for Vitality to hit it, and there's still a fake brewing.
Wonderful with a chance at a highlight. Smoke's gonna fade. Easy pick up as Flamesy presents himself, and then the 2 others push past. That flick shot lands, so Messi's down to 20, but Apex takes it onto his own by going real deep.
Yeah, he gets to an interesting spot because they can't even push camera. They're scared if he comes back, and he is so surely.
Nicely done.
Him a down.
That's half of his health, but worth it. Apex, 49 HP, immediately falls back, but now you're kind of stranded in the middle here, and the CTs do indeed have that long flank. It's a trident of a retake. 3 directions coming through from Navi, and Bits the first. A little disjointed. That could have been a death, but still the T's hang on. That nade has Mezzi down, and so now Apex 1v3 nearly almost doing everything on his own.
Yeah, he really tried. He did the perfect play of pushing back into spawn and cut off the camera rotation, gave time to Mezzi. Mezzi had one chance to get that Lil headshot on 5 HP. He picked the right angle for it, but he didn't get the timing. He didn't capitalize when they needed him to. Mezzi's somebody who, he got his ass carried in the fall final. Okay, I'm going to put it that way. He was good enough to get them through and they got the trophy, but now he's trying to show some individual level too. And it was his first event. So as much as we could say, like, yeah, he didn't have a great playoffs despite winning, he was only 1 event in.
Yeah, it's not his fault that his teammates are nuts.
Yeah, but now that we're at the World Final again, Vitality are getting potential chance to play against FaZe again in the Grand Finals. There is more to prove, and there is more practice behind this team to say Mezzi can have some more higher expectations, but he's been doing great.
Yeah. Entering the finals as the highest rated player for Vitality. And he's on the entry path into the A site, catching 1 and 2.
There he is.
JL thought he could just dive behind bricks. It is an immediate crank in the tempo out of Vitality. It's Zywoo with the double flash assist and Mezzi the double entry.
Man, we're going really light on some of these hits for Vitality. There's definitely a change in philosophy with them on Anubis right now compared to their previous matchups. The defaults are almost equally as thorough, but the entries are coming out on contact plays. It looks like they're really giving a lot of respect to Navi to put down proper nade protocols to stop their attacks. And to avoid that, they're going low telegraph. 1 contact, and then explode.
2-4 ситуация.
Apex has taken heads off so far this game. 4K in the last round as he tried to ace. These weapons aren't guarantees. This could be critical territory. Sure enough, Zywoo's going to put down his counterpart. The Lexi gets cleared from behind.
Punish.
4th round for Vitality comes with a sweeping of the board.
It's exactly what they want here on T side. Again, giving up a pistol and 1 good round here to Navi. Overall, 4 up for Vitality in the driver's seat versus pistols again. This is a cleanup.
Nice tracking.
Yeah.
On a jumping target.
Yeah, yeah. And there's this old video from Henry G's Cloud9 on YouTube where they all played aim labs. Well, Floppy was on the team, Mezzi was on the team. Mezzi was a beast in the aim trainers, yes. And that's something we don't know about him because he was known as a half IGL, half sort of utility player, half support player, very flexible guy. But some know him for his aim.
Hey, man, we talk about the greatest scouts of Counter-Strike talent in all of the world. Blade being up there, but nobody ever talks about Henry G and his contributions.
Way ahead of his time.
Found the best player that UKCS has seen in a decade.
Yeah, that's the first tournament win.
Yep.
Or
as long as I can remember. And yeah, like we said, he did get carried in that one back in fall finals, but he knows it. It's not like he dropped the ball. It's not like it was a massive underperformance. He just couldn't find his impact. Now, he most certainly is so. That double entry set them up for this anti-eco round, and Team Vitality showing again that the T side of Anubis can cut through the defense quick.
Hey, when we talk about big shoes with some of these roster moves, like when we talk about Frozen having to replace Twist, and we talk about Mezzi having to replace Magisk, these are regarded as 2 of the hardest players to replace, period. In a point where they weren't washed. They weren't getting worse. I mean, maybe Twist was getting a little bit sort of, he wasn't himself in 2019 for sure. He was definitely not the overall best year, but the amount of wins that FaZe had obviously was with him this year. But
it wasn't
Mezzi,
the most magnificent.
It wasn't the most magnificent, but Mezzi this year having to replace Magisk, even more difficult, you could say, and that's because he's not replacing a support player necessarily. Magisk does do a lot of dirty work, but it's in the frag department that I think he's really important. One thing that always stood out to me about Magisk is that when I looked at kill matrices after the game, he would always take down the best player almost more often than the easy frags.
He had the hardest job, it felt like.
Yeah.
But he did it quietly. The humble king. Fear him.
Так, что в кайфе. Что-то с Анубисом у них не идет.
Fast duel. And Bit's gonna win this one.
It's persistent. He's good at that basket push.
We talked about the simplicity of some of these plays so far, and there's one as well from Bit. No announcement from any kind of util. If Mezzi was just looking to tuck in behind that box, he's not expecting Bit, who also had support, to come swinging. Teams are gonna take a glimpse into the B site, and they did see a little skin. That's Alexi on the AUG. He met his support towards Dark, but with that presence on long, you know the second CT's getting drawn back, so now all of a sudden Zywoo, he can take Dark for completely free.
Not enough pressure here, right? Even whether it's spam, the smoke, or nades behind it, they are taking Dark up a minute.
They're walking out again. It's just unannounced. It's quiet. They creep in and they catch them off guard, or at least Alexi. Ime, nice second kill. Pistols here from Temple. So Navi, it's an explosive back and forth where the first frag belongs to Vitality, but Ime holds on, hangs on, 2 kills, quintessential.
Yeah, they definitely found some gaps, right? They found an exploitable site and the pathing to get the kills, but they didn't both get their kills in succession. Ime stopped that. JL came in for support, so that was very nice, and it shows you how comfortable Navi are in frantic situations on Anubis, that they can recover.
And the fast push down water as well. You see how quickly Bit's into position because they had secured long A. They were ready to swoop in case things hit the fan, but all good. One of 2 defenders dies,
Think about
and Ime picks up all the slack.
Consider the utility usage. It's so thin. Like, we don't have a smoke with a molly, players flashing through, and then Bit having to take 2 difficult duels like we've had in the G2 games, in the FaZe games on Anubis. It is way more util heavy. So there's something different here where I think both teams understand that they can play the highest level of Anubis possible. So let's strip it down completely to throw each other off guard. And it's mostly Vitality bringing that to Navi, but now it's Navi being ready for it. They're participating in the same games, coming up with these dry swings.
You know, we praise Wonderful as somebody who doesn't always take the riskiest opening moves.
They keep him on a line. When he goes out for a pick in a tactic, he takes a risk for a second, but he always comes right back if he doesn't see anything. It's definitely a soldier in that sense. Follows the instructions perfectly. Barely goes off the blueprint.
Визил пока ходит. Смог на проход.
I mean, they say he doesn't want to be compared to Simple, and that is one very contrasting element of play.
Definitely. He isn't the same player, and he's right about that. It's just that same sensitivity, replacing Simple on his team. Of course, it's just too many strange things about it. But, you know, and I think in the most honest sense, Simple is probably his favorite player, the opera that he looked up to growing up. But in terms of how he plays CS, he has a different personality.
Well, it's one that's currently posted on Fountain. Bit's in front of him. Flashbang finds its mark and Bit hits the headshot. But it's the same layer from both sides. Opera behind the rifle. They exchange into the 4v4. And the B site doesn't make a move off this. Alexi, in fact, just starts to come closer. The curiosity falls on JL. How does he want to play middle with space being given? All of a sudden, Vitality are very much announcing themselves with the util. And Zywoo finding a solo. Eman, this time in contrast, can't track Apex. But Wonderful gets in fast. And Alexi smoked off, needs that support. Wonderful switching into the AK as he looks to come out from Dark. Apex has the cover.
They're watching it.
Oh, Wonderful finds the headshot. And Flamesy, it's minimal cover. When that smoke comes up, then all of a sudden, Alexi is back in this mix. Flamesy and Spinks looking to combine, and they hold off one side. But Spinks is now known deep with the nade at his feet, down to 27. A single shot could take it. Wonderful wants to get on top of the bomb in the tap. It elicits the peak. Ever so slightly, Spinks falls back. Time on his side. Vitality 6.
Oh, he won't blow a clutch, will he? Nice try from Wonderful right there. Did everything to get out of Dark and be the only player to maybe make that possible. That was another risky situation inside the site. The 1-for-1 trade on the extremity first to kick things off, and the Vitality actually quickly organized to the other half of the map, but it's only at 20 seconds. So this is a moment where we're wondering where the utility is for Navi. They are never keeping main smoked. They never have a laid molly for Dark. Why is it that Vitality can simply come in whenever they want? It's like the door is completely off the hinges right now on this side of the map.
Lock your windows. Barricade the doors, because Vitality, I mean, that also came in so quickly, right? Yes, with utility this time, but it did feel like a swooping offense, and Ime gets caught up in it.
Something's not right, you know, with the, you know, and it can be that they're drawing out utility very well. I just haven't seen it. And it can also be a symptom of the total amount of money that they have. They don't have the smokes and knowledge required. But Vitality are doing a great job of counting utility and knowing when they can simply walk in.
Feels like we're setting up another potential B push from the CTs. The pistol is here to support it. He's going to take it into his own hands. Ime right behind, and Spinks falls back at the perfect moment. But look,
fast step.
The CTs do it as well. They walk out quietly. Fast speed on full display. Nice trade out of Spinks. Peeks down, catches the second. The support that was meant there for Alexi. Man advantage here for Vitality, and still no rush.
I like how they've left Bridge open as an option this entire time, now using it while they post in an anti-eco.
Wonderful
Navi just by waiting.
AWP.
Wonderful in the wings.
Operating on his own here versus Mezzi.
He's looking for a slow death, honestly. If he gets this kill too early,
Куда будет вылазить его по
the CTs can go around it. Oh, but the shot's baited out, and they can actually speed up through camera now.
All they need. Mezzi, beautiful tap as well. So Wonderful knows his sight is compromised. Knows Mezzi needs to be solved, and it's not going to happen here. His seventh, tapping away. Beautiful kills out of Mezzi here.
He doesn't
Big
know he's
impact.
on stage.
There's an entire pack of T's running down middle, going for the bomb site, and it's Mezzi who's murdering all.
I mean, when you're tapping like that, you're confident. It's just a fact. You don't do that on days you're not feeling yourself, and Mezzi's carrying forward all his momentum mentally from these last few games. He's been doing such a great job. And another perfect anti-eco setup. That's why this push is so counterable and why people do not like to swing this side of the map on Anubis, because it's you have very strong positions for both teams who are sitting to wait. If you compare that to Nuke, for example, if you're sitting inside a lobby, you can get crushed from ramp push, from hut push, from squeaky push. It's a lot scarier. On Anubis, when you're talking about holding on to B main, B long, way more easy on T side. Long ranges, really hard angles for the CTs, headshot angles you want to deal with when you swing.
Such a headache. And the pistol push. Ooh, two of them.
Oh, that's a lot of T's found, but that's a couple of good guns. Are they ready to speed up is the question. Spinks sits back here with the bomb.
Now, Molotov lands in front of them towards camera, so the AKs aren't able to come join Alexi, but that is majority towards the A site.
Dude, this is...
But they still have Ime.
Yeah, this is huge, though.
P250 on the pillar. He hears them coming. Full alert, but Zywoo's Tech 9 ferocious. However, instantly, Bit comes swinging out from Temple, and he's not going to let this get any safer. Spinks is kind of scared here. He's running out of teammates. Mezzi's coming in from behind him. He can apply pressure. There's a safe plant in the corner. Sure enough, ball goes down. Mezzi spray gets away from him. Spinks This is USPs.
One between the eyes from Alexi. That's nice. The 10-second stick, but it's a USPs with the tactic to kick things off. Responding to pressure on Bridge. That's a place where we haven't seen the T's play into that often. So Alexi said, okay, it's about time for green. Let's try this. See if they're here. It's the perfect counter default.
And this is a moment for Bit to shine. Two USP kills with the taps.
If Alexi doesn't hit that, though, it's actually just a really simple 1v1. So also just great shot, Alexi.
You seeing this? You seeing this?
How would he say it?
Bro, that's a sick headshot.
Okay, and his reward is an auto shotgun. Okay. What he's here to do is make some money. Oh, man, that timing. Immo was reloading in front of the smoke.
It's such a cheeseball move from Apex, and you expect nothing less from him.
It is, but if someone creates timings that much, use it against them. Immo can go back to the workshop afterwards, but the amount of times they've taken Dark over with him there as the guard on duty, it's alarming. Whether or not he's in there, he's either not or he's not watching the smoke.
Another pack of players. Do they do the quiet approach? Because the auto shot is supposed to have a field day. We've seen a multi-entry from Mezzi already on this site. He's going to try it again, but he gets blindsided by Bit. Nice trade out of the op. And JL slides along. They pause, and that pause here from Vitality could have given him a chance.
No, it's actually key in moments like that. If you wait, then the CTs go to predictable positions. Okay. That's why if you come too early, they could be anywhere, waiting in camera or whatever it is. If you wait long enough for your opponent, will usually get to the best spot, the most predictable spot.
Wonderful. So desperate here. Last round of the half. He's exchanged places with Spinks. Who's,
oh my God. Maybe they can hold hands instead.
Quick shot to the back of the head and a superb T-side coming out of Vitality, making the most of Anubis again. Na'Vi wanted this challenge, and they've got their hands full.
Hey guys, it's Alexi B and wonderful.
Sensei here.
G2 team.
Cloud9. FaZe here. It's Mouse.
Team Vitality is here.
Team Hero here, and today we're looking at some CS Money e-curse play entries.
Actually really bad with skins. Yeah, like really bad.
It's black?
I mean, it's an obvious red line, right?
Yeah, it's AK red line with forward,
yeah.
back, and follow.
That's perfect. Creative. I love this. What is that?
What? Ooh, I know this one. Emperor.
Whoa! That's a really good one.
That was good.
Yeah, the red line was.
I mean, the left guy, he looks...
What does he have on the back? Like a banana?
Does the skin have a face?
I think we are the worst team to do this. Only Tai something.
Yeah.
Easy.
He got it.
How can someone guess this?
You have something in your mind? I have nothing.
Mate? Oh, what? Brother.
Ah, brother.
It's a good costume. We are just noobs with skins.
Could be me, so...
It's a 5-7 monkey.
No, it's the gloves, the caution.
Bro! I like the cosplay at least.
Huh?
Is that an iguana?
It's fire serpent. No. It's oak, chameleon.
Ah, oh, chameleon, yeah.
Is that a real chameleon?
Is it eating something?
Wow, there is a skin like this.
What is this?
What is this eyes?
Nightmare.
Oh my God!
This is
the best cosplay we've seen. I love it.
The Akihabara. What is it?
I don't know. It's Arkababra. I don't know how you say it.
Yes, I am for this.
Tumuku? I don't know how to say it. Tumuku. What is he holding?
A cat?
But why is he holding a cat? Is it a cat?
Jaguar.
Ooh!
Yeah, I like the cat in this one.
I don't know.
Like, I cannot even picture the skin.
Oh, it's so hard to look at a skin like this.
Safety net.
Really? Oh, is this one?
Oh, this is easy. Prince Stream. I know this one. Prince Stream it is. Yo, really good.
You decide which e-cosplay is gonna win the Dragon Lore, so make sure to click the banner below and vote.
The semifinals as the highest rated player at the event, and King Mezzi's done it again. Highest ADR coming off of the first half. Beautiful solo play over towards that A site, shutting down A pushes and being problematic as he goes for those entries as well. Whatever Mezzi decided to do on the T side, he got done.
He did. He's shown consistency. He is doing it deep now into the tournament, and he was taking over, man. Some of those shots, it was sort of Rob's-esque in terms of going for taps. It was Nico-esque in terms of going for taps. I mean, those are two, amazing players to be able to compare yourself to. Of course, there is still more to show, but those are some good early signs.
Yeah, especially with Apex at the top of the charts, right? 12 kill half out of Apex. It's a CT push on long. Gets them the trade. A little delayed. The fadeaway shot, huh?
Yeah, one last there for Flames.
Listen, he had a highlight reel moment with the USP. Remember, one of the 4 rounds here from Navi is off of the back of 2 USP kills and a deagle shot.
Yeah, but we still have a round where the best player in the world, Zaiwu, is actually best with every gun that he uses, including the dualies. So we have the best dualies players in the world right here.
With armor. 3 players lying ahead of him. So as they come around that corner,
there he is.
Zaiwu just shreds flesh from bone.
Best with every single gun he used this year.
Damn, bro, fastest left click in the West.
Это жесткое.
Around like a cowboy.
Just chewed him out. And we're going to see, you know, a bit more emphatic presence in towards Dark, defending against the T's coming in. I feel like that was something that was a little awkward for Navi in that first half. Vitality aren't going to have a problem with it, I don't think.
Insane.
And the reason that you're playing in Dark is because you have very CT-sided angles when it comes to angle dominance.
With the amount of bullets that came flying out that doorway, it felt like there was 3 CTs in there. And Zywoo's not going to waste any more time. Straight to canceling out Alexi. This is obviously a save out of Navi. They're going to have very few gun rounds to even get this half going with.
Yeah, for sure. And we should pay attention to Spinks in Dark, because he's going to show you how to take that angle and make it impossible for the T's.
Easy round here. Zywoo back at it from the bridge. He's got support. And Vitality playing with absolute confidence. Well-earned versus such minimal hardware out of Navi. Easy does it. 10th round secured.
Yeah, it got real ugly with the G2 game. It was more of an even matchup, which made it very interesting to watch them versus G2. But versus Vitality, we could just be watching, like we could, you know, we had Vitality win Paris this year. But that was in CSGO. In CS2, they've already beat FaZe in a grand final. They have a chance to go and take over and see the side. Oh, their time is over. You know, they're not going to come back and get even better, but I think some of us really believe they can.
Well, it was just how quickly they had their first struggles at IEM Sydney. And again, because of roster changes, we know this, but still, FaZe hit the ground running. FaZe lifted trophies faster than anybody else. But a challenger has stepped forth in the most recent months, and number 2 ranked in the world, Vitality, already has a chip against FaZe. It feels like all roads lead to FaZe versus Vitality as the last match of 2023. But again, they have to hold up their half of the bargain. So far, it's been fantastic. Guns for Navi now. For JL, down to 23. And they're going to creep closer to that site.
We're going lots of utility here. Galil's and utility, name of the game. JL on the brink of death at the moment with the amount of health he has left over. But they've used a lot of HEs. Spinks actually has one. Oh, if that's well timed from Spinks, he could win a kill without seeing anybody.
Window, minimal.
Gives it over.
Molly right now would be good, but nothing's going to hold back the long push. Big catches, Mezzy. They know there's a player in sight because of the grenade. Triple, okay. Navi feels like a taste of their own medicine. Just suddenly popping onto that bomb site.
I can't lie. I'm surprised that worked after such all the early damage that came in. And I think it was an expected push out of Vitality. They had good utility to stop that split, at least with one side, but they lose their first player in the site. And that second guy back default, that's the place where everyone stands. But when the site smoke comes out, which I think is going to evolve a little bit, or the way that the CTs play around it, because right now, you're hopping out to jail and you're just spamming the back default and you're getting 100 damage. It's too easy. You don't even have to see them anymore. You can see them in your mind's eye. But this is a really great sign, at least for the sake of the game. Navi, on their map pick, are able to finally win a T round.
Really does feel when that smokes up, like you've just got to at least pull it back, right? Get into temple, use the brick wall.
Yeah, just don't stand against the wall as a starting point. But the thing is that you can't move back until the smoke is up, right? So there is always a timing here for the T's that they can take advantage of, and well, you know what's going to happen. Someone's going to swing out on the left side. They do a good job of covering it, and Bit's been getting critical impact here and there.
And we're talking about Simple's right-hand man in Bit. A phenom with the rifle. And the person who found himself most under the microscope in terms of changing into an international roster to speak a different language. Fast one, already trying to press on. Hey, Mezzy's dead. CT's wanted to get it going. That's
a key trade, though.
That's a gracious grenade. Wonderful. Low and stuck behind boxes.
Minus wonderful. Minus Mezzy сделал.
They're going to follow this up. They're not going to let this slide. T's feel like there's an opening here and also over towards middle. This is going to be too important. Fantastic. No second from Flamesy towards mid. The fight goes back and forth. Zywoo has the back of Alexi exposed.
Figure out a timing.
Бомбой.
He does.
Минус Лекси.
ZywOo just sat in the corner, cool as ice that whole entire time, and he may miss this timing.
I think he's aware of it, actually. But he's trying to basically cheat around to the site. They want to go to Apex. Oh my god, running through and getting rewarded.
That's what he needed. He wanted to just maybe take a couple shots. Ima at this point is desperate, and Spinks is going to deny that bomb plant. Vitality just suffocating Navi in this round.
Yeah, seeing Flamesy up in his position, you knew that the flash was going to come out because he didn't have a smoke in case they decided to molly it in the default. So he had to swing and try to find something and find one good timing here. They find a good nade refrag here, and oh, I see what you mean by generous. It bounced back and still killed him, but he was that low. To be honest, I think it's worse when the nades don't do enough damage, so that's a good first step in the right direction.
This is another instance, though, of man advantage in the hands of Navi, all for naught.
Timeout.
9 opening kills going the way of Navi so far this game, only 5 rounds off of it.
They have 9 opening kills?
Yes.
What? Yes, they do. Oh my god.
Mezzi has actually died first 5 times.
Oh my god, that's actually unbelievable, considering how many good rounds he still had. Things cannot be going better here for Vitality then. They've just got so much strength. I mean, you can thin them down, but you can't beat them. At least that's how it feels. And again, cornered in the veto, but still, Navi picking to their strength should not be something that's overly criticized. This was the map that Navi had to make sure they get in the veto. If they floated it, you know, that was also a risk. Vitality's map pool being just a touch deeper. But they should also, they also had to have a plan to be able to win it.
It's also just economically been such a oh, this is too fast.
Yeah, it's so fast.
ZywOo sees them coming, and Mezzi gonna help. He picks up an opening kill. That's aggression outside of the B site to drop bomb on the back line. And at this point, we gotta say it, Wonderful's been canceled out.
True.
Highest rated player for Navi, consistently putting forth green ratings at big events.
No, it's just
7 and 13 in the semis.
I've only seen Bit get really big kills so far. Ima has had 1 or 2 rounds, maybe. Flamesy coming through the smoke. Bad goes to worse. 3 on 5 here for Navi.
Close camera corner though. Alexi thought he had maybe a slight edge, but ZywOo's not going to fall victim to that. Now the one thing going for them is 2 players here to hit the B site. If they get these kills clean, if they both fall, Spinks and Mezzi, then there's problems. But Spinks holds on to his, and with a grenade in hand, Apex looks to chase him to the corner. It's Ime who can absolutely hit headshots, but not enough health, not enough teammates, and at this point, not enough rounds. Not a single set of consecutive rounds here for Navi, and it's going to be economic problems again.
Get peppered down like a good steak right there. That's every single round they just get eroded over and over again. I mean, there are positive moments on islands for Navi in the second half, but the real meat of it here, it's for Vitality, individually and as a team. Gotta say, they're stealing the show. It's just easy to be a Vitality fan these days, isn't it? It's been a good end to the winter season for them. And even if Navi ended up losing today, it would still be a good end for them as well. I think a good positive note overall. But losing in drastic fashion would sort of take a little bit of the story away.
No doubt.
Definitely. In the eyes of many.
You know, it's one thing to be a team that can crack into top 4 and challenge. Look what Maus were able to do to FaZe earlier today. 24-round maps back-to-back. Yeah. This would just be like Navi defeating a flimsy G2.
If you were here, you would say, oh, some quality wins, but in history, as you zoom out, this would mean nothing. So they need to get one step further if they want to be talked about.
And I think it would hurt most for Alexi because it would just be yet another instance, the 3rd time in 2 years, where top 4 is where he ends.
Obviously, we're talking scary right now because Inferno's not going to be a cakewalk. I'll tell you that much. If it gets the nuke, however, we've got something interesting going on. But
big if.
All right, is this the last round? That's what we want to know.
Mezzi on the pillar, ready to fry. Support back behind him, holds the line. Spinks will get overwhelmed by the river push, but Apex fire to Alexi's feet. He'll burn him out after he dies.
1 man left, it's Bit.
From beyond the grave, Apex has set up ZywOo and Flames to end the 28 health here of Bit and Vitality's Anubis. Well, it still seems uncontested, but Bit, it's a clean kill at a distance. But can he take down the world's best? ZywOo hiding, and he knows he can smell him. He's coming to ZywOo to again perfectly approach the duel. You can smell him, but he can sense you. And that killer instinct, that world-class performance, well, that's what puts Vitality on top. 16-6 is ZywOo to close this one out. Apex and Mezzi, fantastic. Vitality looking towards FaZe.
Anubis once again picked by Navi and once again stolen at the hands of Vitality. An even more commanding scoreline than last time these two teams faced off. That was a statement victory, Matthew, to be starting off this semi-final series.
It could not be more clear a victory if you're in the Vitality camp. That is straight up. It was brought out rightfully by the casters as well. In spite of opening kills found by Navi, the quality within the game of Vitality was absolutely not to be messed with. And I feel like we did a good job setting up some of the conditions, talking about Mezzi and how he's integrated. He's being set up to have a bit more success, a bit more impact. Flagrant, a whole lot of illustrations within that game where he's being put forth on the T side with flashes, on the CT side being helped out. He delivered in the first half. And yes, these are good days to be a Vitality fan. We've suffered for long enough.
There was a lot of positive to take away for Vitality right here. Obviously being ZywOo on the server once again. Apex having a fantastic showing. And as you said, Mezzi at certain moments in the game, he found a lot of impact. Very much involved in the opening department, you know, both for the good and for the bad. We see it right here, round 6 coming into play. It's just a very simple, Mezzi, you know, help from the teammates, getting a nice double entry, and that's it. Round over, round done and dusted. He was sharp on the server, and so was the rest of Vitality. We also spoke about some of the win conditions for Navi, and they were not showing up, neither of them. Wonderful. We spent a lot of time describing him, trying to go out there, be proactive, but he was shut down by Mezzi. He was shut down by Apex. Same you could say for Immer. We didn't see him on the server whatsoever. So while everyone from Vitality played perfect, then no one really stepped up from Navi.
Yeah, let's put round 6 under the microscope once again, because it's a trend that you've noticed, Maui, exactly how they're setting up Mezzi in these situations.
I mean, Mezzi on these entries is just devastating. He did it twice to Complexity at the Fall Finals. He did it once to Cloud9 earlier. He did it once to Navi earlier at this tournament. I legitimately do not think I have seen Mezzi on an entry route into A and Vitality lose the round. It is flawless. They are so good at setting him up with the flashes. And Mezzi is a player that also came from being so passive before. He was very cautious. He was very passive on Cloud9, on Fnatic, and yet they're using him as an entry point here. And that's such an interesting dimension that has been added to Mezzi's game, and one where he's talked about in interviews too, the fact that he feels like at some point, I think earlier this year, he talked about the fact that he needed to just do more, and he is doing it now.
Yeah, and it's an interesting note that we got from Apex in the interview of Banks earlier, saying he's got to be unlocking Mezzi to be more confident. And we've seen that paying out almost immediately on the server, which is amazing.
You're right, and I think it's one thing to talk about it, and it's another one to actually enact it on the server. And if we're talking about just details, the B line, the padding he's had in some of these entries, that to me screamed that he has full confidence and he is committed to the move. Because we know exactly how it feels like to watch a player that is entering but doesn't really want to entry, and you have that kind of little side step in, you're a bit scared whenever there's a duel. Mezzi is just straight up going for it. He has to trust the utility that's with him, he's got to trust the timing that he's hitting, and of course, icing on the cake, good headshots.
The team trusts him as well. They were ready to follow up. They were with him. If Mezzi dies right there, there'll be another player, or another player, or another player. So it's not only Mezzi, you know, feeling comfortable on the server, or confident, the team also believes in Mezzi, and I think that's a key takeaway for me.
Yeah, and it's not only, you know, Apex calling some great strats and, you know, crafting those moments together. He's actually putting up individual impact as well, which sometimes, you know, has been a bit of a warning sign in the past. But on this particular map, it's great to see him, you know, he's not afraid to get down and dirty in the action of it.
I agree with you, and I think there are two main aspects. One is, it seems like there is a true uptick in terms of performance from Apex, from CSGO to CS2. That just is a fact. You look at the numbers, he's got a higher average, more kills, more ADR, more damage. But the other part of it is that I feel like he's slowly making his way in this very exclusive group of IGL, whereas in high pressure situations at the beginning of a game will just absolutely get stuck in and make a difference. He very quickly went up to double digit. He was the fastest one on Vitality to do it. And this could be round 5, 6, 7. Someone's got to cross the smoke. You're damn sure that's Apex. And that sets the pace for everybody because it's a stage game. There's always just a little bit of nerves, and seeing your IGL just do it, you know things are going to be great.
I think there's a point we got to hone in on, you know, especially if they do end up winning this tournament, that Apex is entering the caliber of Glaive and Kerrigan in that, you know, GOAT category when it comes to the in-game leaders. Sure, he hasn't been around for as long. He hasn't won as many majors or, you know, as many accolades to his name, but he's playing fantastically well. And I agree with you. It feels like he's a leader right now who leads by example. It's a player that you look towards and you feel comfortable when you're around Apex. Creating space, putting up numbers on the server, and then as you said, it helps that Counter-Strike 2 is the in-game leaders version of Counter-Strike.
It's how Banks really set him up to the arena, right? Adaptable and accomplished, because we're talking about multiple lineups that he has taken to success just this year alone, just in the last 12 months.
Apex is flat out my best in-game leader right now. If I have to pick any in-game leader today to lead a team, he is calling the best CS. And on top of that, in-game leader talks about in-game. What his performance is in-game, he's just fragging out. I have to now call him a fragging in-game leader. Like, he was so detrimental to Vitality's performances because when he was playing in CSGO, he just didn't care if he died, and he's still making some of the same moves, but he's just hitting all the shots.
Yeah, I think in that regard as well, he followed a similar trajectory to Messi in sense of at some point with talking to him, he realized I need to set myself up as well. Because I think Apex had a tendency when Vitality were in rougher days to try and set up place for everybody else, making sure the structure is fine. Okay, maybe I can give this flash to this guy and that needs... And at some point you forget yourself and you wonder, okay, what do I want to do on the server? When can someone set me up? When am I going to cross that? And you have to put a bow on it and really work around it, not just aimlessly rushing around. And I think he really made that jump when now he's calling his own number in moments where it's actually made for him and he delivers.
I feel like we're ticking everything off the Vitality wish list, if you will. Tick, Messi showing up. Tick, Apex putting in some fragging numbers and strats. We're missing somebody. Oh, ZywOo. Obviously, he's going to show up as well, Jacob.
Yeah, I mean, it's ZywOo. What can we say more about this man? You know, in a game where he's not needed, he's showing up as well, finding a decent amount of impact. Of course, we can pull up a highlight package of ZywOo, but I don't feel he was the difference maker on the server. It was Vitality as a unit that set everyone up for success. So it's good to see ZywOo continuing down the path. It's good to not have the conversation of whether or not ZywOo is a great CS2 player, whether or not this game has, you know, hurt him a lot in terms of individual performance, because I don't think that's the case at all. He's just slowly ramping into it, and for Vitality, as you said, Freya, you could tick off every single win condition, and they got it.
Yeah, of course, we're talking a lot about Vitality's successes, but let's just flip the script just briefly for a second. Of course, we're contextualizing it that we didn't necessarily expect NAVI to be here. Obviously, picking into the same map. Alexi said, hey, we've been working on some things. We feel comfortable. It's an even more detrimental loss compared to last time around. What was lacking for your money in terms of the NAVI camp?
I mean, that's very clear for me. It's the inability to convert power plays. Like, if you are actually being granted entry kills, we usually pen as one of the win conditions, you're not able to convert these 5v4s, that's already enough at the highest level of Counter-Strike. I think they were caught off guard a couple of times by the movements from Vitality as well. Vitality is an extremely good team at reacting within the round where they've lost a part of the map, retaking towards middle, and then you can see even the camera shots of Alexi being surprised that ZywOo retakes him towards middle. At times, I don't think they were ready for that kind of pace and movements from Vitality. And hindsight is always 20/20, but it was always going to be complicated if your Trojan horse is Anubis versus Vitality.
Sometimes I like to simplify Counter-Strike, and I would say there's just a difference of quality on the server. In terms of raw firepower, Emma didn't show up. Wonderful didn't do anything with AWP whatsoever. So to my money, you know, it wouldn't even matter what Vitality would do on the server or what performance ZywOo had had, or Spinks for that matter as well. There's just a clear difference in quality of player material on that server. If Emma is not showing up, if Wonderful is not showing up, the support cast to those two guys are simply not strong enough to contest against a team like Vitality. So for this map and this instance alone, just a sheer, you know, difference of quality being presented by the two teams.
Yeah, Vitality dominating on the first map, and of course that was their opponent's map pick. So that grand final looking ever more likely to be getting closer to the black and yellow squad. Their pick of Inferno lies in wait after this break. Vitality versus Na'Vi. The only difference in this rematch thus far is the map that Vitality have decided to pick into. Last time it was Overpass, this time it's going to be falling down to Inferno. And Maui, we know that Vitality are going to be starting on the CT side. Na'Vi chose to start on the T side. So if you're Na'Vi, what are you potentially looking at coming from this Vitality defense?
There's two game plans that seem like they can be effective versus Vitality. But yesterday, one of those game plans did not work out for Cloud9. On the B side, Flames and Apex are not the strongest duo. They are a decent duo, and yesterday they connected very well to defend against Cloud9. And so if you're Na'Vi and you're game planning here, another option is to look at Mezzi, because he's been okay in his new spot at Pit, but he's much better when he plays in the apartments on the balcony, when he actually has to go into the pit. If you can force him back into that spot, that's where he struggles. So you have to get these very specific win conditions for Na'Vi, and the problem about all of this is that Spinx and ZywOo are just free to roam as you're trying to accomplish these objectives.
I was just about to say, I don't disagree with your point right here. It's just very hard to isolate Mezzi. How do you isolate a player that is surrounded by Spinx and ZywOo at all times? How do you isolate a player that plays on a team that likes to be proactive, likes to move around, and likes to not play a static defense? Apex, for that matter, as well, on that small bomb side, likes to be out there, likes to be retaking banana and be aggressive. So it's very hard to make a clear, defined game plan if you're Na'Vi, because you know that the Vitality players are always going to be on the move.
Right, and historically, that B-bomb side that you mentioned, it has been a liability for Vitality for months and different rosters even. And there's been really an improvement that's twofold for Vitality. One, I feel like the protocols, when they're being aggressive, are much more optimized than before. It's not just Apex sending to death. I feel like they've done a whole lot of legwork in improving, upgrading the nets that they use. That's step one. Step two is the movement within the rounds when they cannot be aggressive, because that's a puzzle that's not a lot of teams have solved on Inferno. How do you actually play a mid-round 5v5? It's very hard to handle on the CT side. Yesterday we saw ZywOo switch up with the rifle and the AWP sometimes going on the B side. Some of these creative solutions that Vitality have put forth help that B side that used to be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get predictions from you guys coming into this series, but do you think there's any hope of Na'Vi pushing this one to a
I mean, I would have said 2-0 coming into
Yeah, I
this
think we
series,
all would have
and,
said that for you.
I think I'm going to stick to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm cool with the
2-0.
Hindsight is always 20/20. We're in an easy position. I'm cool with the 2-0. I'm fine with that.
Well, it's sounding like we're going to see Vitality heading to yet another grand final. But Inferno does lay in front of them. Obviously, their map pick coming into this series. So, Launders, Scrawny, are we going to a third?
Listen, Freya, I think that one falls into the hands of Na'Vi, but they sure as hell have to give us a better performance than what we got back on Anubis. And I'm willing to give them, you know, a bit of a break in terms of the economic game, right? Constantly reset throughout that map. But we need to pop off. We need to step up. We need to see the promise that Na'Vi showed versus G2, if they're even going to put the smallest of dents in Vitality, let alone beat them. And if they don't, then right here, right now, on a Saturday night, we are securing our second grand finalist, Abu Dhabi, one last time tonight. Let's get it on.
Oof, Inferno is where it's going to go down. Everybody knows right now. Na'Vi have their work cut out for them. We got Zulu, ZywOo, I call him Zulu. ZywOo back on those dualies
He's
again.
a warrior, all right.
He is a warrior. Wonderful with a great angle, but the coverage right now, all three CTs chipping in a little bit.
There's another. Gets Spinx off the place, a 3v3. When we watched Na'Vi play G2 on Inferno yesterday, dude, there was some wild rounds.
Wild rounds.
And by the skin of their teeth, they pushed that series into a third, which was Nuke, where then suddenly Emet out of nowhere, off the top rope, RKO. But now, Fixate here. Alexi swapping over to the USP. It's a good amount of utility here to just burden this B site.
Oh, nades late.
Extra pressure on Mezzi, but the molly doesn't find him, and he almost caught one by surprise. Apex having the cross has to help, and will with one. But Mezzi falters, and Alexi B gets that bomb into the site with a smoke for the plant. Good call, just in case there was a banana push, and also because Bit can't deal with Apex. Perfectly placed smokes from Alexi to get the bomb down at least.
Oh, they're trying to put pressure on Bits, getting chipped down to 42 HP. Apex still waiting, no headshot in. He keeps chipping them.
Ooh, they're chasing, and ZywOo, he's gonna tap the bomb. 10-second stick, ZywOo's Berettas come up again, and now they're in the hands of Alexi. Apex on the chase, and Alexi B, the double headshot to close it out for Na'Vi.
Oh, charged it with the hot swap. That was beautiful into the dualies for ZywOo. We know those are special dualies when ZywOo buys them. Looks like they're working anyone's hands now. Very nice 1v2. Saves the day here for Alexi with the bomb plan as well, which means, like, you know, no matter what happened, that was good that they broke into the site after how this round started off.
I'm going to give him bonus points, man. He grabbed those dualies out of midair before they even touched the ground.
Yeah, that was...
What the hell?
Yeah, that was that's their Clint Eastwood play of the day.
Gave him a spin. Gave Vitality a crack upside the head. However...
Oh, okay. Talk about cracked upside the head.
We saw this back on Anubis. A pistol round win meant nothing because you started to peek and pry into Pistol's SMGs.
And this is a frantic Alexi B. The bomb has to go back.
No.
Can't go for this trade. They got to give up B and 2 kills. 5v3 now.
I don't know if they could survive another heartbreak. Another reset round.
Yeah. What do pistols matter? Happened in the first round of Anubis.
God, the Apex Deagle headshots. He's having himself a hell of a series.
Just a testament to how good he's gotten, man.
They see a sliver of him. Flames drops the smoke. And the T's trying to get him out from Orange.
Oh, wow.
Big. Nice headshots coming out of him and Ema, the aim stars of Navi, reopening the round with the B hit and the plant that comes with it. Now, you've got Zywoo with a smoke, and you've got Mezzi with a smoke, and Spinks as well, so the retake utility here could work out quite nicely. But it's a nice angle from Ema as well to just keep these CTs at bay. Utility as well for Navi, so...
They can bounce flash here.
Players on this, they're going to smoke the doorway. This could just allow for them to push the cross. And Bit's going to get drawn forward. The round is very much in Navi's hands, but it's going to come down to what they lose on the exits. And as they move towards that MP9, Bit will open an avenue of escape. It's a fadeaway shot from Wonderful.
And now he's dead.
Yeah, bomb's going to catch him, right?
Surely. Oh, maybe he gets away. 39 HP.
I still don't know.
The bomb is deadly these days. Oh, he survives. Okay, never mind. That was a close call, but actually disaster averted, and Spinks gets no damage with his MP9.
Little snapshot.
Oh, this is so nice, you know, from the remaining players of Navi to get into the site after all that goes down again.
I feel like JL's the best guy to compete against because every time you kill him with a nice shot like that, it's like he's happy for you.
Yeah.
He understands that was a beautiful one from Apex.
Somebody won on Earth just makes JL smile from ear to ear.
So Navi will indeed move forward with an easy rebuy. But there are still some dangerous elements of this Vitality round 3. Just the fact with how sharp they've been. Oh, JL's going to get his revenge real quick.
Yeah.
That's the T's own molly to slow them down, so they're not able to just completely envelop this bomb site. I see Zywoo with a Kevlar and Deagle, dude. I start to get a little nervous. But he misses. JL will take his second. There is a CT pushing backside. Flamesy, a little bit of damage, but JL, it's a triple kill. I feel like he's feeling better now. From 0-3 to 3-3. And a conversion wide open now for Navi.
Yeah, now the bomb goes back to the side of the map. The Spinks was, well, not spotted, but he got a Deagle kill through the smoke. They're going to come back in this direction. I mean, Spinks will have one angle on the side. Depends. Okay, they're going to go alls. I mean, this is funny because technically he still does have a shot if he's here waiting, but now he's watching the flank as this bomb gets planted. So very nice recovery here for Navi within this game already. Within the pistol, within the second round, they've shown some grit. And now they get to show some teeth. So move on to the next round. It'll be a bye. And Vitality can show us how scary they are. And I think their CT side is buffed because of Apex's individual level on B. It's always an IGL and a top rifler on that side of the map. And Flamesy, in my opinion, is a great B player. Like I love the way he's played the site, even when he was playing it on his old teams, not even just on Vitality. He was like the first guy to really use not the one-way smoke, but that perspective smoke where it left a gap on the right side to stop people from coming in. So good at that. Very good at timing utility. He's a player of intuition. Gut instinct. He trusts himself. But as we can hear from the crowd, what we want today is a third map. And that comes with an Inferno win.